So that is Memorial Day 2021. Family Court, July 2021, approximately 2 months later.
Okay. So my question for you, sir, was my understanding is that you have filed a petition requesting termination of the guardianship. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And you're still requesting that today?
Correct.
All right. And Mr. and Mrs. Bagini, you're currently serving as guardians. And what is your position about the request for termination?
We're not in agreement.
We're not in agreement with it. I mean, we think things are going well for everybody and mostly for Addison.
Okay. All right. And so
Memorial Day weekend 2021.
Do you see that little girl crying right there? Get off the, what, the public road? Or else what? Or else what? You're gonna what? You're gonna what? No, I'm gonna hold you accountable. I'm gonna hold you accountable in court.
Come on over here.
Come on over where?
Come on over here.
Come on over what? You dumbass. Fucking idiot.
So that is Memorial Day 2021. Family Court, July 2021, approximately 2 months later.
Okay.
So my question for you, sir, was my understanding is that you have filed a petition requesting termination of the guardianship. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And you're still requesting that today?
Correct.
All right. And Mr. and Mrs. Bagini, you're currently serving as guardians. And what is your position about the request for termination?
We're not in agreement.
We're not in agreement with it. I mean, we think things are going well for everybody and mostly for Addison.
Okay. All right. And so
Memorial Day weekend 2021.
Do you see that little girl crying right there? Get off the, what, the public road? Or else what? Or else what? You're gonna what? You're gonna what? No, I'm gonna hold you accountable. I'm gonna hold you accountable in court.
Come on over here.
Come on over where?
Come on over here.
Come on over what? You dumbass.
Warning. Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
They call themselves First Amendment auditors and citizen journalists.
I said, did you guys see the memo?
About the First Amendment?
Yeah. The First Amendment auditors. No?
Any ID on it?
Why would I need ID?
You don't have to give it to me. I'm just asking if you had one.
Okay. See, this is where the polite conversation starts to turn impolite. Like, I would never ask you where you live.
We're just
Right?
seeing if you're willing to give it to me. That's it.
Yeah. Can I see your ID?
No.
Okay.
A Utica detective has been suspended and an investigation opened after an altercation with two men Wednesday is caught on tape. Jason Colthorpe is live in Utica tonight. Jason, that video has now gone viral and has been seen more than 50,000 times since it was posted just last night.
I'm coming for your job. I'm coming for your job.
Calm down, dude. Calm down. Get your dog. Get your dog. Hey, get your dog. Get your dog. Get your dog. Put him on a leash.
You're gonna talk. I got freedom of speech too.
Are you
I got freedom of speech too.
Have no problem with John.
What is up, everybody? We are live. We are live. We got people in the house. Yeah. If you can give people a proper yeah, that would be outstanding. Appreciate you being in here. PsyOps, I'm here. Josh challenged me, so here I am. Well, that's wonderful, PsyOps. For those of you who don't know that are watching the live stream, who have no clue what we're talking about, PsyOps left a comment on Juan Galt's video of 2 live streams ago. and it was a pretty good comment. So I don't have it prepared, so we won't be able to go over it. I believe you were agreeing with us on quite a few topics, but then you went ahead and decided to say some other nonsense, like basically everything we discussed wasn't important. But anyways, that's not important. Wolvie, appreciate you being in here. Wolvie, if you can push some videos, I might do a long live stream tonight. Otherwise, I'm just going to probably keep this to about 10, 15 minutes. I don't even know if I'll open it up to a panel, but Wolvie, if you want to come push some videos, that would be awesome. We could do this for a longer live stream, maybe have a panel together. If not, I have a few video clips that you absolutely have to see. Like, you have to see these video clips. And PsyOps, if you want to just give me a message and say, you want to come up on panel, maybe I'll host a panel regardless whether we can push videos or not. Jonathan Mazzilli, thank you for coming in here. Raging Cajun, hi all. Hi back to you as well. And, well, we got a troll in the house, but we also have a longtime listener and a first-time caller, John Denicola, in here. I'll give you a shout-out. I will give you a shout-out. Women's Rights 365. I will give you the shout-out. There you go. I think I'm all... Oh, Becky O, Spicy Bon Appetits is in the house. What up, Becky O? Appreciate you being in here. And let's see. I believe I've run through or caught up. Feel free to leave another comment if I missed you somehow. But I hope I didn't. If I did, then I apologize. But there we go right there. We got the Becky O, Spicy Bon Appetits right there. Cooking up great food. Doing her thing. But anyways, what are we talking about? Ooh. Oh, I love doing these live streams, guys. I love doing the live streams. The last comment, I'm not going to dignify it with bringing it up, but that's an awfully funny question. I guess we've got two trolls possibly in here right now. My guess is that they both use feminine hygiene products, if we can say that nowadays. I don't know. We might have to say XX chromosome products or something like that. I don't know what the proper vernacular is, if you will, right? Anyways, you guys don't want to hear me babble, but if the shoe fits, absolutely. Let's get to a clip real fast. This is a clip that everybody has to see. You have to see this. If you didn't notice by the thumbnail, we're talking about some opposing team channels. Let's just say it the friendly way, the opposing team channels, right? Here's what one of those opposing team channels said, and it absolutely shocked me. I might have to play this a couple times so we can come back and talk about it, but this is Frauditor Troll, and Frauditor Troll is in the little thumbnail of this live stream. Here's Frauditor Troll and what Frauditor Troll had to say about a guy who was outside on a sidewalk recording the front of a store. Here's what he had to say about that.
I'm guessing you do stock. Yeah, well, that skinny little dweeb. Yeah. What's wrong with that dude?
There's nothing wrong with someone going up to a frauditor and taking their camera and breaking in. Honestly, I don't see anything wrong with that, because if the lawmakers continue to let this happen, we are going to have a nation full of weirdos that are able to do all their perverted nonsense. Like, this guy is literally a creep. There's nothing wrong with someone going up to a frauditor and taking their camera and breaking in.
There's nothing wrong with somebody going up to a frauditor, taking their camera and breaking it. I believe I got that word for word. I may have missed one of the words in there. What do you guys think about that comment that Frauditor Troll made? Because I have quite a few questions on that one claim alone. To me, number one, sounds like a call to violence. It sounds like a call to action for people to take action into their own hands. And feel free, Frauditor Troll, if you're out there listening, bud, somebody feel free, share this live stream out. Share this to Frauditor Troll. Share it to any of the opposing channels, right? I'll give them the opportunity to come up here and defend themselves. And like I said, PsyOp, if you want to come up, have a quick discussion. I did have a few clips prepared. I was prepared to do either a short show or a long show. depending on what happens. So that's kind of how I've been formulating the live streams anyways. And each time, wouldn't you know it, for the majority of times, I should say, I think there was 1 or 2 nights it didn't happen, but we had great discussions with 2 opposing sides, right? But Frauditor Troll, do you want to defend your claim right there? Because the other questions you might ask, other questions that I asked when I heard that, you know, if you see a frauditor, you can take their camera and smash it. What if it's just a public photographer that has no YouTube channel? Or maybe they have a YouTube channel and they're those magnet fishers that we featured the other day when the magnet fishers were out, right? What if somebody goes, oh, there's a camera, somebody's recording cops, and then do they have the right to grab that guy's camera and smash it into the ground? That's one question that you might ask. Then the next question you might ask to that is, how would somebody be able to tell if it's a quote-unquote frauditor? That was another question that I asked. Do you guys have any questions in regards to that clip? Because I'm going to play it one more time just to make sure that everybody heard this correctly, right? Don't try to take the comment out of context. Here's what we do on this channel, PsyOps. What we do on this channel is a little bit different. If you heard that Juan Galt discussion, we don't leave a topic until we get an answer to it. Like I try not to. How about that? I'm going to be careful here. I try not to move forward until we've resolved the claim that's on the table, right? So the claim that's on the table, I want Frauditor Troll to have the opportunity to defend the claim or to deny the claim or whatever he wants to do, right? So that's what we do here on this channel anyways, or that's what I attempt to do on this channel, is take things claim by claim. And I try to take the claim, then we address it. If we don't get past it, we can talk about all the other ones in line, like all the other claims that are in line, but we slow things down here and we stop on certain things. So we'll play this one more time for those of you who didn't see it. But yeah, let's not take the comment out of context. That's the reason why I want to play this again, so you can hear what Frauditor Troll said. And don't worry about the name that pops up in the middle. There's an annoying guy that was he kept like texting me when I told him I was in the middle of screen recording some videos, and then he just had to keep messaging me even though I told him I was doing that. So his information appears in here, totally accidental. I told him not to do it, but that's what you get when you message me when I tell you not to. So here you go. Here's that clip again. We're going to talk about Frauditor Troll.
I'm guessing you do stock. Yeah, well, the skinny little dweeb. Yeah. What's wrong with that dude?
There's nothing wrong with someone going up to a frauditor and taking their camera and breaking in. Honestly, I don't see anything wrong with that, because if the lawmakers continue to let this happen, we are going to have a nation full of weirdos that are able to do all their perverted nonsense. Like, this guy is literally a creep. There's nothing wrong with someone going up to a frauditor and taking their camera and breaking in.
Does anybody else take issue with that clip that we just played? Because I certainly do. You know what I mean? And then, yes, we might have to just, if you're going to spam the chat with the same thing over and over, we'll just, if somebody could just get rid of that guy, that would be outstanding. I don't know what was said before that, but might have to address it. Let's go. I hit the like. Have a great Memorial Day, everybody. Well, thank you. Let's go. Have a good Memorial Day as well. I was bringing up, some of the videos at the beginning. If you're just now coming in, you want to rewind to the beginning if you missed it. But 2 Memorial Days ago. And I could go into detail. I didn't want to get lost on that today. I wanted to talk more about these opposing channels. But we still haven't got closure on what happened 2 years ago. There's a big fat friend that I used to have. So this really big fat friend is supposedly called CPS. There's 3 people that know who it was that called CPS, right? If you don't know what I'm talking about, rewind to the very beginning. CPS was called like a couple months before that or a month before that. And there's 2 people in the video, my brother-in-law and then my nephew. And the reason I was fighting with my nephew is because I thought he called CPS on me, which later found out that that was a lie, or maybe it wasn't a lie. Somebody is not telling the truth. So there's 3 people that know who called CPS. And my understanding is it was the person that basically was mad at me. He was mad at me, didn't have any firsthand knowledge of the stuff that he said, but he called anyways. But anyways, if you want to come up and push videos, Wolfie, we can prove the case right now, right? We can prove it right now. We can show all this stuff. Yes, with my shirt off. With my shirt off. So if you rewind it to the beginning, great. What'd you guys think of Frauditor Troll, by the way? Frauditor Troll, I know you're going to see this video probably at some point, right? Jennifer will probably run and tell you, oh, they talked about you. There's people that talked about you, or there's folks that talked about you. Well, yeah, when you make a claim like if you see a frauditor, right? And then before that, what did he say before that? He said, we're going to take matters into our own hands. If the government doesn't do stuff, we're going to take matters into our own hands. Like, who are you speaking about, Frauditor Troll? That people are going to take things into their own hands, and you know, if lawmakers won't do anything about these guys, right? I mean, come on. If you guys didn't see a couple live streams ago, let me play this next clip for you, and then we can come back if Frauditor Troll wants to come here and explain himself. Frauditor Troll will have every opportunity to explain himself. Now, a guy who got his start on Frauditor Troll, right? A guy named Fraudit Wrangler, and he's kind of getting beat up a little bit, and he's kind of been like a punching bag for the last couple weeks, and I actually kind of feel bad for the guy. But this is his co-host coming up on his program. As you could see by the thumbnail, you know, we're talking tonight about, you know, the opposing team. These are 2 members of an opposing team, right? Fraudit Wrangler, and then his co-host. Listen to how his co-host talks to him. And Fraudit Wrangler, I might be going too hard on you, bud, but you're getting beat up by everybody. Listen to this.
And Brother Fowles here, I guess either his ears were burning or in damn.
No, I saw you were alone, and I couldn't have that because you're unsupervised.
Oh, well, hey, Erica, Sweet Melissa, and my lovely wife are in the chat.
Well, yes, but how are you going to do anything on StreamYards by yourself, you dipshit?
I've been doing it the whole time. I've already played 2 videos.
Oh, well, you know.
But I'm glad you're here because you're my brother, and, you know.
I paused my movie, The Amazing John Wick 4, to check on you and saw you were alone. I was like, I'll watch it later. Hey, Melissa, what's up? What's up, Jeff? I saw you out there.
And that was.
I probably won't be here for long. I'm still kind of like, mentally.
Yeah,
so
okay.
We'll see.
Yeah, we've already had a he who shall not be spoke of sock account come in, and got locked and loaded real quick. And Kelly, where are you?
So did you hear how those guys talk to each other? Man, these enemy channels are like going at each other's throats. And like in the image of the thumbnail, you can see in the image of the thumbnail, man, there's a lot of those guys that are warring with each other. I'd really like to give them the opportunity. If they want to come up here and air out their beasts too, feel free. Feel free. Okay, but would you would you talk to somebody that's your friend like that? I don't think I would, right? Oh, Wolfie, yes, exactly. That it fits the bill, and you hit the nail on the head with that comment right there. Exactly. Oh, geez, Women's Rights 365. If you girls want to come up on the panel, feel free. Jennifer, if you want to come up and talk on the panel, well, Kevin knows that. Hold on, I'm just reading through comments, guys. Jennifer, Kevin knows that he can come up on this panel. He's done it 2 or 3 times, right? So he hasn't lost his ability to speak. He can come up here and speak. When I put a link in the chat, if I feel like bringing him up, I feel like bringing him up. If not, if he didn't make the cut for the night and I didn't bring him up, then he can try another night. But he's been up twice. He speaks on this channel. And if he wants to come speak on the channel tonight, you know, he can come up here and speak on the channel tonight. Yeah, and you're talking about privileges, by the way. Jennifer Klein. Only people have rights. And you can definitely, if you don't understand what that means, then look into it because you're speaking out your butt right now. Okay, wonderful. Well, then let's psyops the comment that I saw on Juan Galt's channel. Who is Juan Galt? This is one of the clips that I had for you guys. The 2 live streams ago, we had a pretty damn good live stream. Had John Felix, Juan Galt, Hazukai people, me, Wolvie showed up to do a sleep apnea test on our live stream. Thank you, Wolvie, for that one. Appreciate that. But this is what Artie had to say, and then I saw psyops comment on Juan Galt's video. But what you're about to watch is Artie commenting on the live stream that I was discussing.
If you don't know, just say I don't know. No, that's not it.
I'm pulling it up right now.
That's pseudo bullshit again.
Super. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
It says a loose grouping of individuals that file litigious paperwork. The definition of a cop.
And judges.
Yeah. And lawyers. Who files more litigious paperwork than cops, judges, and lawyers?
Okay, and so that's already reacting to, okay, so let's see if we can sum this one up, right? We'll try to do this in a fun way, but let's see. So the panel you just saw was already reacting to 1A activists, people, and cop watchers and auditors with Juan Galt reacting to Juan Galt's title of a SOVSIT, reacting to a SOVSIT with John Felix as what Juan Galt was labeling as the SOVSIT. Did I get that? So anyways, it was like an Inception, right? It was Inception. It was a reaction video inside of a reaction video is of a panel inside of a reaction video inside of a title of a reaction video. Did I sum that up right? The unblock button is broken. Yeah, mine too. And literally it is broken right now because I gave my bonus daughter's computer back to her. I don't have access to a computer right now. So I can't unblock people, and you got to unblock them from a computer. Otherwise, I don't know how to do it from my phone. But no, I'm not unblocking people from the chat. They can, what they can do is they can hop their happy asses up here, and they can come and they can talk. They're not going to run their yapper down there in the chat. They can come up and talk. That's their options. They're lucky I'm even giving them the opportunity to come talk on this channel. I should just never talk to them ever in my entire life, but I'm naive like that, right? I always think the best of people. So I always try to give them a chance. Oh, this is something that Artie said too. The beginning isn't so important, but what he says at the end, Artie bashes on other lawyers here at the end. Let's talk about, this is Artie's video with talking about Vegas, Dummy Kruger. If you don't know those channel names, that's what's in this video. You'll see them. Not that important. Don't get sidetracked from the fact that Artie is about to shit on defense attorneys around the globe. Here you go.
Any threat toward a judge or harassment of a judge or an attorney or really harassment of anybody is something you have to take serious.
So after all of this, Amico would eventually take a plea deal that resulted in only 6 months in jail plus 5 years of probation.
Really?
His attorney, seen in one of the previous news clips, still highlights this plea deal on the front page of his website to this day.
Really? Really? Really, dude? That's the kind of lawyer that gives the profession a bad name.
In the year 2020, Amico began his First Amendment.
Now, some of us might ask the question, Artie, don't pretty much all attorneys give the profession a bad name at, I mean, doing something? I mean, they're all after money. That's what they're after. Like, hey, follow the money, 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 right? But somebody taking a high profile case and then basically saying that, now I'm not saying whether, you know, that was Joe from Vegas Valley. I'm not saying whether he was guilty, not guilty. I don't know the details of the case. So I'm not making a judgment there. But yeah, wouldn't you take a high profile case where you had a good outcome for your client? Of course you're going to post that, right? Of course you're going to post that. So yeah, Oh, we're rooting for Jennifer now. Oh my goodness. Jennifer can come up if she wants to. Hey, even my sister can come up because I know she obsesses about me, or at least I've heard she obsesses about me. So I don't know for sure. But if my sister wants to, she can come up. We can hash this out in the court of public opinion since she's unable to do it with me privately, which is what I've always wanted from the very beginning, is to resolve this sort of stuff privately. But when you have kids involved and kids are getting hurt, it's going to draw a lot of attention, and this is going to draw more attention. If you haven't noticed, the channel's doing nothing but growing. My TikTok, my other social medias are doing nothing but growing. So when I get the opportunity and I want to sit down and talk about this, we're going to sit down and talk about it, right? Or she could work it out with me in private. That's her call. That's her call. Oh, I hope you do, Jennifer. I hope you do. She can hash this out with me in private. I'd agree to remove all the shit that I've documented off of social media. I'm not saying all of it. I'm keeping my cop watches up there and shit like that. But anything private, family mattered, will stay under wraps so that kids don't see it, so that nobody has to look at that anymore, right? It was an ugly chapter, but if we want to move on, we have to move on as a family, because my buddy Jackson, my son, has got 13 more years before he's an adult, before he can start choosing for himself. We got 2 other kids that are involved. There's a pool being built, right? There's all kinds of fun stuff happening throughout the summer. So how do they want to resolve it? If they want to resolve it in private, we can resolve it in private. But until then, it's not like I'm going to stop talking about it. So, PsyOps, what did we agree on here? I'll tell you what, I will get the comment and I'll read the comment for everybody, even though they won't be able to see the comment. I will get it for you, right? Because I responded to the comment, and I think I was pretty clear on the 3 things that I called out that we'd agreed on. And I didn't see an objection on your part. I saw Juan Galt loved the comment. So that's telling me that we actually agreed on something, right? Hold on, let me get it. Oh, and the fat friend of mine that called CPS, by the way, on a different subject until I'm looking for that message right now. But the fat friend I have that called CPS, check this out. I have some recorded stuff with him too, where he's just shitting all over my sister. He is just shitting all over her. So if you guys want me to play those phone calls, I think I might. But like I said, if my sister wants to work this out in private, we don't have to. But the fat friend, I have plenty of phone conversations with him that you might want to listen to, because the dude's not your friend. You know, he may have called you and said a bunch of shit, but he's not your friend. So I have those phone calls, and then forgive me while I look through some of these messages, because it's going to take me a second to find it, apparently. I'll tell you what, PsyOps, if you can figure out what was said in the comment. Oh, here it is. Okay, you guys can't see this, but this is PsyOps, the name on the screen right there. And this was the comment he left under the Juan Galt people stream, where John Felix came up to discuss with Juan Galt why Juan Galt put sovereign citizen in his title. And PsyOps says, T.Y. Juan, thank you, Juan. Too bad BSBT, Felix, and company, talking about people, and then Wolvie's sleep apnea appearance, are so unlikable. They can't even get a fraction of the population to listen to them. Their interaction with you shows why their debate skills are riddled with arrogance and a dripping, condescending tone. I get it. Sometimes I can talk a little condescending. I apologize. I'm trying to get better at it. I really am. The comment goes on to say, their facts are trash. 42,000 died on roads in 2021, 13,000 plus with alcohol as a contributing factor. Yet we don't need police to enforce it, quote unquote. Enforces in quotation marks. To read on. Next, not only is registration necessary, it absolutely provides transparency and accountability for reckless drivers or vehicles used in or taken in crimes. I think you're making the case why regulation is necessary. But we'll go on to read. The entire Sovsit crew entirely missed your salient point on how we got here because they're busy arrogantly pontificating on how they and the enlightened ones are the enlightened ones. Sorry, they are the enlightened ones. So right there, the entire Sovsit crew, I think you're talking about us, entirely missed your salient point. I have to look up the word salient now. See? Like, you're going to make me look up the word salient, and I don't appreciate that. I don't like to have to get out a dictionary when I'm talking to somebody, right? Pontificating, now I know that means to wonder, to, speculate on things and like, hey, pontificate, I'm sitting here thinking, right? So you're using big words here, psyops, but let me get to the part where we'd agreed, right? You said, seems to me that a large part of where we are today versus the times of founding fathers has to do with simple numbers. When the framers of the Constitution were drafting laws that, yes, we have drifted far from, we're engaging, the U.S. population sat at around 5.3 million versus 2010's 308 million. So you just said when the framers of the Constitution were drafting laws that, yes, we have drifted far from. So we agree there. We're drifting away from the laws and the rights that we have, or that we're supposed to have. And sorry, they're privileges. Let me just correct my speech, right? So you go on to say, psyops right here, like so many other things, so many Americans today do not understand that the Constitution was meant to regularly be amended throughout the generations. This is a political issue, and specifically one in where a two-party system has significantly contributed to the inability to govern, legislate, or amend. Great. So the two-party system has, an inability to govern, legislate, or amend. What do you think we're freaking saying? What do you think we're saying on these live streams? You said, secondly, the judiciary was never intended by the founders to be as powerful as it is today. The elites, in my opinion, have modeled today's system that hamstrings the legislative branch. I don't know if it hamstrings the legislative branch, but what I do know is that elites probably modeled the systems exactly how they wanted them to run. Right? So we would agree that, the elites modeled the system. I don't know that they modeled it specifically to hamstring the legislative branch, but they probably rigged it the way they want to. They made the game, right? So we're playing by their rules. You go on to say, nevertheless, I agree today we are overregulated, but Felix's argument that gunmen will kill you over a blink light is false equivalency and red herring. Now, those are two logical fallacies. I do not understand that well. If you'd like to come up and explain false equivalency and red herring, that would be great. Or maybe I can even, what I should have done is I should have got a video with with what you said so we could all read it together instead of me reading it to you. I'm just going to, so that was basically, you had a lot more in that comment. I can't possibly read that all right now. But I'm just going to give you what my response to you was so we can kind of try to tighten this up a little bit for time restraints, right? So I said to you, so let me see if I can unpack the comment and understand a little better. You said the judiciary is becoming more powerful than anybody ever intended. You claimed we, private civilians, are being overregulated. You also stated policing has spun out of control in large part to a failed drug war, policies and implementation, and propaganda. Police needing to be saving everybody from a boogeyman behind the bush, which were your words in your original comment that we didn't get to. I went on to say I would actually agree with all three of those points. As a matter of fact, I couldn't agree more. Now, as far as offering solutions, I don't have them. The level of complexity and sophistication is far beyond my comprehension, much less my ability to solve them. I've said that since day one. I don't call nor advocate for violent solutions to the Second Amendment reference, although I do understand Felix's sentiment on it. Citing moments throughout history where violence happens is not the same as promoting that as a potential solution, is it? I went on to say, even John Felix said he thinks it should be a last resort. I see things getting to that point. If it doesn't mean I agree with the use of violence. If you'd like to come on the show, watch the live stream for a panel link and come up. I don't know how we can all be in agreement on our observations of overregulation, powerful judiciary, and crazy cops, yet so far apart on solutions that get proposed by a variety of guests. Hope to see you on the live streams. Anyway, those were lengthy comments. It'd be hard to unpack all that stuff in one live stream, but here, let me put the link in the chat. Feel free to come up if you'd like. Like I said, Wolvie, if you're in here and you want to come up and you want to push some videos, we could kind of go a little bit more into detail on the opposing team. If not, maybe we'll give PsyOps a chance to let me know what they meant. And anybody else who might want to come up, because who knows, we might be able to have a little bit of fun tonight. Know what I mean? So the link is in the chat. Let me see what I missed on comments. Probably wasn't all that much. Let's see. The system is broke. JFK assassination is where it broke. All things since JFK legally constructed. Well, yeah. I mean, there's. I would agree with most of that, especially with big pharma and fake news. You know what I mean? That's why I like YouTube, because you get real news. You get people on the ground. And then now what you have is people that want to go out and be amateur journalists with having more balls than a regular journalist and doesn't get driven off of a scene, right? But anyways, we got PsyOps in here.
What's up?
What's going on? You're in the show.
All right. Well, I don't want to interrupt you, so continue, and I'll enter when it's a good time for you. I don't want to interrupt your show.
Oh, no, I brought you up so that we could talk about the comment.
Okay.
So, yeah, so this is the part of the show where we get to do that. I mean, did you see the clips I played earlier?
I did. I've been watching since the beginning.
Okay, so what did you think about Frauditor Troll and his calls to violence? Was that a call to action for violence?
I don't think so. I think it's a frustration with the growing aggressiveness of frauditors. If you watch that particular frauditor, if you look at the video yesterday, Frauditors News Network did on him. The guy went out and posted up.
Had a lady brandish a firearm against him. Let's just get to the highlights of it, right?
Well, no,
he had a lady come out, brandish a firearm.
There was a video the day before with Frauditor News Network where he was at the same day, but before that event, 2 hours before that event, he went to a paving event where they were paving. The city was paving, and confronted people who were paving and got into an argument and was incredibly disrespectful with them. And like got into an argument with a police officer and then just regular citizens who were just observing, and was cursing at him and being incredibly disrespectful. So then 2 hours later, he goes down to the Dollar General and starts videotaping children entering the Dollar General, gets thrown out. One of the employees he reports damages his camera and his tripod, which we can argue that because I don't know if that happened or not, but we do know that he was there taking photo with that little purple camera he had. She came out, she confronted him, and she did brandish a firearm, but from what I understand, he brandished a firearm as well.
I think from my understanding, because I saw the video and I'm trying to remember if I think he's open carry and has it on his hip. So it's visible. So it's not brandishing when you do that, right? It's holstered. And I don't think, I could be wrong, but so I don't want to say like I know for certain, but I don't think he unholstered his weapon. The girl that brought hers out, as you can see, she presents it in a way. Now, you could argue maybe that it wasn't threatening the way she was holding it because her finger was straightened off the trigger. You know, she was pointing it at the ready, not at the guy. But you're clearly, and, you know, she wasn't waving it around, but that was awful damn close to brandishing a firearm.
I think you can make the argument it was brandishing, but I think you could also make the argument that she was provoked. And now I don't know what state you're in right now. If you're still, you know, I'm in Virginia. In Virginia, if someone provokes you or reaches for a firearm, you know, that's a defensive purpose. You can draw yours. That's not what I would do, obviously.
So we're promoting to have duels in the street in Virginia.
No, but certainly if he tugged at his firearm, she would be well within her rights to draw hers.
So then the crux of this revolves around whether or not he did something physical with his firearm first before her.
Maybe. I wasn't there, so I didn't see it, but
right,
I don't think we can criticize her if we're not going to criticize what he did, particularly with his previous behavior. So his behavior 2 hours earlier was to be incredibly aggressive to make physical threats. Now he's at a Dollar General filming kids.
So the person who initiated the, firearms, like any kind of touching or maybe what could be perceived as brandishing, whoever initiated it was probably in the wrong.
No, it would depend on. I think you have to look at total behavior. So
If it was her that was, if it's her that did it, it was okay. But if it was him that did it, it would be not okay.
No, I think you have to look at total behavior. So you have to look at what was he doing when she came up? Was he reaching for the firearm? So.
Right, but then if he was reaching for it, then if he initiated contact with firearm, yeah, I would agree that whoever I think it always comes down to who initiated, right?
Sure. I just, when you say contact, I wasn't sure if you meant physical, because I don't think simple physical contact justifies drawing a firearm.
And now, what do you mean by provoke? Because here, I'm going to play this clip. Can you tell me if you can hear the clips? It's only 10 seconds. I'll come back and I'll talk to you about this clip.
All right.
I am I am responsible for me.
I am responsible for me. That was Hello, Mr. Brown. Hello, Mr. Brown. How much would you agree with that statement?
I only caught the last 3 seconds of it, man. I'm sorry about that. Can you play it one more time for me?
Yeah.
I am I am responsible for me.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So wouldn't you agree that the person who initiated touching their firearm would probably be responsible for them grabbing for the firearm?
Again, I'm looking at the totality of the circumstances. So, and remember, I'm a former police officer, so I'm going to look at things from a little bit different perspective, which I'm sure is going to draw your ire. But nonetheless, I look at the totality before I come to a decision.
I have plenty of great conversations with public servants. I have a great conversation with Paul Carroll every time he's here. He's a public servant, right?
Right. Sure.
I have plenty of conversations with Juan Galt, who is, I don't think he is a public servant. I think he's actually greedier than that. He wanted all that money for himself, right? So he wanted all the money for himself. So he probably didn't work for the government at some level since he sued the government. I'm guessing he owned a private law firm, but I could be incorrect. See, this isn't slander because I could be incorrect on all this stuff. But that's my assessment of Mr. Galt. And hopefully he doesn't take that the wrong way. But, money grubbing attorneys are a dime a dozen, right? I mean, almost every attorney is kind of like a money grubber.
Listen, he has done an awful lot of good things for a lot of people. He has fought to create precedent in the Supreme Court that benefits us. So I would argue that he's done far more for us as a people than he has to hurt us. I'm not happy. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was just going to say, I think a lot of things are headed in the wrong direction today, politically, judicially, legislatively. But I'm going to support anybody that works against through the system, through the existing system, to try to further our rights and to help create precedent that will enable and expand our rights.
I mean, and for somebody to say what you just said, I mean, you would think fundamentally we're kind of at the same spot.
Well, we
just disagree. We just disagree with how it's going to be effective to solve the problem. Is just it.
Sure. I think we probably agree on more than we disagree on. But my problem with the frauditing community today and the soft stick community today is that bottom line, and we learned this as a nation through many wars, is that in order to win anything, to get anywhere, you have to win over hearts and minds. That was a hard fought lesson we learned in Iraq and Afghanistan. And if the idea is to increase rights by going out and filming people, particularly private individuals, not government, not police, because I'm all for cop watching. There's several of those that I really respect that engage in it. But when you're going to engage,
who are some of the ones that you respect?
Probably the biggest would be the Batusai.
Okay, yeah, high amount of respect for that guy as well.
Yep,
high amount of respect for the Batusai.
I think every frauditor has, the potential, but it's a decision they have to make on whether or not they want to be financially successful or if they want to be an activist. And I think the two are opposing factors. I think when you're more worried about getting clicks and views and monetizing, You have to make sacrifices, and you have to realize you have to be more provocative in order to get those clicks and views. That's what the subs who watch these channels want.
So is that what you would define as a frauditor? Because I wanted to stop you a couple times before we kept going, just to get you to, what is your definition? How do you perceive a frauditor? Because I don't believe I don't believe that term is coined in Merriam-Webster's yet. So how do you define frauditor?
For me, a frauditor is anybody who would take the original ideal of being an auditor and having transparency in government, transparency in law enforcement specifically, and chooses to instead provoke, instigate, or confront unnecessarily, or to be disrespectful. Understanding that probably the majority of people out there don't like disrespectful folks. We seem to live in a culture today where disrespect is fluent. I think it's hard to take people seriously when they're, provocative and they try to instigate. So if the auditor is going out trying to capture events and be transparent, I'm fine with it. But when they start trying to provoke a negative response, or they name call, or they only go after a particular party, then I take issue with it. Okay, so let's assume, just for the sake of argument, not that I'm saying it's true, but let's just say for the sake of argument, everything you said as your qualifier to a frauditor is true, and they just go out to provoke, get clicks and views. They're not in it for the right reasons, all those things. Let's just say that's true. Not that I'm saying that it is. Did you see in my intro, there's Channel 7 in my area put out a how to deal with First Amendment auditors. And did you see what that list said by any chance? I did. It was sort of short-lived, but I tried to catch and read that content. Yeah. It said, be polite and respectful. Politely disengage, right? Observe them, and call in something that might be suspicious, but just observe them and then call us when something gets suspicious, right? Okay. How come I've seen that memo, but our state actors all throughout the state I'm in, how come they haven't seen that memo, and how come they don't know it like I just said it? Well, I think there's a couple factors for that. One is I think that you have to consider that most folks who are doing a job don't have the time to read memos. They don't have the time. They don't have the time to see, because that's no excuse, because I've emailed both of my local police departments and I've sent them that. So I know, and I said, pass this around to your staff. I think police officers absolutely should know it, but I think we already know that police officers today in general have sort of failed the test. Okay, so there you go. I'm glad you said that, and you said you're former law enforcement, right? I am. Okay, so what is your opinion on the profession it's turned into today? There's still some good actors, but I think it has gone far astray from what it was intended to be. But Juan spoke to that. And you would agree that they're actors. They're out there acting in the world. They're acting as a public servant. They're acting in good faith, or they should be acting in good faith, right? Should be, sure. Right. So what do you think about, when people say there's only a few bad apples? What do you say about that claim nowadays, now that you're able to watch some of the videos that are out there? I think my wife would agree with me. I think most folks that I work with that are former law enforcement agree with me that the number of what used to be considered few bad apples now is probably greater than 50%. Okay. I appreciate you being candid with me. There's no wrong answers here, because, I'm just going over opinions. I'm asking you for opinions, not to try to spout any facts or anything, because, anytime you spout off a fact, somebody gets bogged down to, you said it was 49.6% and it was actually 49.5%. And then you argue over a simple, stupid fact instead of going, okay, that's obviously not what we're trying to talk about. So I think, you've defined a frauditor for you. Right. Okay, go ahead. No, I was going to say, I think most of us can unfortunately agree that too much of what's being prosecuted today are not what I would consider quality of life crimes. They're, petty offense that really sort of disproportionately take up police time, and we should be having officers refocus their efforts on quality of life. Quality of life. I'm glad you said that, because I would agree with that. And how much do you agree on a scale from 1 to 10 with the claim that the war on drugs is actually a war on people? On a scale from 0 to 10, what would you say you agree with that statement? Again, it's the war on drugs is actually a war on people. I would say 90% agree. 9 out of 10? Okay. Yep. 9. So 9. See, we're actually like super.
we're actually super close on a lot of these things. And I think, you know, I don't know if the system was set up to be a demonic system or that's the cycle of societies nowadays. And I'm not smart enough to comprehend it, so I'm not going to try, right? But what I do know is that, you know, we can have these discussions and we can actually see that there's a lot of things that we're on board with, right? So, like, for an example, when you're talking about frauditor behavior, I am totally against frauditor behavior. And what I see is the frauditor channels are the ones that are acting like that more than anything. They use slander. They don't focus on the important stuff. Like on a video that I shared, I don't know if you watch my shorts or not. If you don't, if you could share the shorts that you see that are important. Here's what I'm going to tell anybody about the shorts that I produced, right? I see something, I'm like, shit, that has to be shared. I share it. And trust me, I watch a lot of cop watch shit, right?
Sure.
So with those shorts, in one of the shorts, by the way, most of the time when they get taken down on TikTok, it's for violence and graphic content. And it's on the part of the police. You know, the police are the one acting violently and with graphic content. That's the reason I can't even show half these videos over on TikTok. But in one of the shorts, the officer says to the guy, he makes him get out of the car, do a couple steps backwards towards me, get down on your knees. Then he says, put your hands behind your back and do not move or I will shoot and kill you.
I would just, that's where I think we're going to disagree. Well, so first of all, I think the shorts that I watch worry me for a couple of reasons. One is because too much of society today is so worried about these shorts, but we need to be more worried about the context of those shorts. What's happening before that video is being shown. And the media has a terrible, especially the mainstream media, has a terrible track record of trying to frame a narrative and only showing a portion of the video. We saw that with the Covington kids in D.C. when CNN did that part with the Native American. We saw it again recently with another video. But I don't think police officers are disproportionately violent. I think that what we have is a disproportionately narcissistic culture that thinks that they're always right and always want to ask questions and don't want to believe in authority. And so sometimes instead of simply following instruction like we need to do, understanding we live in a society that's made up of laws and rules that should apply to all of us. And I would certainly give you it doesn't. It seems that certain people are allowed to be above the law. Nevertheless, people are not, you know, they want to question everything. And then today with the advent of the cell phone and internet.
What's the matter with questioning everything, though? And then I liked what you said about a lot of people are afraid to be wrong. They can't admit when they're wrong. And then everything you're talking about, you know, as society is turning a certain way. But I wanted to come back at the very beginning because I asked you about the video and you were preaching about context. So let's pick up there because I want to unpack that. On my shorts, what I try to do, I try my hardest to do this, is link the full video at the top. You know, so you see what I think, what stands out to me. So it's kind of like me doing an advertisement for somebody's full video, right? Like, hey, this is what I saw that stuck out to me. And then, so about the context thing, if you watch my shorts, for example, you'll be able to click on a full video and actually see almost the full context or whatever the story I saw it from. So does that...
My issue with that, though, is what is your pass-through on that? In all reality, how many people... versus what you're showing in a short, how many people pass through to see that full video to get the context versus the impression you're leaving with the short?
Well, I'm glad you asked that because the impression that I'm leaving with the short, I want the focus to be on the bad behavior of the cop so that we can correct it. It's not so that I can embarrass the cop. I mean, sometimes I do stuff, I'm not going to lie, I'll be honest. Sometimes I do stuff to embarrass cops, especially when they try to fuck with me, but that's not the point. I want the focus to be on what the cop did because, you know, a form of gaslighting would be to flip it and say, no, what did the other person do wrong? And then just like I played in that I'm responsible for me clip, the cop's responsible for how the cop acts. So if the cop misbehaves, I want the short to focus on that. Then they can go back and watch the full video and say, okay, well, maybe, yeah, I see what happened now. And maybe that cop, you know, was in the right. But
well, I would agree with that, except that I think police officers by nature are a reactive force. Police officers don't generally come out and just respond to places. So if somebody's calling them to a situation, we need to understand that context so that we can form an appropriate idea of what we're working with.
I mean, and I would somewhat agree with you on a point that you made where it's like if I was in the vicinity of a burning house fire or something, there's all kinds of firefighters on scene. I'm not going to go in there and act like I know what I'm doing, and if the firefighters give you instructions like, hey, stand 30 feet away, that beam could fall on you, I'm listening to them. I'm not even doubting it. Just like if I go to a hospital and somebody has a medical emergency, I'm getting the hell out of the way and letting the professionals do the job.
Sure.
But the difference I see in cop watching versus the other two scenarios that I pointed out is a dirty cop is going to try to get you out of there and going to try to move the camera out of there. Right?
Sure.
So being a silent cop watcher is kind of a bad thing, especially when you have to assert your rights to get the story. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I mean, I think just like general media, I think, people are more worried about clicks and views. I think that if you're truly out to get the story and you're out to expose that police officer, you're going to do the work that you claim to do, which is you're claiming to be an independent journalist. So put the effort in and apply the ethics of the industry, right? So the profession very clearly says that there's ethics in journalism, but I've yet to hear a single frauditor invoke those ethics ever. Understanding that they need to be unbiased, understanding that they need to not be part of the story. The very first thing they do is violate the tenets of the ethics.
I mean, I have actually touched on that. I haven't gone in depth with it, but I'm glad you brought up the ethics of journalism and recording, because if people are going to be out there portraying themselves as a journalist, then sure, they need to kind of understand the ethics involved, right? And yeah. I had a hard time when I first started out figuring out what was ethical and what wasn't. But I would actually agree with you that there should be some sort of ethic with journalism, but I would disagree with you that it never gets talked about, because I've talked about it. I know of an attorney or former attorney, I think she was Susan Bassi out in California, and sure. she was a high profile journalist from my understanding, and an attorney or something like that. But she knows the ethical expectations of journalism backwards and forwards. So well,
I don't think being critical of police means you don't have ethics, and I think they're interchangeable, right? Certainly, police violate the ethics or violate the rules of ethical journalists like they do frauditors, and I see plenty of frauditors having their rights violated. The problem is when you're trying to build up momentum to try to change things, whether it be through the legislative branch and the judiciary. Listen, the judiciary feels the impact of the culture just like anybody else does. So when people, disproportionately don't believe in them anymore, and it just came out this weekend, for instance, on Meet the Press, that less than 25% of the population now supports Supreme Court's decisions and believes that they're not biased. So it works both ways.
Well, I mean, I would agree there has to be a back and forth and there has to be a dialogue. I mean, with anything, if you're going to solve anything, you have to have a back and forth and a dialogue with especially contentious or difficult subjects like what we usually deal with on this channel, because we do cop watching on this channel. We got Joe Cool in the house, and Joe Cool, I would tell you, I think Joe Cool takes the ethics of recording seriously. Have you ever seen any Joe Cool police videos? It's okay if you say no.
I have seen some of his videos. I'm familiar with him.
Yeah. So I would say Joe Cool is probably one of the more ethical people that's out there with the way his style is right now. Would you agree with that?
I would have to have seen his some of his recent material. The material I've seen of his has been probably older than 12 to 18 months. So I'm not sure with his current. Seems like everything's sort of taken a more aggressive tone lately. So I want to be careful about offering opinions.
With the videos that you remember of Joe Cool, would you consider him a frauditor or a cop watcher, or maybe?
I would consider him a cop watcher, generally speaking. I haven't seen anything necessarily provocative about him.
Yeah, and I would agree with Joe Cool. Yeah, I try to avoid getting people in private situations as well. I always try to respect. I mean, me and Wolvie, on the last time we went cop watching together, we pulled up to a scene where it had a victim that came out in a stretcher, and the guy was obviously either he had to be resuscitated, like they had the defibrillator out there, so they had to shock him back to life. He was either dead or close to the state of being dead. We turned the cameras away, said, we don't even want to see that. We don't even want to put that out there.
Right. But then we've seen things like Carolina and Fort Worth where she's videotaping deceased persons on the interstate. So you have this spectrum that goes from relatively ethical to completely unethical. And that's concerning to me when we're trying to build up momentum to change things, that frauditors that are doing things the wrong way are hurting them. And there's no sort of like body right now that has been created, at least that I'm aware of, for frauditors right now that credentials them. I think that would go a long way to helping if they wanted to actually be recognized as a professional journalist or anything like that, to have some sort of regulatory body. We do that in everything we do.
Well, do you want to know why I never want to be credited a formal journalist or a professional journalist? Do you want to know why I don't want that title for myself?
Sure.
Because I don't want to be responsible if I accidentally put out misinformation or I accidentally do something stupid. I'm not smart enough to have an editor, or, I can't pay an editor to review the stories to make sure that they're factually accurate or live up to journalistic standards. What I want to do is take a live streaming camera with me and document the world around me.
But frauditors push so often for transparency and accountability. Doesn't there need to be accountability with frauditors? I mean, if they're going to push for transparency, how can you very well in turn say that I'm not going to be accountable or responsible for my actions? You want to hold other people to that, and you have to be prepared to be held accountable for your actions. And the accrediting body, let me just add this real quick, is they don't have to, it doesn't have to be something where you're going to be punished, but at least say there's a minimum level of training for an auditor to go out, to be recognized. That, let's say they're not a sex offender, or they're not a child sex offender. Right now, we've got guys.
Are we talking about licensing YouTube auditors and cop watchers? What if it's the magnet?
I'm talking about asserting. The medium is irrelevant. What concerns me is who is out there doing this stuff and asserting they're journalists when in fact they're convicted child sex offenders.
So we'll need to basically give out a license or a press pass, for lack of a better way to put it, right?
No, I don't think so. Although I would make the point, though, that when frauditors point out that there's no such thing as a press pass, I would disagree, because I can tell you in my time as a police officer, from the Pentagon to the White House to the State House to sporting events to any number of press events, there are plenty of people that are happy to hand those out if you're willing to show that you have a minimum level of competency.
Oh yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you that press passes exist. What I would say is that we're talking about apples and oranges here. You're talking about press passes are handed out to get special access to certain areas or whatever, certain opportunities. Whereas what I'm saying is, yes, I'm aware they give those press passes out, but for me to take my camera and my live streaming camera somewhere in public, I have every right to do that. I don't need my press pass. So I'm talking simple, and you're talking, okay, I understand that exists, so I'm not disagreeing with you, right? I'm actually agreeing with you. So we're agreeing on two separate subjects, right?
Oh, I think they're one and the same, but I understand where you're coming from, and I agree. I mean, I do agree that people have the right to go out in public and film, and I think that's an important part of what this country is about. I think it's going to take time for the country to catch up with the technology. I think we've seen that in the laws. But
yeah,
So,
and then back to your claim about, clicks and views for, what you would consider a frauditor. Now, I've tried to make the case. You tell me what you think about this. So the next logical step, the question I asked was, okay, so if it's for the clicks and views, what do you think the frauditor channels post? Don't they always post arrests? Don't they always post a taser or somebody getting booted out of a building or trespass? Don't they always promote those moments?
They do, because that's what that's what I want to see. I frankly don't want to see.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I want to see. I want to see a particular type of video. But the difference is I don't think that by watching lawful outcomes of bad behavior is equivalent to encouraging bad behavior. So I think when you're pushing your creator, go ahead.
So the issue you have is that, if there's a lawful outcome, you should push that. If it's an unlawful outcome, then that shouldn't get the attention, because then you're just kind of rewarding that behavior.
I think what you have today is, and I want to try to give this as a direct answer as I can. I think that we can see easily from the progression of what people call frauditors today is an increase in aggressiveness. We're seeing, for instance, on the West Coast and in New York, a real sort of derivative outcome of them trying to go into private businesses and assert they have these rights that just were never intended to be rights that people have between each other. The rights that you have under the First Amendment are rights that you are natural rights that I'll agree, but are rights that exist so that the government can't censor you. I have no obligation to say you, Josh, to honor your right to free speech or to carry a firearm or to redress your grievances or anything through the Bill of Rights, right? Or really any of the constitutional rights that are, as they are. But there seems to be this fundamental misunderstanding about that, and they're pushing to want to challenge it in a much more aggressive way, and that concerns me greatly. It's almost like porn or drugs. When you see with porn or drugs, regardless of whether it's right or wrong, I have no problem with people choosing to do what they want. But I do have a problem with people wanting to encourage, getting more assaultive, getting more disrespectful, the behavior progressing.
So let me say, I would actually agree with, I think I agree with a lot of the positions you took about the observations. What I would contend is that it's not just in the auditing community, it's in society in general.
Okay.
For example, I'll give you an example, right? Domestic violences are up, homicides are up, suicides are up. I've asked it like 3 or 4 police departments around the area, right?
Okay.
And they didn't give me specific numbers, so I don't have specific numbers to give you, but they've all said overdoses are up, homicides are up, suicides are up, domestic violences are up. And they're so busy right now, they can't recruit police officers fast enough to replace the ones they're losing, right?
Yep.
Don't you see that as like, so we would agree. So I don't necessarily think you can attribute it all to the camera and a guy that you would quote unquote call a frauditor.
Are we talking about an increase generally in crime, or are we talking about results of the actual
I'm just talking about people misbehaving just in general, and acting out.
So yes, I would agree. Generally, it seems like we become a more aggressive society, or more.
I would agree. I mean, we do live in a country that is obsessed with violence. We have we spend more money on the military than I think the next 5 or 6 or maybe 8 countries combined.
Absolutely.
Right? So we have an obsession with violence. We love having the cartels on the southern border because the CIA and the FBI can sneak in the shipments that they want, the big ones, while they bust a couple drug mules to make it look like they're actually doing something down there. Right?
Sure.
So would you say that there's a good argument the government just wants to control the crime?
Control the crime. I think they want to control the money. I think that arrests
aren't they related?
I don't know. I know that petty offenses fund the system. So misdemeanor level marijuana arrests were one of the single driving factors behind keeping, everything from judges' salaries to police budgets. And it seems to me like for the amount of time we spend on the arrests for, say, marijuana, we get very little return on our tax dollar.
Well, I would agree 100% with that you could apply that to the entire drug war and trying to stop DUIs for that matter. You know what I mean? Like you barely ever catch a drunk out on the road.
But on the DUI, I disagree because I was a DUI investigator, and I can tell you I've seen the outcomes of DUIs and what happens when you have a family that's lost 2 generations from a DUI accident. So you can call me biased, but the reality is that while many do go uncaught, we work diligently to catch those.
Yeah, but my point is it's a drop in the bucket. I'm not trying to put down. I don't like seeing people drunk out on the road. How about that?
Sure,
I don't like to see a drunk driver. I don't want anybody drinking and driving. As a matter of fact, I think people that drink too much and then drive, they're absolutely doing something that's irresponsible, and they're acting in a way that should never be praised nor promoted. So,
and that's why I think it has to be. I think that's why you have to prosecute it. It's because you have to send a clear message to people that you're not going to tolerate it. And what other way to do that than to have some sort of. Now we can argue about the fines and things like that.
I mean, you have dissuasion techniques. You know what I mean? Like dissuading the public about. You can put a wrecked car at a high school. Show them the dangers of drinking and driving. You can promote services like Uber. You can do it without punishment, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I think and I think Juan would support me on this. Now we're getting into sort of a political philosophy or an ideology about how humans. I don't know.
To bring it back, Yeah, I just want to bring it back though, because the clicks and views things and where we were going on that before we drifted off on here, which I'm fine with. We can drift off from time to time, but I want to bring it back to the clicks and views thing because what you said about somebody that you would consider as a frauditor is somebody that is going out there trying to get aggressive so they can get the clicks and views. And I'm not going to argue that point, and I'm not going to say I agree with it, disagree with it. All I'm going to say is let's just say for the sake of argument that's true.
Sure.
Aren't the frauditor channels promoting all the negative interactions? And I actually got into this discussion with Hezekiah, the guest, when Juan Galt was up here. And I asked Hezekiah, I said, can we review frickin' frickin's good interaction at the post office? I just saw the video 3 days ago. I thought it was a great interaction that frickin' had at the post office. How about you have me up so we can play that? So far, no.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
Yeah. So far, no invitation on Hez's show. We haven't talked about it since. I don't expect him to remember it, but you know why that's not an appealing idea to him where he's like, yes, let's do that tomorrow, is because he knows nobody wants to see that. So in a roundabout way, aren't the frauditor channels actually promoting the frauditor behavior or the behavior that you attribute to a frauditor?
Sure. So then, and this is my problem I've actually had with, and hopefully frauditor trolls listening, because I posted this on his video. I feel like what they're doing is, they're encouraging exposure of bad behavior. Sure, I'll agree with that, 100%.
And aren't they making money off of that?
I have to agree. Yes.
So in a way, it's almost like we're in a negative feedback loop at this point, right? Where it's like you can't expect one side or the other to do anything different when, let's just say, all the things you attributed, all the negative qualities you attributed to a frauditor, let's just assume that they're all true, right? So that's a negative feedback loop with the opposing sides. Now, is there anything more dangerous you can think of than doing that with society?
I don't know if there's anything more dangerous. I know that I certainly don't think it benefits at all. But I don't think that's the goal at the outset of some channels. I think purely are in it now for monetization and for clout, which is what they accuse frauditors of. I'll agree with you on that. But I think others are in it to truly expose it and to make people aware of it and to try to get exposure for it, to try to tamp it down. I think people watch certain videos. I know I have seen videos that absolutely infuriate me when frauditors are disrespectful. And I'm not talking about police officers. If you take police officers completely out of the mix, what bothers me is when they're going after innocent citizens or maybe like a small private business owner. If you want to hold
what do you mean go after?
Exactly that. You go in and assert that you have rights that you don't have. Speak to them as if they're trash. Curse at them, threaten to, have them call flooded. Small businesses call flooded. Take pictures of their licenses and their VIN number on their car. We're talking about individual people here. What benefit?
Yeah.
Why is it that a frauditor feels like they need to attack an individual person? If you're that large and you feel like you have that kind of sway over people, why would you go after an individual person just because somebody shares with you they disagree with what you're doing? It's just proportionate.
Well, let me just use frickin'. Yeah, let me just use frickin' as an example because I already discussed him, right? I've been recording with Frickin'. I've been on panels with Frickin'. You probably know this already. If you don't, most of the audience probably knows this already. I've never seen Frickin' initiate being an asshole. I've seen him speak, and I've seen him speak in a certain way where people perceive it as him being an asshole.
Well, so let's go back to that video you showed. Aren't you responsible for what you do? Aren't you responsible for how you act?
Yeah. Well, that's what I was getting at is like Frickin' isn't the one that initially tries on purpose to be an asshole. I've never seen it in all his videos that I've watched.
Josh, come on, man. We've been so intellectually honest up till now. There was a video of him just a week ago going to a business and holding his camera up to the window to focus. I mean, he plopped it up against the glass, and the guy real politely said, "Please don't do that." And he still, he mocked him. He cursed him. He belittled him. He called him a girl. He called him some used like homophobic slurs against him. And the guy had never said anything disrespectful to him other than asking him to stop. So I would have to totally, in all respect, disagree with you on that one.
Well, we could come back to that, and maybe you could reference or tag me somehow in a video, because I'd be happy to bring it up and I'd be happy to discuss it. You know what I mean? Usually what I'll do is I'll discuss something with people in private. I mean, me and Wolvie have had plenty of disagreements. Me and MCC don't agree on the same things, nor frickin', right? Like when MCC and frickin' go audit post offices, I usually just hang back and don't do anything until cops come. And then if a cop comes, I'm a cop watcher, right?
Well, and one of the reasons I came on your channel is because I actually feel like, while we don't agree probably on everything, I do feel like you're more fair than others. I think you try to have intelligent debates and discussions, and I can appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, now frickin' will scold me for doing things like going to K-Far's house. So, there's certain things I do that he doesn't agree with, and vice versa. And that's the way it should be. But I'm always on the side of, if a peaceful person is going out exercising their rights, or maybe trying to even intentionally provoke a response, it's still on the other person not to let them get provoked and just to walk away or to walk off the camera.
Right. I mean, if I came to your house and I found someone you dearly loved and I harassed them, is it your position that I couldn't force you into action if I was able to antagonize one of your loved ones?
I mean, that's a little too broad for me to answer. And what I mean by that is I'm not trying to evade the question, but it's like, where is the person? Are they a secretary working for the government? If my cousin works for the government and is a clerk, she better be offering good service to the public.
Well, I agree, but again, that's a deeper topic, because my wife's a nurse, and so if somebody were to come to her healthcare facility, I can promise you that they're going to have to deal with me. Anybody's going to protect someone they love, and if they feel like they're being wronged, of course they're going to want to stick up for that person. I don't think that means I need to get physical, but I think that you can also sort of approximately gauge the response from your actions if you act a certain way.
So saying that, let's watch this clip one more time, this frauditor troll clip, and I want to break this down a little bit more and see specifically what he's saying, because I think it ties into what you just said.
Sure. I'm guessing you do stock. Yeah, well, that skinny little dweeb. Yeah. What's wrong with that dude?
There's nothing wrong with someone going up to a frauditor and taking their camera and breaking in. Honestly, I don't see anything wrong with that, because if the lawmakers continue to let this happen, we are going to have a nation full of weirdos that are able to do all their perverted nonsense. Like, this guy is literally a creep. There's nothing wrong with someone going up to a frauditor and taking their camera and breaking in.
So by your definition of what a frauditor is, let's just say frauditor troll, somebody takes him up on his advice and wants to go smash somebody's camera. How would the person know whether they're a frauditor or not?
Behavior. I think behavior dictates, and we can certainly argue whether or not somebody's judgment is sound. But I think what Josh is getting at, and I agree with him, unfortunately, you can call me dishonest or disingenuous to my opinion. The fact of the matter is that there comes a point when you behave a certain way that it crosses a line from being acceptable and even questionable to being flat out, harassment. And I think with the explosion we've seen in frauditing, I understand where it's coming from.
Well, your opinion is yours, and you're entitled to have your opinions. There are no wrong opinions unless, of course, it comes to Mr. Galt. Mr. Galt had a wrong opinion the other night, and I'm not going to beat him up too much over it. But so,
I'm a Padawan student of his, so.
Well, but my point is to the whole frauditor thing and smashing a camera. With that, wouldn't it quickly escalate maybe to like the magnet fishers that I showed in the live stream a couple ones before this, and they're recording the cops. Now, somebody that watches frauditor troll, let's say, drives by and they say, wow, there's guys recording cops, and they go up and they smash the cameras of the magnet fishers. Couldn't you see that possibly taking place if that message were to echo?
I could see it happening. However, I think I'm going to catch you here on comparing apples to oranges, because if we look at what the magnet fishers do, For instance, the way they were treated by the police. And I think I'm familiar with the videos you're referencing, because I think I watched your live stream or your video on that. They never mocked the police officer. They were never disrespectful. They disagreed, but they disagreed respectfully and politely. There's nothing respectful or polite about what this frauditor is doing.
So if I mock the police, somebody has the right to smash my camera out of my hand?
No, but it would certainly would change the context of the video, right? So if you're cursing at a police officer, people are probably going to take more offense at it than if you were simply trying to engage. Like, you're asserting you're a professional. You're asserting you're trying to, take on the benefits of being a professional and claiming to be a journalist. Not you, but to say some people that do. Then I think you're bound by the terms of that. I think then you should behave accordingly. You want their benefits, you act accordingly. I think if you're just a person filming, I think generally people should mind their own business, right? Frankly, I don't think people should worry about what other people are doing. But there's a limit
about when
to
it
that.
comes to this? What about when it comes to cops, though, specifically?
I think
Shouldn't
generally
everybody worry? Shouldn't everybody worry about what police are doing?
We should absolutely be paying attention, but I think we also have to recognize that most folks are probably not going to be as well trained in the law as they should be to understand the totality. If it's clearly something that's wrong, absolutely film it, absolutely report it, and then let the higher. And I have an issue with how internal affairs works, and I don't like the way internal affairs works right now. That's a whole separate discussion.
Well, the whole we investigated ourselves, we found no wrongdoing, and we're closing this case. Like, come on.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree.
Or a prosecutor in Macomb sending frickin' a letter stating that they're not going to prosecute the case of Mr. Morabito slapping a phone out of frickin's hand when it was captured on camera, and the cop clearly assaulted and battered frickin', and it was caught on camera. And then the prosecutors from Macomb County states that we're unwilling to prosecute it.
But the prosecutors are also going to look at, and I'm not sure how familiar you are with the laws, Josh, but the laws do say, and there is a measure in there that discusses provocation, and it says that if you're absolutely not part of the aggression, that you have additional protections. But
do you think cops can be the victim of harassment?
No.
Okay. Well, at least we agree there. I just wanted to get to something fundamental kind of that somebody was saying in the chat, because there's somebody in the chat that thinks that you can go and harass cops, and cops can't be the victim of harassment.
I mean, if off duty, sure, right? You absolutely have all your rights as a private citizen. But I understood when I became a police officer that there were certain things that I was taking on that I had to accept, whether it was taking abuse verbally, that I was going to take physical abuse. Like as a police officer, and even my wife was a nurse, we take abuse from people. They hit us, they slap us, they spit on us, but it's not always meant because they're bad. It can be a multitude of situations. It can be a mental health disorder. It can be lack of oxygenation to the brain. It can be diabetes. So as a police officer, I understood that I was going to take, certain abuses, but individuals.
Did you ever arrest a fellow police officer for behaving poorly? Or for committing a crime?
Yes.
You did?
By the nature of where I was a federal agent. So by nature of, I started in the sheriff's office and worked my way up to a federal position. And the nature of my work federally led to me disproportionately arresting police officers.
Well, by your comment, I got the impression that you were smarter than the average bear. Let's put it that way. So I got that impression right off the bat. So if you work federally or have some sort of, intelligence training or anything, it would not be surprising to me. Mr. Galt is in the chat, by the way, and he said very few people disagreed with my opinion. LOL. So Mr. Galt is LOLing a lot down there. He's LOLing, but I did put the link to the chat in there, or the link to the panel if Mr. Galt wants to come up. But yes, Mr. Galt, that everybody agreed with your incorrect opinion. Yes.
Yeah, I did. The man is sort of, look, and you're going to hate me for this, Josh, but I mean, the guy is sort of a genius. You don't get to argue in front of the Supreme Court of the U.S. by being a half-wit. So, when he's in the room and I'm in the room, I have 2 ears and 1 mouth. I'm going to listen more than I'm going to talk. But he probably has more legal experience than any group of people put together. So,
Did you see the live stream? Did you see the live stream with Juan Galt where he actually confessed that the judge in my case made a mistake quite a few times in my case, and it wasn't me that made the mistake; it was the judge. Did you happen to hear that?
I didn't hear that, but I wouldn't. If it's true, then I would assume that Juan's right. Juan would know better than me, and he would be a far better judge of that than I would be. But I can tell you that I've certainly sat in on plenty of cases, both as a federal agent and as a state officer, where judges made horrible decisions.
Well, and now, it was just I tripped her up with the Mark Stevens, developed script. It's not what I use isn't the Mark Stevens script, but it's developed like the Mark Stevens script to get you kind of questioning what judges can and can't do and the rules of the court and just the basic constitutional rights that you have. But now, would it surprise you if I told you that a lot of the frauditor channels that covered those sort of videos, especially Blue Bacon specifically tried to say that I made the mistake, not the judge?
Yeah, Blue Bacon, let me just from the outset say I'm not a fan. So while he may be a fantastic person, I don't find him entertaining or particularly. He was a military police officer, and as a or whatever military, an Army CID, but enlisted. In my experience in law enforcement, they have a very specific function, and they're not. I don't mean this negatively, but they're not particularly well suited for civilian sector type positions.
Not well suited for civilian sector positions. I mean,
but see, you have to understand under the UCMJ versus, let's say, U.S. code, they just have it's a lot. They have things. They have catch-all codes in the UCMJ. They can use to punish anybody who is in the military. We don't have.
Well, they have jurisdiction. They 100% have jurisdiction over folks, and it's an enlistment document. So when you ask for the factual evidence of jurisdiction in a military court, guess what they hand you? They hand you that enlistment document, and you can look at it. You can hold it in your hands, and you can actually see you're under the jurisdiction of the UCMJ. There is no such jurisdiction for state courts.
Yeah, the jurisdiction thing. I would probably defer to that. I would defer to Juan on that. But I can certainly tell you that, and I don't mean this to put as a put down on folks that are law enforcement and military. They just have a very different. They're operating in a very different fishbowl than what we're operating in civilian law enforcement.
Yeah, but getting back to Blue Bacon, because here's my big problem with Blue Bacon is that he's very good scripted or rehearsed. He's very good. I'm going to give the guy credit where credit is due. If he has a script in front of him, or if he can read off an MCL and he can just go line by line, he's very good. Very, very good. What he's not good at is when somebody throws him a curveball. When I showed up in his chat one night and I just started asking him, the Mark Stevens, derivative script, he went off the rails trying to explain it. That's the brilliance of that. That's the brilliance of that script, is that when you ask the logical progression, it leads you to the truth. And the truth is the state courts don't have jurisdiction.
Did he invite you into his chat at all, or was he only trying to debate you through comments? Because I think we both know that comments are a very, it's a tough medium to debate in.
Oh yeah, no. In this case, in the specific case that I'm referencing, it was pretty clear that my questions were genuine and they weren't trollish or they weren't,
Oh no, I'm not asserting that you were being a troll. More just so that it's hard to. I have myself found it very tough to have a sort of a logical discussion in comments. It's just tough for the cadence of the debate goes very differently in a comment section than it would on a panel.
Well, for some reason, every time I made a comment, he felt the immediate need to address it and call out my channel's name. And then he got so mad that I kept commenting. Instead of just ignoring me, what he did is he blocked me from his chat. He could have just ignored me.
Why didn't he just bring you up on panel and have a debate with you? I don't understand that. Is he scared of you?
Most of these guys won't come up and have a genuine discussion with me. Juan Galt will have a genuine discussion. Paul Carroll will try to have a genuine discussion, but Paul Carroll is still a prosecutor. He still has a job with the state. He has to be careful on what he says. And we've caught Paul Carroll coming up here not being genuine a few times. I'm not saying that as a criticism for Mr. Carroll. But I'm saying I understand when he speaks publicly, he has to be very careful about how he speaks because he still works as a prosecutor, right?
Sure.
But
Sure.
I actually enjoy these discussions more than I enjoy the debates. But with Blue Bacon, he won't accept my invitation to come on here because he knows, unless he's able to twist the narrative, that he's probably going to look foolish. He's probably going to look foolish and he's probably going to look stupid. And it's not because I'm not trying to drip any arrogance or be condescending, but it's just I know from working with him that if he has that script, he's very good, and then he'll come across like he won the debate. But as soon as he's not on a platform where he controls it, and I can ask him some questions, I can very, very quickly dismantle the logic that he's using.
Well, then let me offer this opportunity to say that I appreciate you letting me up to have this discussion with you. I found it to be nothing but straightforward, and I think I think you've been totally fair with me. So I don't see why he wouldn't come up and have the same with you. I would certainly, defend you and say you deserve the opportunity to have a debate with him, and he should come up and discuss it with you.
Well, thank you. We have Mr. Galt in the house. He wanted to join the stream. How you doing, Mr. Galt?
I'm fine. Has everybody been enjoying their holidays?
Absolutely.
Well, for me, it reminded me of my 2-year anniversary when I got assaulted when I went to pick up my daughter, when that was the agreement that we had before I went to get her.
Oh, I'm sorry you have those memories.
Yeah, and then we still haven't talked privately about it. We've only tried to talk about it publicly, and it's really embarrassing for my whole family. And what they don't understand is the second that we work this shit out in private, I won't talk about it publicly anymore. But anyways, on my Memorial Day, I'm reminded of the 2-year anniversary of when that happened.
Well, maybe some future event will put a more happy tone to it.
Well, you would hope so, because there's kids involved. You know what I mean? And when there's kids involved, you should be thinking about what the kids want, not what the adults want.
Oh, 100% on that.
So, well, we got quite the buzz on our live stream, Mr. Galt. I mean, Artie has been talking about it. I saw you with Artie talking about it, and I was actually quite impressed that Carl Lentz wanted to come up there.
Yeah, that was interesting. That's for sure. I'd heard that name through the years, but I'd never really knew much about him.
Well, how about this? Paul Enslaved is Carl Lentz is his mentor, and Paul Enslaved kind of looks up to Carl Lentz quite a bit. So a lot of the stuff that you might hear Paul Enslaved discussing is Carl Lentz stuff. And I watched a lot of Carl Lentz stuff too, and it makes a lot of sense from a common sense standpoint. But I don't know. Anytime you talk about common law, folks just immediately label that sov sit, and then they associate you with a violent extremist terrorist.
Oh, okay. I've dealt in common law for, over 40 years, and I didn't have anybody call me a sov sit.
Well, explain the common law to anybody that doesn't understand what common law is.
Well, if you go with where common law came to the United States was English common law, and common law is judge-made law. In other words, the judges would decide, in their opinion, what would be best for society, and so any ruling that they came down, that was considered the common law. And here in the United States, we adopted the basis of common law, but really the only things we really brought in from them was stare decisis and jury by 12. That's about where it ends. Now, if there's what we did here in the United States and what the founders wanted, they wanted the legislature to pass laws because they're elected by the people. And the people can fire them and petition and get rid of the bad laws and yada, yada, yada. So they wanted the legislature to pass laws, and the legislature did look to the common law, and they expanded on the common law. Like, for instance, burglary in the common law is the elements are like breaking into somebody's house at night with the intent to steal or something like that. Well, in that, what if they come into your house during the daytime? See, it didn't cover that. So the legislature passed different laws expanding on the common law. And if there is nothing in the statutory law that has been passed, Then we look back to the common law to see what happened back then, because we have yet to really codified that particular issue. One big issue that came around was Dr. Kevorkian with these assisted suicides. There was no law against that. So they had to go back to the common law and to see how it was handled then, and then brought it forth into modern times with a codification by a legislature. And that's an example of how common law is attached to U.S. law. And a lot of people who espouse or talk about common law really don't know what the hell they're talking about.
We still here? We still on?
I don't know. Did you hear me?
I heard you perfectly.
Oh, shoot. My mic was muted for some reason. Oops. So I don't know where we lost it, but Mr. Carroll, we added to the stream. He's another attorney. So if the common law is kind of further down at the fundamental core of law and legal issues, right? Why is anybody that cites the common law, why are they considered a kook?
Well, they're not, because I've cited it many times in briefs submitted to the U.S. Supreme Court.
It depends on the context in which you cite it. If somebody says common law overrides statutory law, probably indicates that they have some sovereign citizen leaning tendencies.
Certainly misinterpretations.
Okay, and Mr. Carroll, how do you define a sob sit? Because we got Mr. Galt's definition of a sob sit. Mr. Galt thinks anybody who just wants to be an irresponsible jackass to skirt the law is a sob sit. Did I sum that up pretty accurately?
No, not really. I mean, that was just one part of the definition that I have, and it was applying to the guy that was in the car that got arrested and his dog had to be taken somewhere. Basically, my definition of sob sit is someone who promotes, parrots, agrees with, believes in their interpretations of law, court decisions, and legal procedure of evidence and procedure, or tries to use it to skirt their responsibilities for their actions. Normally a traffic ticket is what most of them are. That's a soft sit in my book. Now, that's my full definition of them. You can go to, I've got it in my videos. There was a video I did 3 years ago where I put that. No, Wikipedia is not me. That's their opinions.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe Wikipedia can put your definition in there and then say, or it could mean this. According to Juan Galt, it means this, but according to us, it means the rest of it, where they go on to label you an extremist terrorist. But Mr. Carroll, what's your definition of sob sit?
I think my definition would revolve around people who are seeking to escape some consequence or gain some benefit by the misinterpretation of law.
Okay, so for their benefit, right? Isn't the judiciary intended to work towards the benefit of the litigants?
But again, having to do with that misinterpretation or misapplication of the law. Of course, everybody seeking justice from the court has some kind of goal that they want to accomplish, but when you have a person saying, well, the traffic code doesn't apply to me, erroneously, that is using a misapplication or a misinterpretation of law to gain some benefit or to escape a consequence.
Okay, well, now to talk about me personally, because that's what I love to do, right, is to turn it personal to me, is that you've told me, like when we were tackling the jurisdiction issue, right, what I asked you was, what factual evidence does the state rely on to prove that a private civilian has any obligation to follow the written instrument called traffic code? So I'm asking to see the factual evidence. I'm not saying that it's not out there and it doesn't exist. I'm not saying that what you just said was to escape a consequence. I'm not trying to say, hey, I am immune from those laws. What I'm trying to say is, where's the factual evidence that those laws apply to me, which is completely different.
Well, that's a political issue, not a legal one. When you ask for what evidence does the state have that proves the law applies to me, that's not a
Factual
legal
evidence.
question. Factual
No,
evidence,
factual
whatever.
evidence. What, yeah,
Okay,
what factual
factual
evidence.
evidence. That's not a
'Cause even-
legal question. That's not a legal question, Josh. That's a political question.
In the video that Top Shelf Anarchy did, the one that you covered, that Top Shelf Anarchy was ready to come off the top turnbuckle on you. I heard that court date. Like, I heard it with my own ears. And do you want to know what they said in that court date? The state had a tough time producing the factual evidence of whether or not a private civilian has any obligation to follow the written instrument called traffic code. They had a tough time presenting that evidence. And every time Top Shelf Anarchy would speak, the judge took the state's position. And then he quickly asked them, well, hey, are you taking the same position as the state? If so, we have a conflict of interest here. I have two people against me.
But Josh,
I never heard any of that, and I watched all of his court case videos, and none of that was in there that I recall.
Josh, isn't the whole goal though, that you're trying to pursue really, isn't it just really to try to hamstring the courts and just to slow it down so that you guys can push a narrative? I mean, I'm just asking because when you guys go in there,
well, I've been candid and perfectly honest the whole time, is to frustrate the court system and to get them to give up. That's the full intention. And if you watch the videos where I learn this stuff, they'll tell you right in there that's exactly what the intention is.
Do you guys ever want to? Does it ever worry you though that you're inconveniencing all the other litigants that are there to have their cases heard? I mean, is there any concern?
I'm not trying to inconvenience them whatsoever. If they can provide the factual evidence of jurisdiction, then I'd pay the fine and I'd walk out of there, and it'd be a 5-minute thing.
Well, don't get angry. I was just asking a question. It just seemed to me
I'm not angry whatsoever at the question. It's actually a perfectly logical question. I'm actually glad that you asked that question, because if I went in there and said, hey, as soon as you provide the factual evidence of jurisdiction, I will pay the fine and I will leave.
Yeah, but so there's no intent actually to succeed within the framework of the existing system. You just want to hamstring it.
Well, the goal is to imagine if everybody did that. Imagine then you would see a lot less of the policing for profit out there. And you'd probably actually see police investigating crimes that involve victims, which actually is the corpus delicti. From my understanding, as a law student, not a law guru.
Your understanding is incorrect.
Well, I've been told that. But here's what I'm getting at with my understanding of it, is that jurisdiction matters in military courts. It matters in international courts. Doesn't it matter in a state court?
I'm certainly not the person to answer that question. It just seems to me like if the true outcome was to succeed, you would try to succeed. If the intent is to hamstring, well, then I guess you're doing it. But most people like me who can afford to pay the $50 fine are just going to pay the $50 fine and move on because it's easier.
Oh, agreed.
I'm not
agreed.
gonna,
agreed. 100% agreed. And that's why the channel is called Ethics Instead, where the guy has the videos promoting all this and actually discussing all of this. He actually says, now, most of you are just going to want to do the simple thing, which is pay your fine, and leave and just get out of there. That's fine. If that's what you want to do, that's fine. There's no criticism from me for somebody who doesn't want to fight it.
So then why not redirect your effort to trying to convince people to, I mean, it just seems to me like your effort would be better spent somewhere else, trying to work within the system where you can actually affect change instead of beating your head against a lead wall.
Well, I mean, but to affect change, look, we've got a panel right now. I mean, we've only got 6 people watching, but, we've got a panel with 4 people right now that are discussing jurisdiction, how it applies to state courts, common law, and is that at the fundamental core of the legal society. Then we can start having productive conversations on, should our police be policing for profit? And should we be having all these rules, regulations, and everything? Or should we start marching it back the opposite direction so we can focus on the real crime that's out there with real victims, because as we just established earlier in the stream, domestic violence is up, suicide is up, overdoses are up. All the real crime that has victims that nobody's going to dispute whether they're a real crime or not, all of those are growing. Shouldn't the police be focused on that?
Well, shouldn't you be focused on issues with merit and not frivolous? I mean, you talked about where's the jurisdiction for the state courts? Okay. Well, the jurisdiction is passed by the legislature and it's written into law, and it says, okay, state courts, you have this jurisdiction. This court over here, you have jurisdiction to hear traffic tickets. This jurisdiction over here, you have jurisdiction to hear, murder crimes. This jurisdiction over here, you get to hear family law. So
yeah, but
that's facts. That just a second. That is factual evidence. The law that is granting that jurisdiction is factual evidence of that court's jurisdiction. Period.
Now,
zero. Full stop. Anything beyond that is bullshit, Josh.
But you said in Artie's chat, because when I asked Artie what factual evidence does the state rely on to prove that a private civilian has any obligation to follow the written instrument called traffic code? You didn't say anything about the legislature. You said force of arms. Artie said force of arms, and then you agreed with Artie. So is it force of arms, or is it the legislature passing down all the what you initially said? So
that's two different types of jurisdiction. One jurisdiction is political jurisdiction. The other jurisdiction is litigation and judging, hearing legal disputes jurisdiction. They're two different jurisdictions. The political jurisdiction has the force of arms. Okay. All the court jurisdiction has is the laws passed by the legislature. That's all they got. It's a court of law. It's a court of law. So the primary evidence to give to a court is the law. Period.
So would you agree that the reason to be in court in the first place is to get to the facts of the matter?
Well, that's the
okay. So specifically to get to the facts of the matter, then when I asked to see the factual evidence of jurisdiction, and then if they were to tell me on the record, if a judge said, well, it's force of arms as proof of jurisdiction, how would that look on the record?
That's the political jurisdiction. He doesn't operate under political jurisdiction. He operates under the legislative jurisdiction that's been granted to him in the legal realm, not the political realm.
Okay,
so you can grasp that instead of trying to keep bringing that fallacious argument into this discussion?
But I'm not trying to make an argument. What I'm trying to do is ask a question about how we clarify this, because as I was talking about earlier, I know in a military court with the UCMJ, you say, hey, I'd be perfectly willing to accept my punishment. Can you provide me with the factual evidence of jurisdiction? They produce your enlistment document and it's right there and you signed it and it's perfectly clear. So
why are you bringing up apples to oranges? When they write you, just a second, when they write you out a traffic ticket, on that traffic ticket, it puts all the elements of jurisdiction on there. The factual evidence is right there on the ticket of jurisdiction.
So the elements of jurisdiction are on the ticket, right?
Right.
So you said
here's how. Let me explain it to you how. A judge, let's say, gets that traffic ticket and he looks at it and he says, okay, this is Joe Blow, and this ticket was issued on 123 Main Street. Okay, that's part of my territory, so I got territorial jurisdiction. And he was seen there by this cop, so he's in my jurisdiction, so I've got personal jurisdiction over him, and it's a traffic ticket, and the legislature gave me power to adjudicate traffic tickets, so I've got subject matter jurisdiction. I've got all three jurisdictions here. Now, if you want to challenge that, you have to come up with contradictory evidence to the things that's on that ticket. You just can't say, I challenge jurisdiction, prove it to me. They don't have to prove jurisdiction to you. The only one that is required, just a second. The only one that is required to have jurisdiction proven to them is the judge, no one else. If you think there's no jurisdiction, if you want to challenge it, you have to come up with a law that proves that judge lacks jurisdiction, and you can't do it.
Well, Mr. Carroll knows because I already made the video on it. I had another attorney, a licensed, very skilled attorney as well, tell me that the burden of proof for jurisdiction is not on me. It's actually on the state.
No, it's your and that jurisdiction. Just a second. No, just a second. And that burden shifts when the prosecution presents a prima facie evidence and prima facie case. If you can't rebut that, because that's the proof they're going to bring in at trial, and if you can't rebut it, then it's done. You're through. You have to come up with some contradictory evidence in trial to overturn their evidence and to prove that there is a lack of jurisdiction.
Well, you just said it happened at trial, but I've been told it can happen at any stage of the proceeding, even at the arraignment. That's what I've been told by a judge.
Okay. Well, you can challenge it, but you never challenge it. Nobody has ever come up and said, okay, judge, you lack jurisdiction because of this statute right here. This court case interpreted this statute to say that you lack jurisdiction for this reason. 1, 2, 3. For these reasons, you lack. Nobody ever does that, do you? Have you ever done that, Josh?
That I said they lacked jurisdiction?
No. Have you ever? If you want to challenge jurisdiction at arraignment, let's say, you say, I challenge jurisdiction, and here's how I challenge it. This law, this court case, this evidence proves, judge, that you lack jurisdiction to hear this case. That's what you have to do if you want to challenge jurisdiction.
Why would a licensed attorney tell me that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor, not on me?
It is at the prima facie level and at the trial level. It's on them to prove those points. And if you're going to challenge it, it's going to be up to you to rebut it. If not, then they're going to win the case because you don't have anything to prove that they're wrong.
Well, but I'm asking them to show me the facts and the proof that they have.
They don't have to. They don't have to.
Well, you just said a minute ago, though, that it was on me to rebut it.
Hey, John.
Yeah, if you're going to
presumption, it's on you to rebut it.
That's right. It's prima facie evidence establishes a rebuttable presumption, and that means you have to rebut it.
Josh, you got
to keep in mind. If you can't rebut it, it's considered true.
Real quick, we got people in the house.
Yeah.
Sorry, and then PsyOps, go ahead and finish your statement real quick. I wanted to bring people up real.
Well, okay, I was just going to say, you're an articulate guy. You're not stupid at all, and I respect you. I really do. But you keep setting aside the power of the fact that, and you guys love to mention the Constitution, but the Constitution says the people, right? And the people have put these people in power. We've elected a president. We elected legislation through consent and advise. The Congress puts judges in place. There's a framework for all this, and I just feel like you're wasting. You're clearly an intelligent guy. Why not work to redirect your energy towards changing things that frustrate you? Or I mean, there's a lot of things I don't like and I'd like to see changed, but I recognize that as an individual, I have to work within a framework. And I just
well, first off, thank you for the compliment, but I think you're seriously overestimating my intelligence. I guess isn't the fact that we're having these discussions and then they'll get replayed, for example, on Hoodies, isn't that a sign that maybe, we are doing something that, is meaningful or that could possibly benefit us in the change you said that I should be after, or the specific strategy you outlined? I mean, isn't that kind of what we're doing right now?
Well, I mean, sorry, go ahead, Juan.
Oh, I was just going to say, you're getting the benefit of two attorneys that spend a ton of money, and I've spent a ton of years within the system, and I'm giving you free law lessons and law classes, but yet you just don't want to grasp it. And I fail to understand why you can't grasp the differences of jurisdiction. I just don't get that. What is keeping you from understanding the most simple thing about law there is?
Well, because I'm getting conflicting answers. You give me one answer, Artie gives me another answer. The attorney that I have, that Paul Carroll knows the video I'm talking about with the attorney that I'm talking about, she gave me a third different answer. So a guy like me goes through there and says, listen, I'm looking for the factual evidence and it should be one specific thing. Then a guy like me sees 3 to 4 different responses and I go, oh, well, that can't be right.
All right, here's a series of questions, Josh. Are the traffic codes in Michigan laws passed by the legislature?
I would have to say that, yes, they have been passed by the legislature.
And are the laws against murder and assault laws passed by the legislature?
That's correct. And do they get conflated with nonviolent victimless crimes? Yes.
Do you question whether or not the laws against murder and assault apply to you?
No, because they violate law from the top to bottom. They violate common law, they violate statutory law, they violate universal law. They violate law on every level.
But in court, what someone is charged with is a specific statute. If you murder someone, they're going to say you violated Michigan compiled law 750, whatever it is. Right?
Sure.
So if that's the case, when you are charged with not you specifically, but when a person is charged with a traffic code violation, charged with violating MCL, whatever the number is, how does that not apply to you just like the laws against murder and assault?
I don't know if they apply to me or not. I'd like to see the factual evidence that they do, and then I can make a determination. Then I can just accept a responsibility like they want me to, and I can pay the fine and I can leave. But as soon as I see the factual evidence,
if you were charged with violating a statute that was assault or murder, that has the same force and effect that a statute of violating the traffic code has. They're both statutes passed by the legislature.
They don't have the same force and effect because obviously what you're failing to see is that BSBT consents to being to murder being a law. He finds himself subject to it and therefore consents.
Okay, then a question from law enforcement then. Josh, let me ask you a question. You don't agree with traffic law because you don't believe there's a victim. But let me ask you a question. If I were to go out here today... I didn't
say I didn't agree with it. I just said I'm waiting to see the factual evidence that it applies to me. But
okay,
go ahead.
Well then, just for continuity, I want to ask a question. If you're driving down a road today and I don't use my blinky light and I hit your car, are you going to count on that cop to write me a ticket so that you can recover the damages that I do to your vehicle?
I would actually prefer that a cop don't show up. And I would actually prefer that, we could work it out between us.
But if say I disputed I was at fault, would you want the officer to come out with a citation so that you could prove your innocence and you could recover the damages that you didn't do, that weren't your fault, that you weren't responsible for?
Well, I mean, in that hypothetical situation, I would hope that I would have insurance that covers me against non-insured drivers, whether you're insured or not. And then they could my insurance would take care of it regardless who's at fault.
No, I understand, but you're dancing around the question, and this is why I asked that, because every day there's tens of thousands of car accidents, and people count on these laws to protect their rights. And if not, they may not suffer physically, but they may suffer financially, and in a lot of ways that can
privileges, not rights.
Well, I'm not arguing that they're privileges or rights. I'm asking a simple, honest question. I'm just asking a simple, honest question. If I were to hit you and do damage, and my insurance company sides with me, and your company sides with you, but there's no clear answer, would you want there to be a ticket issued so you didn't? Let's say I totaled your car that you just worked months and years to save up for. I don't have the personal money. You need to recover. Are you going to count on that ticket? Or if I hurt your loved one in an accident, would you want the officer to issue a ticket for responsibility?
Me personally, no. Because I don't see any benefit to them, labeling somebody responsible. It's almost like I want to get revenge against somebody since they totaled that nice car that I worked all those years for, and now I want to get revenge against it. If it's a clear accident, then it should be treated like a clear accident, not a crime. You know what I mean? A crime, there has to be an element of intent with crime to cause somebody loss, injury, or harm.
But isn't me not using my understand it? Isn't me using my not using my blinky light? Isn't that negligence on my part?
I mean, it could be negligence on your part. I guess, yeah, it could be. But I still don't see. I still don't see how an armed gunman showing up to say, okay, so and so is responsible, so and so is not responsible, is very beneficial at all. When there would be a couple options that you could solve that problem with. Now, the problem is you're worried about people have a liability to fix something if something goes bad, correct? Like just in a nutshell, roughly speaking.
Well, I'm just asking it. Sort of. My concern here is that if you damage something that I've worked for, who's going to replace it if you don't have the holdings to? I mean, I can't wait years to replace my car, and I'm going to get sued if I don't pay my medical bills, right? So there needs to be a quick resolution, and I need to be made whole as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the solutions. Go ahead.
There's no quick resolutions in the court of law. Are you kidding?
Sure, there is.
No,
Just the power of the court alone. The fact that it exists means I can go get a garnishment, levy against your property, liquidate it, and then make myself whole. I can do that in less than 12 months. I've done it. I was a sheriff.
You can't make yourself whole. You can only get money if you're injured. You can never take away that injury. All you can do is get money in exchange. That's just privilege. You
No. I worked for a car. I worked hard to buy a car. $30,000. You destroy it because you're negligent. Say again?
Yeah, that's a thing. That's privilege.
That's not privilege. That's working for something. I worked.
That's a privilege. It's a privilege to have a job. It's a privilege to have money, and anything money can buy is a privilege. It's not a right.
So then me and you completely disagree on what the basics of the world are, because if I work, that's my effort being put into something. And I understand you want to change the topic of the discussion, but the reality is I worked for a year or two or three or whatever to earn a $30,000 car. You're negligent. You destroy it. Why aren't you responsible to make me whole so I can continue to earn and provide for my family? Otherwise, the whole country falls apart. If people can't be made whole and have their vehicle back or have their medical bills paid so they're not sued and garnished, why is that my fault if I did anything wrong?
I would have no problem with the cops being there for informational purposes.
Nobody's even saying that, but I think I'm not trying to change the topic. I thought the topic was jurisdiction, and it seems to me that the three of you are questioning BSBT, trying to prove jurisdiction, when it's really the state's job to prove jurisdiction to him, not to question him so that he can prove jurisdiction.
No, Josh, this question was answered for you by people. So are you saying that the only reason that the laws against murder and assault apply to you, but the laws about traffic code violations don't necessarily apply to you, is your consent? Are you saying that is the only difference between the two?
Well,
I'm not making the claims. I'm asking the question.
The consent is required of the governed. I'm one of the people. I don't consent to them telling me what to do. I hold myself responsible. I don't prove jurisdiction. I don't answer to the court. I mean,
if you don't consent, then why do you stay here and enjoy the benefits and privileges of the Constitution? If you don't consent to the responsibility, why do you? No, what you're saying is you'll take the good but not the bad. You'll accept the benefits. Hold on. You'll accept the benefits but not the responsibility.
You're
saying it.
You don't know anything about me. I'm one of the people. I don't have any privileges. I only have rights.
You don't have rights if you don't have responsibilities, partner. That's a fair and equal
country. I don't have responsibilities. The people don't have any responsibilities except to be peaceable.
I didn't realize there was an anarchist in here. Sorry.
You don't have to be peaceable.
I didn't realize there was an anarchist in here.
An anarchist?
Yeah, you're one of those. You're a clown.
An anarchist?
A clown.
Way, man.
Sorry, a clown.
I believe that the Constitution describes two paths. There's the people with the rights, and then there's the persons with the privileges, and you can't have both. And I don't have both. I don't have the benefits of the government. I don't.
Then why do you keep invoking it? Then why do you keep invoking the rights? If you don't have the responsibilities, why do you keep invoking the rights? Why don't you leave? Go to another country. Revolution.
Rights don't come with responsibilities. Privileges do.
Why don't you go to Guatemala and start a new country and start your own land? Create your own laws.
This is the people's land. Have you lost your mind?
No, you've lost yours if you think you have no responsibilities. They're talking about a country without a framework.
Of the people, for the people, by the people.
And the people are telling you to follow the laws.
You're
if you don't
not
like
one
it
of the
because
people.
Because you're spoiled and your mom never
You're
spanked
not
your
one
butt.
of the people. I follow the laws. I
Josh,
don't
once he's
follow
done,
them.
I'm going to ask
I
you the
don't
same
break
question.
them.
Go
I
ahead,
don't
Paul. I'm
break
sorry.
them. You don't know anything about me, man.
You
Yeah,
spoke.
I would say psyops. You don't really know a lot about people. I'm not saying that I'm not trying to, say it like, oh, shame on you, but you really don't know people and who you're talking about. But Mr. Carroll, what were you talking about?
Again, is the only difference between the statutes against assault and murder and the statutes against traffic code violations applying to you, is the only difference your consent, in your opinion, Josh?
I don't know what the difference is between those statutes. All I know is that when I asked to see the factual evidence that those laws apply to me, they have trouble producing the factual evidence of jurisdiction. And then when I get on a live stream, I get even more confused because I have attorneys that give me 5 different answers, and 2 of the answers I get are diametrically opposed. So when you have 2 things that are diametrically opposed, just like with Aristotle said, you can't have rights and privileges. Well, when you have 2 different things, they're 2 different things. And if they're diametrically opposed, that makes an even bigger conundrum, because then a guy like me with a simple brain goes, hey, there's no way 2 opposites can be correct. And then I go, hey, why did that other attorney say it? And then you guys continue back with the word salad, which is, trying to convince me of what I have already laid out. So when Jennifer Klein is down there saying that we're doing the word salad, or reading the room, wanted to make sure that they knew that Jennifer Klein was trying to toss Juan Galt's word salad tonight. It's not going to work, Jennifer Klein. You love Mr. Galt, but it's coming back to the question of,
so do I.
Do they have the factual evidence, and why am I getting the 2 things that are diametrically opposed?
Okay. Now, okay. You continue to ask, what factual evidence do they produce? Can they produce that the traffic laws apply to me? And I've told you it's a court of law, so they look to the law for the answer. And the traffic laws, at the very beginning of them, they get into purposes and administration and definitions and all that, and they say to whom they apply and how they are to be applied and how they're to be enforced. So every judge knows that when a traffic code is cited and given to you as a violation, that within that code, the law tells you to whom it applies and how it's to be enforced. So
okay, and who does it apply to?
Factual evidence.
And who does it apply to?
It's laid out to you in the statute.
That's why they want to label everybody citizens. They want to label everybody citizens so that
they don't. I rarely see anybody the word citizen in a traffic code.
Right. The word person, it applies to persons. And persons is defined as an individual, and an individual is defined as a person. It's a circular definition, but what they don't say is that it applies to the people.
Well, that's your semantical
you find me
gobbledygook.
You find me one example, Juan Galt, of where the people are connected to persons. You draw a straight line and connect them. Because I haven't found it. If you find it, then I will acknowledge it. That the government has made an attempt to regulate the people. But you find it. I scoured the codes of 50 fucking states, and I haven't found it once.
How is that not narcissism for you to say the whole rest of the country understands? Why? How is that not pure narcissism for you to say you have to explain it to me to make me believe it exists when everybody else in this country?
Prove it.
Why do I have to prove it to you? Tell me why.
You don't have to prove it to me, but if you're going to continue to just say it's not true, I've looked for it and looked for it and looked for it. The Constitution clearly has a differentiation between people and persons. In every code in all 50 states in this country says it applies to persons. And when I look for a definition within that code of the word person, it says individual or natural man. And then, it makes all kinds of definitions of all these words, but what it never says is people. It never once says people are persons.
And so you think because of that, because it just says a human being or an individual, you're interpreting it your way. Okay, so that's your
considering that
interpretation.
the
Okay, just a second.
Constitution-
Just a second.
considering
You
that people is not
hold it,
just any
people. You've
word.
given just a
It's
second.
not just any word we're talking
He can't
about.
stop.
I'm trying to ask you a question.
Yes, I think
Oh.
because it hasn't said people that it doesn't apply to the people.
Okay, that's your
And
opinion, right? That's your opinion.
only because the word
Is
people,
that your opinion, people? Is
no, it's
that
a fact. Because
no,
the
no.
people- the
You're going to have to
people-
come up with. You're going to have to come. You've talked about the Constitution. The only people that can interpret the terms used in the Constitution are the Supreme Court. So, sir, you will have to
Bullshit.
come up with a
The rights
Supreme
are
Court case
self-evident.
that you'll have to come up with.
Self-evidence.
That's not in the Constitution, sir. Quit.
No, it's
quit.
in the Declaration of Independence.
And
But
that's
it's
not law.
self-evidenced.
That's not law.
Right,
That's
but
that's
I don't
opinion.
argue it
That's
to a
political
court.
philosophy.
I don't
Declaration of
argue it to a
Independence was
court,
political
and they've
philosophy.
Never tried me.
Oh,
I
people,
just
you
went
don't.
34 fucking days without eating food, and they kicked me out.
Hey, Josh, can you send me your email so we can talk more later after this?
The word people is a key word. It's not just any word.
That's your
We
opinion.
The people. It's not
That's
an
your
opinion.
opinion.
It's
Yeah, it
the
is.
first three words of the Constitution. We the people. The right of the people to
Well,
peaceably
you're
assemble.
interpreting it
The
though.
right of the people. No, it's a clear reading.
No, it's
It
narcissism.
doesn't require interpretation.
Well, we've had all these
that they use
discussions.
the
We've
word people.
Yeah, we've
That
had
the
these
people
discussions
have the
about
right.
3 times now, and we come back to this because Mr. Gold and Juan Carroll know all this, but PsyOps, you don't know this because you missed the live streams.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
we've
did.
covered this like 4 times, but Tapatios is here and he's backstage. I want to bring him up real quick. We can come back to this in just a second. Yeah, Tapatios.
Tapatios.
Hey, good afternoon or good evening, everyone. Big shout out from Phoenix, Arizona. Broken System, Broken Trust. Good evening, sir.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, Tapatios. What's good with you?
I just wanted to comment something real quick. What's going on, Mr. Press Harder? I see you there, sir.
I'm just one of the people. What I do is press harder, man. That's just that's an action. To press harder, it's not a name.
Okay.
You can just call me people.
Yeah, people.
Yeah.
So I'm actually just wanted to reflect on the person that said Guatemala, right? I'm not a racist person, and I don't know if this person is racist. But the thing about it, that nationalities ain't got nothing to do with what you guys got going. First of all, you know. Second of all, don't you think that it's kind of bad or kind of like cheap and disgusting to be using people for their political reasons? People ain't got nothing to do with their political reasons, guys. I mean,
No, he's talking to me. So yeah, I used Guatemala just because I'm trying to think of a South American country. It could be Brazil, Venezuela, any country that he wants to go to, establish his press harder town or press harder land, and start a law. So you can try to toss a race card in there. That's the cheapest thing I've ever heard. It certainly had nothing to do with race. It just had to do with the place.
Well, I mean, it's just, you know, sometimes we gotta watch out what we say. You know, I'm not from Guatemala or anything like that, but I'm actually from speaking Spanish country. You know, I'm from Mexico, bro, and I respect everyone. I'm in a beautiful country right now. I'm actually a U.S. citizen, and I'm proud of being a U.S. citizen. But
there's no problem.
Once you start naming other countries for your benefit, I don't think it's something good, you know. I don't have nothing against no one, but I mean, I just wanted to actually point that out, you know.
I hear you,
Yeah,
but
let people weigh in on. People was trying to say something real quick.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. I reject that. I reject that on principle. So
okay, we can come back to that.
I was trying to respond to that ridiculous comment in the first place because it would be very hypocritical of me to go to a foreign country and try and claim that I'm one of the people of that country. I'm not.
Oh my God.
Just like an immigrant that comes here can be deported for any reason.
So it's
They
not
don't have
hypocritical of you
rights.
to be born
It's
in a
not their
country and then
right.
try to assert your beliefs on that country, huh?
I'm not trying to assert my beliefs. I simply read the Constitution and paid attention to how the word people was used.
I don't
where
think
it
you
was
did
used,
because the
and
Constitution
in
doesn't
what
reference people like the Declaration of Independence does.
The people have the rights. And you were a servant of the people. You were not.
I was a proud servant. I was a proud servant of the people.
I heard you. All you wanted was respect
Oh, so
And you know
now
what?
you know me. So you
I
took
heard
offense
you.
because I
You said
criticized you,
it.
but now it's fine
You
for you to
said it.
criticize me. Josh, we got to
You
at least
said it.
apply reasonable rules to each other here, right?
You said
Well, I didn't
that.
hear anything unlogical or like an attack against you. Just to be honest, I'm
You
not.
said
Oh,
you
okay,
wanted
okay.
I'm not
respect.
taking sides.
You said that auditors should give respect. And I keyed into that word because I've been paying very close attention to, you know, how many officers have been retiring and leaving, and they're telling us why they're doing it.
Who did I say the
they're
officers
saying,
should respect, sir?
huh? You said
Who
that auditors should show respect.
to
Otherwise,
who?
they're a
To who
frauditor.
did I
That was one of your
specifically identify they should respect?
huh?
Who did I specifically identify that frauditors should respect? It was never police officers or government. It was only the private person. Never government. Never. I have no problem with them
Oh, well,
questioning
then I
government.
misunderstood, and I apologize because I also agree that you know the people, they have the right to petition their government for a redress of their grievances, but I've said it 1,000 times at least that no one has the right to redress the citizens, and definitely not the people. And
That's
you're trying to redress one of the people right now.
well, but I'm not a government agent.
You
So,
were.
but I'm not. So that has bearing because I'm talking to you as a person. I'm not talking to you as a person with any privilege. Right.
Right. And you do have privileges, right? You have a job, you have a car, you have a house, you have a girlfriend, you have lots of privileges, right?
Or a
Relationships.
pension. Or a pension if you're not working right now.
I don't have a pension. Never had. I
But
retired
you do
before
have
my.
those privileges, right?
I don't
You
believe
do
they're a
care
privilege.
about
I
those
believe they're a
things.
right.
Well,
I
they
believe
are
they're a right.
privileges. They're not called rights in the Constitution. If money can buy them, you can't buy rights. Are you insinuating that you can buy rights?
I think I would argue that under pursuit of happiness is work, family,
The pursuit
recreation.
of happiness is a pursuit. It's never the achievement of. We do agree on that?
I would agree with you on that.
Okay, but
That's why they specifically chose that language.
Yeah, but the people, they just stand on the hill and happiness pursues them. Okay,
Well, let me
I
ask
don't
you.
ask for anything. I just stand.
Well, let me ask you a
know
question.
What? Everywhere I go, I'm loved.
I'm deferring to Juan.
Right, absolutely loved. But you know who doesn't like me? Is the government. The government can't stand me because I'm one of the people and I'm above the people and I don't answer to them. I don't give zero fucks. I will not answer to them. They carry me. They drag me by my hair. They tase me. They drag me by cuffs. They can't make me eat. I just went 34 days without eating, and I made them tase me to get me out of that goddamn
but I have
place that they call a jail, right? And you know what? They don't want me back, and I didn't answer any of their questions, and I didn't answer to any judge. And I
Yeah,
didn't
you've
give a
told us
shit.
this 3 times already today.
Well, I haven't told.
Well, this is the first time for psyops.
Yeah.
No, because my argument.
I didn't argue jurisdiction. I didn't give a shit. If they wanted to convict me, go ahead and convict me. I don't fucking care.
But you're happy
matter.
You're happy to enjoy the umbrella of national defense the government provides you. You're happy to enjoy the infrastructure, the internet, the power grid, the water grid, the
How is the internet owned by the government, though?
Yeah, and I talk about that a lot.
Are you going to kid me that the government didn't facilitate the power grid?
Yeah, they absolutely did. But I don't trade my rights in exchange for those privileges. When you're willing to give up all the privileges, then sometimes privileges come to you without strings attached.
Okay, let me
along the way.
Yeah,
let me ask you a question. You keep differentiating between people and person, and so the Fifth Amendment then does not apply to the people.
No,
it only applies.
It's a privilege. How
so
can it apply to
the
me?
Fifth,
I don't
the
even
Fifth,
have a name.
So the Fifth Amendment doesn't protect any rights of the people, just persons, because it only mentions
Privileges
persons.
of persons, yes. And the 14th Amendment incorporated the Fifth Amendment, and the 14th Amendment specifically says privileges or immunities.
And
No
what does that mean?
citizen
Just a
shall be
second.
deprived.
Okay. So how has privileges and immunities been defined in law? In law now.
Well, it says
no. Do you know or not? Just say I don't know if you don't know.
I don't know what it means.
I know that a privilege cannot be deprived without.
Okay, Supreme Court has ruled
But I don't
all
care
these
what
long
the
years
Supreme Court
ago,
would
and
say.
after the 14th Amendment, what those words mean, and they mean rights.
No,
Period.
they don't
Yes,
mean right.
that's what.
Period.
Hey, you're not the Supreme Court though, so you don't have that. You don't have the power to, and the binding power to say no. This is what the definition is, because it's not. It's
They've
not
said
the
a lot of
definition.
things.
I have read
You're
what I have read
They've said a lot of
you're making up your own definitions.
On the 14th Amendment, bro, it
The
says
Supreme
that no
Court has
law
said a lot of
enforcement
things.
or anything that has to do with law, it's big, it's bigger or better than any other citizen that walks this planet, bro.
The
That's
14th
what
Amendment was a
14th Amendment
Reconstruction
says.
era amendment.
No, the Fourth Amendment is where you see the difference between people and persons. The right of the people to be secure in their persons.
And what does
The
that
first
what
time
and in the
two
fourth
words were
Fourth
used.
Amendment, what does that person? How has that been defined by the Supreme Court?
I don't care, but I know.
There it is. There's it. I don't care.
Well, that's not a big
I
gotcha
don't
moment.
I don't care. But
it kind of is if he's claiming that he's interpreted the
Thank
Constitution
you.
correctly.
Thank you. 100%. Yes.
Interpreted it.
Yeah.
But I do know.
So he's
I
throwing
do
out the
know-
Constitution. To
Don't
hell
let
with the
me talk.
Constitution.
And
That's
forget
fine.
unreasonable too. Unreasonable isn't in there either. It's just blanket. Forget unreasonable. There can be no
We're talking
reasonable
about
searches
apples
either.
and oranges.
The persons have to be reasonable. But back to person, I do know that if somebody says you have a gun on your person means body. And if
That's
they
what it
say-
means in the Fourth Amendment too, because that's what they
Right.
arrest is your body.
Right, that's what they take as your body, but the people are in their body, and the people, so that therefore it's like a spirit or a conscience
What?
or something like that, and that is what who has the right.
Is this
Because
are
they
we
tried to
talking
break
canon
my
law,
spirit.
ecclesiastical law now?
They tried to break my spirit, but they never could.
Juan, is this some kind of ecclesiastical thing now?
No, you'll go and replay this. You'll replay this a few times and it'll make sense.
It's 2,000-year-old philosophy. It wasn't invented in 1776.
Oh, we're talking philosophy and not law. Okay.
Well, why
I'm with
not?
you.
The Constitution is a philosophical document. Okay, it's
No, it
based
isn't. The
on
Declaration of
2,000
Independence
years.
is a philosophical
Oh my
document,
God.
sir. The Constitution is
Constitution-
what's called an enabling act. An
Ooh, I
enabling
learned
act.
You can call it
An
whatever
enabling
you
act
want.
creates a government, and that's why when you see how they signed
But
it,
who created
they
the
didn't
government?
sign it as like a contract. They signed it
Who
in witness
created the
thereof.
government?
Oh, I
That's
learned
because
something
it's
every
a,
day.
Government.
that's because it's an enabling act. That's
Thank
your
you, Juan.
problem.
Created the
Thank
government.
you,
You're
Juan.
welcome. You're welcome.
Who created the government? The people. We the people.
The
in
same people
order.
that the judge has the authority of when they decide in facts over you.
You find, I don't need to prove it to you. I know for a fact that nobody can make me walk or talk or eat or
So,
care about
Juan-
what the Supreme Court says.
Hey Juan,
Okay, I
can you
don't
repeat
resist, but I
what you
don't
said the other
us
day
it.
about the
If they
chocolate
wanna
ice cream
kidnap
thing? You
me
can't prove
and
to
they
me.
want to throw me into a dark room or a light room.
I really got that from Merv.
No,
That was great.
you don't understand what being secure is. The right of the people to be secure, just like Jesus was secure as he was getting nailed to a cross.
Right,
He
it is
didn't give a
ecclesiastical. I
fuck.
knew it.
He
There
didn't
we
give
go.
a fuck, right? Because there's two paths, and they're defined in the Constitution. There are two choices. That's called freedom. You have the freedom to choose rights, or you have the freedom to choose privileges. But you cannot have both. In the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, and the first 8 words of the Fourth Amendment are for the people. And they're talking about rights. The right of the people to peaceably assemble. The right of the people to keep and bear arms. And the right of the people to be secure. And
Well,
then you go in
I'll give
there
it to him. He has
person,
charisma and must be
which
used
is
to
a
having an
body.
audience that is just willing to listen to him pontificate as long as he chooses.
Yeah. And when you go in your person, that's a shell. A body
Yeah,
is
you
a
said yeah.
shell,
Thank you. Made my
right?
point exactly.
It's a shell.
If
and it's fake.
you make
It's
me
not
bust
what
out a
really
dictionary
matters.
again,
What matters
Sorry.
is what's
Sorry.
on the inside.
Sorry, John.
Everybody knows that what matters is on the inside, but yet they dress up their body and they worry about what their body looks like in haircuts and clothes. And
What does
their
India's
shell.
have to do with the discussion?
A lot
It
of
has a
people
lot to
being
do with
arrested
it.
would probably argue what's on the outside matters at least a little bit.
That's
Exactly.
right.
That's for persons.
99.9% of everybody in this world cares about privileges. And they don't give a damn about rights. They want to talk about rights. They want to swear they have rights, but they don't give a fuck about them. They're not willing
And then
to
once you
stand
realize
down.
that they're privileges and they can be taken away like I have, then it's a little easier of a pill to swallow.
Yeah, rights don't feed you. They don't keep you warm at night. They
All
don't
this
put a
is
roof
muddying the
over your
water.
head. They
You're just
make you
muddying the
feel
water.
good.
That's all
They
he's
just
doing.
make you feel good. That's it. And that's all I want. I've given up the privileges. I used to have them. I pursued them. I wanted the house, the car, the job, the girlfriend, all that bullshit. And every time I got it, I realized that didn't make me happy. And
Made me happy.
Conscious decision
Made me very
to back
happy.
the fuck out. That I
I'm
don't
real
consent
happy.
anymore. That I will be peaceable. You know, the right of the people to peaceably assemble. That's a requirement. The people have to be peaceable 100% of the time. But you
But they're
answer me
not.
this, all of you that want to keep disputing me, is it reasonable to be peaceable?
How dare we? How dare we?
Yeah, how dare you? Because you're so sure of it, when I highly doubt that you've ever looked at the Constitution.
Brother, I can read it forwards and backwards, in and out.
Well,
I'm not
PSYOPs, how about this?
Paul
Wait.
Carroll, but
You haven't let me finish. When I say looking at the Constitution and keying in on those specific words, people and person and rights and privileges and who has what and where they are in that order of the Constitution, who's on top and who's on the bottom.
See, here's the problem. He keeps going on and on. He doesn't want to give anybody else a chance to talk. So,
you said you would let me pontificate until the end of time, I thought. I thought that's what you said.
I heard that.
Yeah.
But PSYOPs, you'll go back and you'll.
A little bit of what I said is something.
He won't let you talk, Josh.
PSYOPs, you can go back to you'll go back and watch this, because this is like the third or fourth time that I've heard this. And, I replayed this a couple times the first time, and then it makes complete sense when you rewatch it. I know your mind is probably blown right now, just like Juan Galt and Paul Carroll were the first time they heard it. But like Juan Galt said, this is the third or fourth time I've heard it. But Mr. Galt, you have no objections to what was said, correct?
Oh, good one.
I don't have any problem with people talking.
See,
Josh, I've heard it, and it still. I've heard this argument. I'm trust me. I'm
but
well
there
aware.
wasn't an argument in there. There wasn't an argument that I heard.
There was.
The expressing of a philosophy, a personal philosophy, is essentially an argument in and of itself.
Right. Thank you. And my point is, I'm well aware of places like Free Keene, New Hampshire. He has the same argument. People have been trying to profess it for years. It doesn't hold water. When they don't get what they want, they just pontificate indefinitely. It becomes a diatribe, a manifesto, no dictionary needed. They just go on, and because they can't accept that people won't accept them. It's narcissism.
That's not true.
It is.
Because when I get kidnapped, I don't say a goddamn thing.
What does that have to do with the price of tea in China if you get kidnapped?
Because you just said when they don't get what they want, they pontificate. But
That's
when
what
I
you're
get
doing.
kidnapped, I don't pontificate. I don't explain myself to the government.
Well, I would have to ask the officers that arrest you if that happened or not.
Nobody's arrested me. They've kidnapped me, and they've regretted it immediately. And they've carried me out and dressed me. Well, the last time I made them tase me twice to get me to leave, I don't care.
Yeah, the last thing I saw.
If they can convict me, then convict me, but they can't because I have conviction. It's just a fact. I don't give them jurisdiction because
I thought you said you can't make anybody do anything else.
They cannot make me walk, talk.
Tase you?
Huh?
I thought you said people can't make people do anything else. How are you saying that they made you, or you made them tase you?
I said that nobody can make people do anything, but persons, they can be made to do things because all they care about is privileges. And the privilege to sanity is a privilege. They don't like having me there. It makes their brain explode. It shows them that they have no authority. They're used to everybody walking and talking and doing everything they say. And I don't do it. And I don't resist them, and I don't assist them. I don't stop.
Well, and there's a great.
Feed me. It's their job to figure everything out. It's their job to figure out if I'm allergic to gluten, or if I eat halal food,
what the
or
hell?
kosher food, or if I have diabetes, it's
Josh,
their
you have
job
kids,
to get
right?
me to court. It's their job to get me to medicine. It's their job to figure it all out.
Josh, you have kids, right?
Well, I don't know what kids have to do with interrupting people when he was trying to finish the story, but we do have troll auditing the trolls is in the house, people. So if you guys want to know what a great channel is, troll auditing the trolls is definitely worth checking out. So I don't think there's any mods in here to put his
name.
No, it's not troll the troll. It's troll auditing the trolls. I've just watched a few videos that he had, and I thought they were fantastic. He basically just okay. Go ahead, Psyops.
I was going to say, my point was that, at the end of the day, you have kids, you have posterity, you have family that loves you. What is this whole thing you're engaging with, this whole philosophy that you're now in with, what is that going to do for your estate and your children and your loved ones? You're just going to leave them with this?
Well, let me ask you this.
All those are privileges.
Yeah, and
I don't have a name. I don't use it.
Yeah, but for me, people,
have an estate?
I think he was asking me if I want the kids and all that stuff. But as far as I go, for me, it's very complicated and it's interwoven, and it's a very complicated question to answer the way you posed it. Not that I want to dance around it. I've been very clear from the beginning. I go into my person all the time. I go into my person because I want the privileges. I want to see my kid. I want to take him to Zap Zone like I did on Friday night, right? Like I want to go spend time with my kid.
I'm not at all talking about anything like that. I'm not trying to mock you or be sarcastic. I'm asking about in the future, if you continue down this path, Josh, what will you have left to give to your children and your loved ones if you continue to refuse to accept what we all accept?
Let me answer that. Let me answer that with a real quick answer that's been consistent from day one. I hope to have a channel I can pass down to them that gets consistent views that will be able to pay them for the rest of their life. And then if anything traumatic has come of my experience on YouTube, I hope my kids get to eat off it for the rest of their lives. And if they want to pursue YouTube channels, I would be in favor of that. So does that answer your question directly?
It does. Thank you.
So I'm looking to feed my family. At this point, I'm looking to feed my family because I have to be in my person to get privileges that I want, like the privilege of spending time with my kids. Does that make sense?
It does. I feel like, again, and Juan may disagree with me, and Paul or whoever. I respect them immensely.
Well, we added Super Lil to the chat. Hold on, before we go into respecting Paul Carroll and Juan Galt, because we'll have enough of that chatter. Super Lil, you're in the show.
Hey, Josh.
Oh my goodness. How did I not know?
How did you not know?
How did I not know?
What?
Everybody, Lillian, do you want to introduce yourself? People, do you believe this has happened?
My name is Liliana. Hello, everyone. I don't know if I know Psyops. Hi, I'm Liliana.
Hey, how are you?
I think I've spoken
Liliana
with
definitely knows people and Paul Carroll and Juan Galt. She knows all four of them.
Yeah, I do.
So just all the boys up here with poor Liliana.
Yeah, that's all right. But listen, I have a question.
Okay. Yes.
Why are you DMing me?
When did I
DM
you?
I'm totally gonna scratch the record, gentlemen. Why are you DMing me?
Who DM'd you?
You did, Josh. Why?
When did I DM you?
Hold on, wait. Why are you DMing me? Hi, babe.
Oh, I did that the other day because I thought it was kind of hilarious.
Why?
To randomly just text you that?
Yeah,
I thought you blocked me, and it was a test. It was like, hey. Well, to see if you had me blocked or not. And then I knew this response would probably be possible.
Yeah. You don't think that's like a little creepy when someone tries to set boundaries and then you're like, oh, well, I'm going to keep DMing them and then send them like creepy crap like that?
At this point, we're
I
like
just
the
came up
Middle East,
here.
where it kind of.
Oh, don't talk
Did you
about the
want to
Middle
add
East.
something
You
to
want
the
to talk about the
conversation,
Middle
or did?
East? Yeah, you guys were talking about immigrant shit earlier.
Well, did you want to add something to the stream, or did you want to just come up here to bitch me out?
No, did you just hear what I said?
No, clearly not. So please restate it.
I said you guys were talking about immigrant stuff earlier, weren't you?
Kind of.
Yeah.
In a roundabout way.
Yeah, let's talk about immigrant shit. That's great.
Oh, I just saw your message too, by the way, of it's me and leave me backstage.
Yes. I just want to hang out backstage, but now I'm in the show.
Do you want me to put you backstage?
Oh, I don't. Well, it depends what you're talking about.
Well, you kind of hijacked the stream because I didn't see that message, so that was my fault. But now you're in the show, and now you want to tell everybody that I direct messaged you one time in like 6 months.
No, it's been more than one time in 6 months. People.
Hun Bun. Lil the Hun Bun.
My name is not Hun Bun.
I does sort of Mars, man. She wants it.
I'm
sorry.
so glad he's cutting out. He has no respect. But anyhow.
I'm sorry if I offended you. I didn't mean to say anything offensive.
Who?
I haven't
PSYOPs,
Larry.
Oh, if you offend Lillian with words, she'll see that as you deserve a death sentence and to die.
Yeah, everybody knows that Lil the Hun wants to destroy West.
Which is not my name, but you just don't give a fuck. So that's why I choose not to address you or speak to you, and I love it when your fucking microphone doesn't work. And I speak for the people when I say that.
You can't speak for the people.
I can. I am a person, right? A person is part of the people,
can't
aren't
speak
they?
for the people.
I can. I
You
could
can
speak for the
on behalf of
minority
the
people.
person. Why do you think in court? Why do you think in court the first thing they try to do is get a name from you so that you can say who you're there on behalf of?
No, because you're given a name and identity. That follows you throughout your life, and you can't just be like, no, I choose not to be Joshua Lanto today. You're always going to be Joshua Lanto.
I never provide ID anytime I go to court. Anytime I've gone to court for the
Right,
last
because
5
you
years.
don't have any valid ID. Everything's expired.
Right. So how do they know it's me? And then I tell them I'm broken on YouTube on a Zoom hearing. They don't know who they were interacting with.
When they don't swear you in court, Josh.
Well, we were in cyber jurisdiction. It didn't even occur.
Well, so they didn't swear you in, and you didn't have to assert that you were Joshua P. Lanto.
Well, I told them I was broken on YouTube. I told them
that doesn't count for shit.
I told them I would prefer to be called broken on YouTube now. So my cyber proceeding was done in cyber jurisdiction with broken from
your
YouTube.
Mom would say in this moment, she would say, want in one hand, shit in the other, and see which one fills up faster.
Yeah, but Josh.
Have you been drinking tonight?
He's one of the people who knows that he has a name.
Correct.
I don't use a name.
PSYOPs, you would like her. I'm glad she's allowing us to talk about what we want to talk about tonight. And before we had to run past the itinerary.
It's your channel. You allow whatever you want on your channel. Right?
Oh, thank you for giving me that permission.
But listen, you also invite me up here. So don't BS everyone.
Well, you're in my chat constantly. So when I see you in my chat,
no, I'm not.
My channel,
I'm blocked in your chat.
Yeah.
By the way, I also love that you let me up here with a Super Kelly avatar and Super Lil, and I can't hear people, and I fucking love that.
Well, here, hold on. Let's fix that. We'll mute you, and then people can talk.
I said I blocked her new persona today. She's got more personas than Carter's got bills. I blocked her new one today. Liliana.
Feel free to unmute and respond to that, Liliana. Damn it, and I just called her Liliana, and I usually call her Lillian, but lately I've been calling her
That's
Lil.
my name. My name is Liliana. Thank you. But yeah, he blocked me for no reason.
Oh,
Why?
there was a reason.
What was the reason? How did I? Sorry, men on the panel. Sorry, men on the panel. How did I break your fragile little ego, people? How did
Did
I
you just
break
come
it?
up here to try to flirt with Juan Gall? Now we're getting in your way.
Me?
Juan is sexy. That long hair, that long flowing hair of Juan's is gorgeous.
I mean, Juan probably doesn't want to deal with me, and I don't blame him. So,
That's true, Mr.
Yeah.
Gall. Mr. Gall, that is completely true.
Yeah. I mean, I take feedback. I'm receptive. I'm open to it. Like, if people tell me to shut the fuck up, I would, but politely, respectfully.
Well, people is here, and people can tell you to shut the fuck up because, like, there's certain
Well, he
privileges.
doesn't. Nothing really positive or great ever comes out of his mouth, in my opinion. Reference Juan Galt.
Well, yeah, that's of course an opinion, and of course it's an
Yeah.
absurd opinion. So we won't really.
It's
So
not.
that's another example of an incorrect opinion, like Mr. Galt had
It's
the other.
not. You
Well, I'm
cannot
not going to
prove
hold
my
it over your
opinion
guys'
wrong.
head.
You
I'm not
cannot
going to
prove
hold it
my
over your
opinion
guys'
wrong.
head. I'm not going to hold it over anybody's head. Just for
Hey,
the record.
if I've only had one wrong opinion, in your opinion, then I'm cool.
Yeah.
Some might say the opinion that laws don't apply to you unless you consent to them is wrong. But maybe that's just me.
Yeah, and then you guys were talking about what I lovingly like to refer to, Josh, as soft shittery, right? And I just wanted to have like a few words, like what you thought a soft sit is, Josh, except for the terrorist aspect.
Well,
Like, what
Mr.
else
Galt
would
was
qualify?
kind enough.
No, I
Mr.
heard
Galt was
Mr.
kind enough to
Galt
tell
and
us how
Mr.
the
Carroll.
soft sit started.
Yeah, I
Okay,
know.
but I'll keep my definition real short. Mr. Gall was
Okay, great.
explaining how they start. Can you please shut up until I'm done? Okay, so Mr. Gall was saying that the South Sit ideology started with a couple of guys that were in the Posse Comitatus, and it was a violent extremist group he was unaware of at the time. So to me, when I hear South Sit, I think back to the origin, and then I think of what I see right now, which is people trying to attach that label to somebody to call them an extremist so they can instantly discredit them or put them on a watch list or target them. And I'm proud to be on my FBI's target list. Just I don't want the label of domestic terrorist because that's what they are. So did that sum it up pretty real quick? That was a question for you, Super Lil. Did that sum it
For
up?
me.
That's my summary
No, but
of
you
South Sit.
circled it. But you circled it back to domestic terrorists. Like, how could you provide a statement that is just trying to negate it because you're trying to close with it fucking being about?
No, because I see that I see objective proof on videos, and I see objective proof showing that that's a violent extremist group, and it's a label that's unfairly attached to a lot of folks to either discredit them or maybe target them and single them out. I see it attached to Paul from Paul Enslaved. He gets attached to the South Sit label. The guy's not a violent extremist whatsoever. The guy is like, he's a vegetarian or what do you call it? Vegan. He's vegan. He doesn't even like harming animals. So you're going to associate Paul Enslaved with a violent extremist because of the label South Sit?
No, you're the one that does that. You keep doing that. We don't do that. You do.
I've never asserted anything like that.
Juan and I have both given our definitions, and they did not include the words domestic terrorist.
But the Wikipedia version does, and the origination of the Posse Comitatus version.
The FBI considers sovereign citizens domestic terrorists, and they're not. They don't say that they're all violent, but I mean, my definition of a sovereign citizen is somebody who thinks that they have rights and privileges at the same time, and is willing to commit fraud or violence in order to
Okay, while you think about that, I'm gonna speak because I've been quiet for a while.
not long enough.
Yeah, definitely not long enough.
Close to long enough. Generally,
But go
sovereign
ahead.
Oh,
citizens
this guy is
file.
gonna keep talking.
Well, we're talking about sovereign citizens, and sovereign citizens are freaking dangerous. They're a real thing. They're a real group that's going on, right? And I don't like sovereign citizens, right?
Can I
I'm
offer
certainly
something
not one
lovingly?
of them, but cops mostly, but not only cops, also DAs, prosecutors, judges, but also there are citizens that want to claim that they're sovereign, but at the same time file U-Haul trucks with the paperwork with the government, the same government that they claim to be above. They usually are engaging in fraud, trying to claim like their own judicial jurisdictions and, give orders, putting liens on maybe a judge's house or something. And that's paper terrorism. It's a real problem, and it's just like lost all meaning with the troll community that seems to think everybody that dares to question the government or understands that the people are above the government and the people are righteous and they don't commit crimes, right? They govern themselves. It's not anarchy.
If men were angels, there would be no need for government. If government was angels,
right, but they're not, and people are very few and far between. But the citizens, they do need to be governed, and they consent to be governed, and because they need to be governed, just like the sheep, But the people are the shepherds on the hill, and there's very few of them. Examples in history are like Martin Luther King, Gandhi, Jesus, Kunta Kinte.
Well, look, I'm not into the Bob Marley. Sorry, go ahead, Liliana.
Well, you don't have to be into Martin Luther King, but he was peaceable 100% of the time.
I said Bob Marley.
Who, Bob Marley?
Yeah, you sound like Bob Marley.
Oh, I didn't say Bob Marley. I said Gandhi, Martin Luther King, Jesus, and Kunta Kinte are examples of people.
Kunta Kinte was a make-believe person.
It doesn't matter. It's an example. You could say Jesus was make-believe too. Okay, it doesn't matter, but the story of it, the way it is,
It does,
right?
It matters if something is fake or real.
No, it doesn't. The story
it does.
is the story.
It does. It really matters.
The story.
Reality doesn't matter here.
Yeah.
Oh my God. The story is the story. Everybody knows the story.
Well, okay, wait, but it's
Jesus
not
was
the story.
crucified
You're
for his
supposed to
belief.
define soft-sit.
A soft-sit would be arguing. A soft-sit would be filing paperwork.
You're
A soft-sit
arguing.
would not be secure. A soft-sit would be insecure. They would be saying that they're above the government. Meanwhile, they're saying, don't break my car window. Don't carry me out. They'd be bailing out. They'd be filing paperwork saying that they're above the government, quoting all these case laws as to why they're above the government. They'd be arguing and explaining themselves to the government. But if
Josh,
you're
you got
truly
your
secure, you don't explain
mugshot.
yourself to the government. I know you can't comprehend this because you're very insecure. You do
I'm
need
not
to explain
insecure.
yourself.
If I was
Yes, you
insecure,
are.
I wouldn't be up here with what?
No,
Well, I
you're
was
full
gonna
of
say
insecurities. All of you are. It's not necessarily a bad thing.
4
I'm not
males,
criticizing.
but I don't know about that.
I'm not criticizing you for it, but all of you need the validation of the government. It's not
And
enough
there's
for you
5
to
males
just
up
say,
here.
okay, do what you
Well,
want
but
with me.
Josh, I'm here for comedy.
If you can't feed me, I'm gonna die. If you can't, and just start the clock and not care, right? None of you can do that. I went 34 days without eating. When
What are
can
you
go 34
talking
You
days
chose
about?
to do that. You
I'm
chose
gonna
to
call
do that.
BS on 34 days without eating.
Yeah.
I did
You
go.
That's a
chose to
long
do
time. They
that.
took a chance at killing somebody over a nonviolent victimless
You
crime.
chose
That's how
to do
crazy the
that.
state has become. No, that's how
The
crazy the state
state,
has become.
I
the
like my
state.
way better.
Did
I grow
somebody
my
say I
own
didn't
food. I
go
grow
34
my
days?
own cattle, and I grow my own chickens. I have my own water. I have my own electricity. I don't need government for shit. So I don't know what you're talking about. I'm living the life, the dream, man.
The
Did you build
government
me a guest?
protects all that.
Did you build me a private mini guest house?
Yeah, boy, have we got it ready for you.
Oh, thank you. It's probably a cell in a dungeon, and Lily's going to be the gatekeeper.
Do you get
It
mail?
it is buried if we can find it again.
Do you get
Wait,
mail?
Oh my
so
goodness.
Do you get mail?
so I don't have I can't chat,
I don't
which
have an
is why
address,
I feel
people.
like
You don't have an
oh,
address?
there's
That's
psyops
right.
again.
You don't
Yeah,
have
sorry.
a PO box?
No. I have businesses and I have people that get my mail.
You don't have people that get your mail. People don't get your mail. Persons.
They sure do, and they jump
Persons.
when I say
Persons,
get my mail.
No, persons.
persons get your mail.
No, they don't. It's people. I can see them. You haven't seen them. I have. They're people.
But they're persons.
People
At
don't
the
get
individual level, they're persons.
No, they're people. I trust me. They're not aliens. They're
No,
human
I don't
beings.
trust
People.
you. I don't trust you.
Yeah, we've
I don't
learned
trust
that
you
nobody
coming from
on.
the guy claiming he went 34 days without eating food.
Yes.
And no medical intervention was necessary.
No,
I don't
I didn't
believe it.
lose any weight. I don't care if you believe it or not. I
You
did
you
it
weren't
because if
dehydrated,
you
you
wanted
didn't
to
drink
find out about it,
water, you total
I didn't say I didn't drink
starvation.
Extraordinary
water.
claims
I
require
didn't say I
extraordinary
didn't drink
proof.
water. I said I didn't eat food. I didn't drink water for 7 days.
Hey, am I
Then
the
I
only
drank
guy
water.
who's ever noticed that he looks like the Muppet from the guy that bangs his head on the drum?
All I'm
No,
saying,
don't
man,
do
is
that
go
to
go
my
get that
hands, friend.
verified by like the Guinness Book of World Records, and they'll give you an award.
That's not a record. Okay, maybe you should check out hunger strikes. There were most famous of hunger strikes were the 10 IRA members that went on a hunger strike in 1981 in Britain. The longest of them lasted 76 days. The shortest lasted 46 days. Bobby
Okay,
Sands
but
was
you're
the
not the
first one.
IRA.
He lasted 66 days. 100,000 people marched at Bobby
Am
Sands'
I
funeral,
muted?
and he
No,
killed
I can hear you.
he killed
Okay.
thousands of people in
He
indiscriminate
never
bombing.
stops talking.
That's true.
Lillian, shush.
But I went 34 days.
Josh, why are you so into
The
this guy?
government gave up. You know,
Well, let me just say, why am I so into people? Because it's a fascinating story, and the 34 days without eating would be just ridiculous amount of time for somebody to try to keep you and take the chance of somebody dying in there. And somebody with that kind of conviction is, I've watched his channel for 4 or 5 years. So
I mean, I get that, but there's people who have conviction on all sorts of things that are since long
when I
perished.
see conviction, I gravitate towards it.
But don't. You need to determine first if there's any merit to it.
The merit's there. I've seen the videos.
Yeah.
I've been following the basically half my style comes from a certain channel, and the guys here on the panel with me.
And
then
what was accomplished? What he accomplished that you really look at?
We're seeing more and more police departments having recruiting problems so that they can't hire the guys to go out and be road pirates. That concentrates their force on solving crimes, but they're still choosing to try to generate revenue. But anyways, that's one point.
People did that?
Josh,
People's hunger strike did that?
It's a combination of all the things adding up and when they accumulate. But you're talking about, I know way more than any of you on this panel. So I'm trying to discuss it in a way where I don't, sound like a bumbling idiot, but I know, and you guys don't know, and it's evident. But the one thing you should learn by watching this channel is until you know, you might not want to speak on it because you'll sound ridiculous.
Josh, I worked in law enforcement for 20 years. My son is a deputy now. I know why police departments can't hire. I promise you it has nothing to do with what that guy said or anything you're doing. Soft sits, if anything, are dying off. The interest
It's not soft shit. It's cop watching. It's a whole movement on YouTube. It's a movement. It's a global movement, as a matter of fact, with folks all around the world.
YouTube is dying, brother. Instagram and things like that are what influences the kids now. YouTube is a dying medium. We're on here, but we're all, 40 years old? Just you're not reaching the people you think you're reaching. Trust me.
Can I say hi to Hey the Adults Are Talking?
It's not about YouTube. For me, it's just about my rights. That's all I have. That's all I care about. All I was doing was filming in public.
Thank you, Lou.
And to be kidnapped for exercising my First Amendment rights, I'm not going to participate. If they want to, hold a trial and convict me in absentia, or they can wheel me in. I don't really care. But I happen to know that judges make decisions based on controversy. If there's no controversy, then they can't make a decision.
Sure they
And if
can.
only one side
Thank
is
you for your
arguing-
service.
And if
No,
only one side is arguing,
dude,
then that's
you're
not
going
a
to die,
controversy.
and nobody's going to remember your name. Nobody's going to remember your name. Nobody's going to care what you
I don't
said.
have
This is
a
the
name.
real world we live in. Quit thinking
I
that
don't
you're
have a name.
Jesus.
How does it affect you? I'm not hurting you.
I didn't say you were hurting me, but what I don't
Right,
understand
but
is why are you
why
hurting
do you
others?
care?
Why are you
I'm not
hurting
hurting
others?
anyone.
You are hurting
Who's
people.
been hurt?
The people that you got when you guys do this, just like you think you have a
When you guys do this,
net positive impact on the community. When you guys do this, can you let me finish, or are you just
when
going
I
to do it?
stand in public with a camera and
That's
try
not
and
what you do.
film what my government, that is
I don't know what you independently do, but your movement does not stand and just simply film. They go out and they antagonize, they confront, they instigate.
I'm one of the people. There are auditors, there are cop watchers. I'm one of the people. And
I'm a person. I'm a person that presses buttons.
You don't know, and you're making a fool of yourself because you don't know about who I am. And you have
That's
no
what I've been
idea.
trying to
You think you
explain.
know,
Josh, if you
I
don't
don't
think
know when you say you're making a fool of yourself. That's not a very gracious statement.
No, and I've been trying to be polite to him, but he doesn't want to be polite to me. He's angry that I called him out.
He's not polite. He's not. That's why.
Hold on. Let people finish. Let people finish, and then we'll just go.
Okay, for how
real
much
quick
longer?
Yeah, Josh.
I'm not trying to be a dick. For how much
Josh, you
longer?
want to let him finish, but you don't want to let anybody else finish. You want to defend him, but you don't. You want to play yourself as a victim, like you're being dogpiled. But we've each paused to let you talk and him talk, but you don't want to give anybody else the opportunity.
Well, we've got 4 oppositional forces on this panel versus me.
I'm not oppositional. What am I opposed to, Josh?
Western society.
What do I oppose?
Sorry, Josh.
I'm
but you
so
already
glad
said
I
we
didn't
agreed on
hear
many things.
that.
That is very true. Lillian, if Lillian had her way, she'd be Kim Jong-un. You know what I mean? Like she would be.
She's trying to get to Mars.
Yeah.
I think, in fact, we agree on more than what a lot of us acknowledge. I think you want to have a discussion, and that's fine. But I don't think this is oppositional at all. But we can certainly disagree with somebody who wants to have a diatribe and a manifesto.
Yeah.
Well, the minute you try to do that with Lillian will turn it into an argument and derail the conversation.
I don't.
Well, I thought
when
that
you
we
first
could have
came
a good
up here,
conversation, Psyop, because I heard you and Josh talking, but then the second that I pointed out that I'm one of the people, you lost all control and flew off the handle and said I should go to Guatemala and start the land of press harder, right? And that's the reaction I get from government. And you might not be in the government right now, but you were in the government, and it's not lost on me that government hates the people.
I love
They're
the people,
the
brother.
enemy of the people, right? And you know, like
see, earlier you said I didn't know you, but you don't know me. You don't know anything about me.
The government is the enemy of the people. You asked another question just now about like what is being accomplished. Well, officers are retiring at an astounding rate.
Not because of you, not because of this. They're doing that because they don't like what they see what's happening. We're tired of seeing the government and the regulations, and we're leaving because we don't want to support the system. It has nothing to do with you. Don't take credit for something that doesn't have to do with you.
Saying. What they're saying is,
how can they tell you? You're not even in our ballpark, brother. I'm in the FOP. Are you in the FOP?
I talk to officers all the time.
You don't talk. My son is an officer. I know what's happening. I know what's happening, and I know why they're leaving. And it's not for what you're proffering. It's for other reasons.
It's not what I'm proffering. It's what they're saying to me, and what I'm reading in articles is that they're leaving because morale is low, and they're not getting the respect.
I've seen the videos where they say this.
Josh, media lies. Well, I'm telling you, I was there, and it's not the reason they're leaving. They're leaving because we don't want to support the government and a lot of the things they're doing now, especially in the democratic cities. But we're certainly tired of the drug war. We're certainly tired of prosecuting petty offenses.
Lillian is a heavy Democrat, just so you know. Just so you know, Lillian is like so far aligned with the left that she'd be willing to cancel your speech.
So listen, don't go identifying me in any political party. Number one.
Wait, but you just called me a soft shit.
Number two, I did not. I called you a soft shit. So I have my own word in my own definition, which we didn't get into, but that's okay. But
Wait, could you finish this? Could you finish this
I
by
want to
Hey the Adults Are
answer.
Talking real quick?
I'm not a Democrat. I'm not registered to any party.
Nor am
The
I.
last
Okay,
thing I was
we
unfortunately fucking registered to was I was a Republican in the state of California. So that's
but
the
the
only
most
thing
important
I've
thing is
ever registered as.
can
You
you
fucking
please
believe
finish
that?
this? Can you please finish what Hey the Adults Are Talking was saying right there? Can you complete that sentence?
Oh, I didn't. I walked away from my computer. Hold on.
Okay,
I'm
when you
walking
get back,
around.
this
I'm
is going to be
testing out my new earphones. Do they
okay.
sound
This is going
good?
to be fantastic when you can complete this sentence for me.
All right, hold on. Let me get my glasses. I'm old lady over here, whatever.
Well,
okay. Did you highlight it?
Yes, it's
oh
up
my
on the
God.
screen right now.
One time
Please
at
finish that
Bandcamp.
comment.
Why?
You see it?
Yeah, it says, oh my God, one time at Bandcamp.
And then what does the rest of it say? I stuck a flute.
I can't see. Is it there?
It's oh my God, one time at Bandcamp, I stuck a flute up my.
I think we all know where that
Never
one is.
mind.
That's great, Josh. That's
Yeah,
really
never
great.
mind. I just
I
wanted to know
applaud.
that
I
Hey the
applaud
Adults
your
Are Talking was trying
maturity.
to sexualize
Yes.
me. She was trying to
Yeah.
sexualize me, and I felt it.
Yeah. Me? I was?
No, the adults are talking.
Oh.
Okay, then why are you asking me to read what it is?
I
left
wanted
my
to see if you
kitchen to
found
go read that.
Well, thank you. I thought it was going to be a funnier joke than that, but we all fail at things sometimes, and I just failed. So,
Josh,
see, you say
Josh, you could be a real
What's that,
change
Psyop?
agent. You could be a real change agent if you wanted to be. I think you could take the time. You could be a change agent. I think you've gone too extreme, but I think you have the ability to recover from this. I think you have the ability to create narratives that people will listen to, increase your live streams, increase your audience base, and spread information and education. You got guys like Juan and Paul. You got a lot of people on here that
people.
You know, what? People
We
like
got
Juan.
people here.
Oh yeah, well, the Muppet.
Well, Psyops, I gotta warn you though, the
No,
blasphemy.
please don't do that to Jim Henson. Please don't
No,
put
we are in
people under a
this
Jim
jurisdiction,
Henson
and
category. Please don't do it.
It's just a joke.
yeah, but we must not commit
I know, but
blasphemy.
no.
It's only
Against
on
Jim
this
Henson.
I don't dislike the guy. I'm sure he's intelligent. I'm not saying he's stupid. I'm just giving him a hard time.
Well, once you see the content, you'd probably understand quite a bit better. And that's what I notice on a lot of streams is that folks talk past each other, especially when people is on, and they'll totally miss like relevant points. And then I'll go back and I'll re-listen to it, and it's like, man, everybody just kind of was focused or hyper focused on something that had nothing to do with the discussion. But then when I re-listen to it, every time it's not because people derails it, it's because folks try to pick out certain key phrases or words and get derailed themselves.
But
and all
Josh,
you got to do is listen a little better.
He could absolutely tailor his comments to be.
I don't know about that.
He could tailor his comments if he chose to, but he prefers to go in the manifesto style, and that costs him views.
Well, I will say my goal has always been to use this platform to feed my family and to take care of my children, and to hopefully one day have a channel to pass along to my children.
I think that's a positive thing to do, but certainly you gotta.
That's ambitious.
Yeah, I choose. I don't have a channel. I just am I donate. I go around. I watch videos. I comment where I see fit. But Juan has spent that man has given you a ton of time and a ton of information that's definitely valuable. So, and Paul sounds like he has too as well. So, and I'm sure
we're all in here contributing our time, which is precious and it's limited, and you're never going to have enough time. So for all of us to be here, I feel is, kind of a credit to everybody's, shared experience.
Thanks for reminding me that if I die tonight, I talk to you, Josh.
You spent your last night with me, Lily. You spent your last night with me. Lillian, how do you feel about that?
I mean, it is what it is. Shit happens.
Okay. Right? Anyways, Mr. Galt, would you like to, say anything to what Psyops just said about, I think it's a shared experience is what I would credit it to.
Well, like I've said, and that trying to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish through the court system, the courts of law, is not really a good use of your precious time. And I think that is the big problem I have, because I'm big on getting results, and I hear about people.
Yeah, I would say
I've been in the movement 20 years. I've been thinking this and believing this, and I'm like, well, so what have you done? How many laws you got off the books? How,
Yeah.
What have you really changed? And nobody can come up. You don't get any real change doing what you're doing. Now, I'm all for cop watching.
The courts keep inviting me back. That's the one thing people that folks mistake all the time, is that the courts are the ones that invite me back. They send me a thing that says this is a notice to appear. So if they'll stop sending me notices to appear, if they stop sending me the invitation to the party, I'll stop showing up for the party.
Oh, you're being obtuse.
Wait, Juan Galt, Cohen versus California was decided in like 1970 or 1972. And still, it hasn't made a damn difference, because still to this day, officers are claiming that fuck is disorderly conduct.
And me narrating loudly for my audience on a live stream, they consider that interfering. And when I show that clip to any layman or any common person on the street, they look at it and they go, well, how the hell did you interfere? And then I got troll channels, which that's what this stream kind of started about in the first place. The troll channels spin it as to, I'm an asshole, I deserve to be arrested for exercising free speech. So
okay, and to address people's question or statement, fuck, yelling fuck, saying fuck, or whatever, still has time, place, and manner restrictions on that speech. You can't walk into somebody's meeting or into a church. You can't do things like that, because that would you just don't let a guy talk.
No, he doesn't. Let him finish. People, let him finish, man. God damn.
Versus California says that fuck the draft is appropriate to say in the Supreme Court of the United States. So don't tell me that you can't.
What was the context of that
decision?
Thank you. Yes, okay. What were the facts? What were the fact circumstances upon which they rendered that verdict?
They hate context. These guys hate context.
Was he protesting? Did he have it on his shirt? Was he at a protest? I mean, where was it? See, okay.
I will tell you, because I'm very familiar with the case. When the guy was arrested, Mr. Cohen, he had it on his jacket in a courtroom, but he wasn't wearing it. He just was holding it. And when he got out of the courtroom, the bailiff saw the jacket and wanted the judge to order him to sentence him for contempt, to hold him for contempt. And the judge wouldn't do it. So the bailiff arrested him on disorderly conduct. But when it got up to the Supreme Court, the attorney for Mr. Cohen decided that if he couldn't say first of all, one of the justices told the lawyer for Mr. Cohen that he didn't need to say the words in the courtroom. But the lawyer decided that if he couldn't say fuck the draft in the United States Supreme Court, then the case was lost. And he said it. And the justices didn't give a shit. So
thank you very much. Okay,
thank you. It is appropriate to say fuck the draft in a courtroom, and it's definitely allowed. It's free speech. There is no list of naughty words that can't be said in public.
I didn't talk about naughty words. I said time, place, and manner.
Yes, but
those are the restrictions on free speech.
I should have been more clear, but I'm talking about on a sidewalk, which is a traditional public forum. Still to this day, when I say fuck, 7 out of 10 officers want to tell me that that's disorderly conduct. Okay, they're
wrong.
kidnap me for
Exactly.
Big deal. They're not attorneys. They're just what they
Hey
think.
people.
And
Hey
and then
people.
and what they would do. Listen, people. Jesus
I'm
Christ,
listening.
man.
I'm listening.
Okay, let's say they write you a ticket. Okay, well, you could go in and tell them fuck you, or the DA would probably look at it and said, hell, we can't. I'm dismissing this. Right now, this is stupid. So, that court case is valid, but like I said, you got to keep remembering words like time, place, and manner restrictions.
On a sidewalk, which is a traditional
I'll drop,
public
Josh.
forum,
I'll drop.
that is
Okay.
You have any time of the day or night you can be there, in which you don't understand why.
We were talking about that. I'm fully aware of First Amendment. Okay, I've litigated First Amendment.
You've done all these things and made all these cases, but my point is that case law doesn't mean a goddamn thing, because the officers on the street, they don't read it. They don't need to read it.
We
do. They have immunity.
No.
They have
Well,
immunity.
I replaced Lillian. Speaking of immunities, I've got immunity from Lillian for a second, and I brought up troll auditing the trolls just to say hi. Troll auditing trolls, you're in the show.
Yeah, man, I'm here. It seems like you have a few trolls on this panel that don't understand the intent of our founding fathers when they did not trust the government initially as far as they could throw them.
That's what we're claiming.
There were lots of men that died in the Revolutionary War because of taxation without representation. Do you really think our founding fathers would be against people filming our government during the course of their duties? If you think that, you are smoking the heavy shit.
I would agree with that.
No comment?
It had nothing to do with anything.
It actually did, because let me tell you something. I'm a U.S. Army veteran, sir, and I fucking put my life on the line. I fucking put my life on the line for these rights. All right?
No, you didn't.
Oh, yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, the fuck I did.
The military is fighting for overseas for privileges.
Because let me explain something to you. If it weren't for volunteers like me, you would have to be fucking drafted. Do you understand that?
How do you know I wasn't in?
I don't know if you were in or not. I don't know, but I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something about that. If you were in, you were probably in somebody's fucking asshole, fucking so far up a damn cop's asshole you couldn't fucking see straight. Listen to me. Listen. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Somebody's triggered.
Riddle me this, Batman. What were the founding fathers' intent on putting the freedom of press into the First Amendment? What was that? Why did they do that?
Why did they put the freedom of press
Why did they
in?
do that? Yeah.
Why did they do anything they did in the First Amendment?
Why did they do that? That's my question.
Do you want me to acknowledge what you've already asserted that was the truth that I've been saying the whole time? I'm not playing the game with you. I'm not.
Why?
You came on here triggered. You came on here triggered.
Do that.
Came on here triggered. Now
that's what happens with your side. You don't want to answer with facts.
What side am I on?
Only answer with feelings.
What side am I on?
Feelings, sir.
What side am I on?
Well, if you ask my opinion, what side are you on? You guys are on the opposing side, which is the troll side.
The troll side, correct.
Well, you can identify the troll side because they use words like frauditor all the time.
Right.
They don't want to talk about rights and freedoms. They want to talk about bad behavior of somebody. Like, they don't want to talk about, did I get arrested for free speech down in Taylor? They want to talk about how, I was being provocative or an asshole.
Josh, you're not Josh, you're not a victim, man. Stop with the victim stuff.
Correct.
Okay?
So
I'm not trying to be a victim.
Path. Yes, you are. You chose a path.
Okay, how about this? I won't use myself as the example. Yeah, I won't use myself as an example.
Okay,
Hold on. Let me
then
just.
you bring on people that are triggered and want to immediately jump into ad hominem attacks about how they have service, I don't. They have this, I don't. We don't know.
I never said you didn't.
How many police officers have you arrested?
When did I say that?
How many police officers have you arrested?
When did I say
How
that?
many police officers have you arrested?
When
How
did
many
I
police
say
officers?
that?
See, I can use the same tactic on you.
Did
How
I
many
say
police officers
that?
have you arrested?
When did I say that?
I made my point.
When
How many
did
police
I
officers
say,
have you arrested?
Hey,
right.
Let me tell you something.
See, it works both ways. Don't think that you're enlightened. You're
Let me tell you
not.
something. I asked 2 questions and you haven't answered one.
Because it was, if you listen to any part of my discussion through this, you know where I stood on that already. I don't need to reiterate it because you're triggered and you want to come on here and cry because you don't like what I said. I've arrested officers. Have you? Have you arrested police officers?
No, I haven't.
Thank you. So if I arrest police officers, what do you think? What kind of risk do you think I took doing that?
I could give 2 shits about what you've
done
or
because
what
you're
you
on here
haven't
about
done.
yourself. You're
I
on here
want
about yourself.
to hear you answer the question. Why did they put the freedom of press in the First Amendment?
To check the government, partner, just like they have.
Oh, did they? Oh, so now let me ask you this. Who has that right?
All people have that right.
All people have that right. Absolutely. See, now we're working here. Now,
this has been the context of discussion since the beginning.
Only people. That's it.
Correct.
Oh, here we go with that.
Correct.
Oh, God.
Not servants of the people.
Not servants of the people. If you want the government to run the media, like it seems that you do,
I do not.
Then you can have a state media like Kim Jong-un has.
No. My point is, do you honestly support these guys going out and harassing innocent people, or should they be focusing their energy?
Harassing is a crime. You cannot convert pressing into harassing.
Correct.
I'm talking to Troll the Troll, I guess. Troll audit the Troll.
So
he asked the question. I'm
he points out.
Sorry, I want to make sure I address him correctly.
But you can call me Tats, which is what
Tats.
everybody calls me.
So wouldn't you agree that we need to be focusing our energy on the corruption and not individuals that there was never intended to be of to begin with?
What do you mean on what individuals?
So government, politicians, police, government employees, folks like that. Isn't that who we should be trying to get accountability and transparency of?
Why not? Yeah.
Right. So why are so many people focusing on going into private businesses or harassing? And
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because the people have become stupefied, uneducated, and when they are challenged the same way we challenge public servants, they start becoming educated. Now, a lot of times, you let me finish.
Okay. All right.
Now, what I will say is, if you look at my channel, you will see that I am critical of auditors all the time. I believe a First Amendment audit should be very minimal speaking on the auditor's part and a lot more of the reaction from the people from the auditor exercising their First Amendment right.
Then we're on the same page, brother. I support you 100% then. 100%.
But at the same time,
but I believe that the people should press the shit out of them. But if you're auditing, which I don't do, right, then you should be basically how you just described.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I say.
But there's a problem with this. And if you say you're educating the people, but these are the people that you're going to need to vote to change the legislature, to change the laws, to keep people from being, if you don't want people prosecuted like Josh or Preston.
People don't vote.
People do vote.
No, they don't.
They
Maybe
do.
You should reread the Constitution because it says citizens vote.
People vote, whether it's at the state level, the local level, or the national level. People vote. Okay, well, I've worked as a person in the polls. I've seen the people vote. So tell me I didn't see that. Oh my God.
Yeah, citizens vote.
There are
people
three
do not.
amendments that talk about voting. 3. And all of them use the citizen word, not the people word.
I would argue that if you're not I would argue if you're not a person that you're not a citizen. But more importantly, you're wanting to get into semantics, and I'm not going to do semantics.
Oh, it's semantics.
It's semantics.
So let me ask you this: is this semantics? When you carried a rifle, was it a patrol rifle or was it an assault rifle? When you killed someone, was it murder, or is that semantics?
Well, it depends. If you're at war and you're defending yourself, then yeah, that absolutely makes a difference. If it's a lawful killing or not. Yeah,
now it
absolutely.
makes a difference, right?
If I break into your home, you can murder me because I'm breaking into your home. If I break into your home unlawfully, or not unlawfully, if I'm a family member and you kill me, it's murder. So yeah, it does matter. Laws
so if you're
matter.
serving a warrant, it's not breaking into my home, right? If you
It's
arrest
not
me,
because
it's
it's
not
lawfully
kidnapping,
executed. Right? It's lawfully executed.
Right. So words do matter. It's not semantics, right?
Do you understand semantics?
Do you?
I think
it seems to just be something that you want to use when it's convenient. But, you know, if you want to make an arrest, that's not kidnapping. But if I do it, it's kidnapping.
Are you authorized by law to take people into custody?
No. Are you authorized by law to have the free press? No, you're not. Only the
wait. When I'm not a police officer, absolutely. If I'm not in the capacity as a police officer, I do have I'm a person when I'm not a police officer.
And it doesn't say persons have the right of press. People do.
You are at semantics. People, person, citizen. We're using it interchangeably.
They're not the same. You can't.
They are the same.
Them. Can you say we the persons?
We the person is one of the people.
No, it's not. That doesn't even make any sense. If you say we the people, it sounds righteous as hell. If you say we the persons, it lands flat.
You're talking about goose versus geese.
Huh?
You're talking about the word goose versus geese.
No, I'm not. What makes up and plural? Peoples is plural.
No.
Person is singular and persons is plural.
As a person, you're one of the people.
No, you're not.
You are.
No, you're not.
Okay, well, you can say that. You can point your thumb and say, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you. It doesn't change the fact that you're there.
Well, the right of the people to be secure in their persons.
Free from unreasonable search and seizure.
Yes, but what you're not keying in on is that the word person and people are in the same sentence, and they're clearly not the same.
Well, people who are far smarter than me, who've gone to law school and have worked to create these.
Law school, go to English school, man.
No.
The people are in their person.
People who are smarter than you or me disagree. People who are smarter than you or me disagree.
No, they're owned by the people. A person can be bought and sold. Slaves were defined as other persons. All other persons shall be counted as 3/5. People were never slaves. How could they be? People had rights.
Are you arguing that there was bad law and now there's good law? Because I'll certainly acknowledge there was bad law and now there's good law. I mean,
there's still bad law.
Sure there is.
No, I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing that there are two paths.
Well, because 3/5 doesn't even apply anymore.
That's what the Constitution says, is all other persons shall be counted as 3/5.
But the Constitution's been amended.
It doesn't say, it didn't change that.
Sure it did.
No, it didn't. Well, it just says that no person shall be held in slavery except as punishment by law. It didn't change what a person was. It just said that a person could not be held in slavery.
We have amended.
And how about
go ahead, Josh.
How about we do this? Let's give PsyOps the opportunity to go back and kind of listen to the stream a second time, because I really think that maybe PsyOps, I'm not saying this to be critical of you, but I think like some of this stuff is going over your head and I see it. Like Wongol, Paul Carroll are staying quiet because they've heard this 3-4 times. And the reason they're not objecting or throwing up huge fits, I think, is because they've heard it before and it makes sense. But Wongol said that earlier.
The reason we're not objecting is because we know we're never going to change his mind about being wrong. So
that's what I guessed.
You could, if you could draw a link to people in person, if you could show me a connection in law.
So basically what you're asking me is you're asking me to prove to you that chocolate is better than vanilla.
No,
in
I'm
my
not.
mind, right? Yeah, that's what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. Prove to me that chocolate tastes better than vanilla. Prove to me.
It's not an opinion, it's an observation. An observation is different than an opinion.
Okay, well, the sky to me is purple. Prove it's blue.
I don't know. That's bullshit.
Why?
Like if there's a code that says that a law applies to the people, right? That they use that word people, you know.
No, I don't see it. I don't see what you're saying.
You won't find one. You will not find
a
single code in the United States that says it applies to people.
You can't argue that because I don't agree with you. I'm wrong. That's a position. You're trying to argue from a position of authority. That doesn't work. You got to do better than that.
If you can find one, bring it to me. I've looked.
Why don't you show me where you're talking about?
I can't prove a negative.
Well,
Well, let's let PsyOps let's let PsyOps rewatch this stream and maybe come back to this in a minute. But I really want to do a roundtable real quick since we got Troll Auditing the Troll here. Let me play this clip for Troll Auditing the Troll, and then we'll see if and then I'd like to do a quick roundtable on this claim in here and what everybody thinks about it.
Troll, I'm guessing you do stock. Yeah, well, the skinny little dweeb. Yeah. What's wrong with that dude?
There's nothing wrong with someone going up to a frauditor and taking their camera and breaking in. Honestly, I don't see anything wrong with that, because if the lawmakers continue to let this happen, we are going to have a nation full of weirdos that are able to do all their perverted nonsense. Like, this guy is literally a creep. There's nothing wrong with someone going up to a frauditor and taking their camera and breaking in.
In context, though, please.
Well, actually, I'm very familiar with these videos because this is all I do all day, every day, because I'm a disabled veteran and I don't leave my house. So I basically have no life other than auditing.
All right. Did you see the one where he did 2 hours before that one where he got into it with the pavers and the?
I know all of his videos.
Okay.
Trust me.
Okay, cool.
So then why don't we do this? Why don't we lead off with Paul Carroll, go to Mr. Galt, and then and then come back to you, Troll Auditing the Troll.
Absolutely.
Mr. Carroll, what did you think of that statement?
Absent any context, destroying people's property unprovoked is bad.
Okay, Mr. Galt?
Ditto.
I couldn't hear it, but if we're talking about the Frauditor Troll clip that you played earlier.
Yeah, smashing people's cameras. Just go ahead and...
If the shoe fits, wear it. Like, I mean, first of all, if you're a frauditor, I guess he's talking about you. I don't know. But obviously it's wrong. You know, I mean, I don't give any credence to what Frauditor Troll says. I really don't care. Obviously, he's dumb.
And delusional. All right, Troll Auditing the Troll, what was your take on I guess you and PsyOps now can kind of talk out the full video. I've seen it as well. The full video. I don't remember it as accurately as PsyOps does, but go ahead. I'm not going to
interrupt.
Troll Auditing the Trolls, go ahead.
Well, here's the thing. This is what I try to illustrate on my channel as well. This is the mindset of that side of the fence. The mindset is rules for thee and not for me. It only pertains to their feelings and not the facts and not the truth and not the legal and lawful actions of a person.
That's how I see it too.
The only thing that they're concerned with is curing their insatiable disease, which I like to call the butt hurt syndrome.
Well, Josh, how are you going to agree with that if you and Press were just saying that laws only apply to you if you consent to them? Laws passed by the legislature.
But I agree that if there's a victim and somebody is getting harmed and there's a victim, there's an actual crime. So
But when they charge somebody with assault or murder, they don't say just because there was a victim. They say here's the statute that you violated.
Yeah, but they have corpus delicti. They have a victim. They have somebody claiming that I hurt them and damaged them.
But if I walk into court as a prosecutor and point the finger and say he hurt that person, the court's going to say, what statute are you accusing them of violating?
Right, but what I'm saying is with your traffic code, and I ask you for factual evidence that a private civilian has any obligation to follow the written instrument called traffic code, there is nobody that you're getting justice for. Therefore, you have to prove that there is factual evidence of jurisdiction.
Are you denying the fact that it's a law passed by the legislature?
I never said I was denying it.
Paul asked me too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if I was charged with murder, I mean, and I actually did murder somebody, my response would be exactly the same, is that I can't eat sheep food. I'm one of the people, and I would not be able to eat, and I would assume that they would either let me die or put a feeding tube in me. I would hold myself responsible. I don't need them to do it, but I don't think they would be letting me out in 34 days or
But I mean, nowadays there's no way to know because they're letting murderers out
Jesus.
with no bail all over this country. But you know, I'm just saying that I would assume that they would convict me with or without my consent. They would wheel me into court, and they would hold their trial, and I wouldn't participate in it, and they would do what they do. Right?
Most people are convicted without their consent. Sure.
Yeah, but fraud
they can say it, but they can't convict me. Only I can, right? And that's just something that I believe, right? It doesn't matter to me what they say, right? I'm willing to die, you know, with my beliefs, right?
And that's your personal philosophy.
And listen,
yes,
and
that's not a philosophy. That's an actual commitment that I'm willing to show, right? Going 34 days without food, that's an actual commitment. That's not a belief anymore. Now it's like I've actually shown that I'm willing to do it.
Well, just understand my commitment then. If a frauditor comes up to my wife or kids with a camera, shoves it in their face, I'm going to whip that ass, and I don't mind going to jail for it.
What do you consider shoving it in their face?
Yeah, and how about this? I really was hoping Juan Galt or Paul Carroll would really condemn the words by Frauditor Troll, and Paul Carroll came close to condemning those words, but I really wanted to see just at least one of the three of you up top to be like, absolutely nobody should be putting their hands on somebody's camera if what they're doing is standing on a sidewalk with a camera.
If you continually show only clips and give zero context, based on the amount of out of context statements you've referred to on me, I have to assume that you're doing it somewhat disingenuously until proven otherwise. So, like I said, absent any context, destroying somebody else's property unprovoked is bad.
Hey, Josh, how many times have I said to you, context?
Yes, and listen, yes, and I understand Paul Carroll for being cautious, but that's part of the fun of these live panels is that I get to try to set little traps occasionally, but you know I don't really. Hopefully, nobody is too offended by it.
So
but it does try to. I do try. Well, no, what I'm saying is occasionally I do, and I don't blame you for being weary. But this time I was being very genuine.
Can I just say something for a second?
Yeah.
About 3 years ago, I was a huge supporter of Back the Blue. As a matter of fact,
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, listen.
I didn't mean to. I thought I was on mute. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. And here's the thing. I am a conservative. A lot of people would think that I would be more on the liberal side, but I'm conservative. I identify as a Christian conservative. I voted for Donald Trump twice. I don't fit the bill of a lot of these people that I get put into the grouped into. And what I tell people is I'm just looking for the truth. Okay. And that's the whole purpose of what I do. But here's the thing. Until police stop beating people's heads into the fucking concrete over things like a license plate that fell off of their car due to rusty bolts, until police stop tasing people until they die, choking people until they die, things like that, then they will not have my support. And here's the other thing. The only reason why I'm on the auditor side nowadays is because of the videos that I saw the auditors put here on YouTube. I came actually back from a Back to Blue rally in St. Petersburg, Florida, sat down to watch YouTube, and I started to watch auditing videos. Now, I had no idea what an auditor even was until 3 years ago. But these guys, folks like the people, folks like Josh, they were able to show me something that I would have never even considered 3 years ago. And let me just tell you this. I sit on panels all the time watching the anti-auditor side because that's what I do. And there are times where I have agreed with that side. And that's the problem I see here on this panel right now, is there are a lot of truths being told on either side.
Yeah.
But sometimes, because we are jaded to one side or the other, we are unwilling to hear that truth.
But just let me piggyback real quick off what you said, troll auditing and the trolls. Because I picked up a camera in part because of watching what people was doing out there pressing with his camera. And so I picked up a camera, and now look, troll auditing the trolls is saying, hey, from seeing these others, I wanted to become a content creator and start using my voice to try to influence things the way I see them. So going back, PsyOps, to your original premise of what are you actually doing with your activism, or what are you doing to change the world? I don't think we could have much more meaningful dialogue than what we're having, based on cop watching and based on, people picking up cameras, right? And so I just wanted to piggyback off what you said, troll auditing the trolls, because, we're in perfect order here. You got people down there that led to me picking up a camera, which led to troll auditing the trolls coming out with the channel to, basically use our voices. What more meaningful change can you be asking for than to get that as the catalyst?
Well, I would agree with you, except that I don't think you have to go to the extent that y'all are going in a lot of cases. I mean,
well, people said that about Martin Luther King too.
We're not talking about Martin Luther King.
He was an extremist back then. He was an extremist.
He was an extremist.
He was. Yeah.
Martin Luther King was absolutely not going up to individual people and cursing and screaming.
Oh, really?
No.
Well, they didn't have live streaming cameras back then either. But I guarantee if he had
he wasn't doing that. Martin Luther King believed that words like were violent could be violence too. He was very polite.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not saying that he wasn't peaceful. What I'm saying is they came out en masse, they protested, they disrupt normal everyday life for the average person because of their protest, and they did what they did, and they were viewed as extremists.
But they worked within the system. They worked within the system, though. They used the system.
I wouldn't say that.
I would very strongly say it. Not only that,
they broke laws that were on the books.
They broke laws all the time, every single day.
But they did it respectfully, and that's why they gained so much support so quickly and so
Depends on who you ask.
At the time, they were considered extremists and hated all over the country.
But y'all aren't honestly holding yourself up to Martin Luther King and Gandhi or whatever.
Absolutely.
You are.
Absolutely.
Wow.
You know why? Because it's unpopular.
No. What using the influence of folks that came before you is that's what folks do all the time. So to invoke the names Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, and activism, I'm not comparing myself to them. I'm just saying that I've learned from Martin Luther King. I studied in college on Martin Luther King, Gandhi, peaceful ways of making change in the world, which was pretty much opposed to what I had learned before that, which was in the Marine Corps, which was shoot and kill everything, right? So you're talking about two different approaches for change, violence and peace. And I see people make the observation all the time of how many Martin Luther King boulevards do you see? The man is revered. Same thing with Jesus Christ is revered throughout the world for their peaceful means of making change in the world. So when you cite that as a learning tool, you're not invoking or saying that you're this righteous person like them, at least not in my case.
No, but here's what I see, right? So you want to win over the hearts and minds, because really at the end of the day, I want the same thing you guys did. There's a reason that I gave up my pension to leave policing, and that was because I didn't like where it was going. So I left, and now I have whatever knowledge I have now, but I can't find a home for myself because I won't buy 100% into any one group. The frauditors don't like me.
Well, I don't think you should. I don't think you ever should. I don't think you should be so, polarized that it has to be, one way or the other. The way I see it is there's a lot of folks that are coming from the side where they had their blinders on, not paying attention to the misconduct of police or excusing it or justifying it or whatever. And then eventually you cross over and you go, well, that abuse and what's going on is wrong. So now you're on the other side there, and there's no going back, in my opinion, because once your eyes are open and you see the abuse, how can you go back to that side? Like a guy like Mark Stout, or a guy like Big West, who wanted to be an auditor, but then quickly found out. Yeah, quickly found out that tyrants want to strip you of what are supposed to be rights, but they're actually privileges. You'll see tyrants strip you of that, and then what'll happen is some folks will actually blame, like they'll fall for the gaslighting attempt of, oh, it was their fault that happened. No, it was the tyrants trying to get mad at you for exercising rights. That's what happened.
And that's where I go back to the two parties. Go ahead, sorry.
By the way, I have to say that I apologize for jumping in so quickly in the beginning. I had a lot of pent up, triggered, as you called it, energy.
No, I get it. I get it.
But I wanted to put that out. And one more thing, he's absolutely right. When I was on the other side of the fence, when I was always wearing the thin blue line shirts and I was holding the thin blue line flags and things like that, when I was doing all of that, I used to say to people, if you don't break the law, what the hell do you have to worry about?
Right.
But that's not the case. That is not the case.
Can I tell you guys something coming from a law enforcement background? Do you know who law enforcement detests the most? Is the people who hold those signs.
They hate the people.
They see you as cowards, and they see you as bootlickers, and they call you badge bunnies, and they mock you. Not you, but the people who are holding those blue line flags, they laugh at those people.
At the time, I just thought
it doesn't surprise me. They detest the people that they're supposed to protect and serve.
But to some extent, I mean, like I said, there's good officers, but unfortunately, just too much today it's an hours long discussion.
And then the good officers try to be good officers, and then they get pushed out by the bad ones, or they get silenced by the bad ones, or they quit because their conscience eats at them at night.
Oh, sure. Well, and make no mistake, if you piss off a corrupt lieutenant, they're going to get rid of you. If you piss off a corrupt chief, you're gone. So this is why you see floundering numbers in law enforcement. So what are we doing?
Every auditor has been saying this for years, right?
Well, that's why I'm such a big fan of the Batusai, because he's done it. I like the way he keeps it respectful. I like the way he keeps it sort of to a protocol, and he just
we all
the Batusai is well respected all throughout the community.
Yeah,
Right.
but he has a very specific way, and he goes about it trying to win a lawsuit, right? I don't file lawsuits.
No, but at least when he does that, though, and I'm not putting you down, my point is that when he does that, he's creating precedent that the officers are then bound by, that you can throw in their faces.
They're not bound. They don't read it, and they don't give a shit about it. And they will violate it again and again. And in 50 years, they'll still be violating it.
Yeah, they won't read a simple memo. Yeah, they won't read a simple memo, much less case law. You know, they don't know case law. They don't even know the basics, like the Fourth and the Fifth Amendment. They did a deposition. Did you see the deposition video? I think that was the stream that we had the Juan Galt debate, or with Juan Galt and John Felix. At the beginning was that deposition. Yeah, pink camera magic. Did you see how many times that lieutenant said he didn't know the Fourth Amendment, or he knew it vaguely? Same thing with the Fifth Amendment. He didn't know it. He knew it vaguely. And the First Amendment. Barely knew any of those three, and that's such basic law right there.
It's on the individual officer to want to have the effort to be a good officer. You have to do your own research.
And so imagine the 55 underlings that he admitted to having. If he doesn't know it, how do you expect any of those other 55 to know it? I'm sure a couple of them maybe took the time to research it on their own, but probably not many.
But the citizens are supposed to know every law. Ignorance is no excuse for them.
Right.
And I certainly am not going to defend judicial immunity. I'm not going to defend sovereign immunity. I'm not going to defend qualified immunity, except insofar as, like Juan has, in the point that it prevents unnecessary, frivolous, or vexatious civil cases, but they still face criminal repercussions, and they should. But it's not. It's still not.
If they're charged and prosecuted properly, and the evidence isn't covered up, and their body cams aren't destroyed.
Right. And like we said, or they don't have an internal investigations department that we said earlier was just going to, we investigated ourselves and we found no evidence of wrongdoing. So that's so common. It's become a cliche little tagline as a joke in the 1A community. You know, we've investigated ourselves. We found no evidence of wrongdoing. Case closed. Why do you think that's such a tagline?
That's why I would love to see the 1A community actually get together and push for an outside entity. It would have to have, I mean, you're going to have somebody on the inside that understands policing and all that kind of stuff that can be like not a recommendation, but who could help provide info to the larger group, because you're going to need that, like you do in any industry. But there's got to be an outside
industry. We
What's
know that the police are controlling crime. Anybody that knows, I mean, every gang member ever in the history has said, yeah, I have cops on my payroll, right? The government,
that's
the
so true.
CIA is bringing in the drugs, the ATF is running the guns, and the police are deciding which gangs get to kill.
Okay, but here's my problem though, is that you're living in a world now, a nation where there's 300+ million people. Who's going to protect people with I mean, this idea that we can just go back to pure governance is gone.
Well, I think Juan Galt said it himself, that he protects himself.
But that's what all gangs do, psyops.
Okay, but what about the older folks? Protection. What about children? What about murders? Who's going to stop active shooters if there's no police department?
Well, see, that's the extortion that they use, right? That's the method that the police use to sell protection. But first, they create the problem, and we know it, right?
I disagree, but I'm just telling you, there's always going to be somebody who.
Conversation of absolutes.
You disagree? You disagree that it's not a protection racket that they're selling? Just like
no, I don't think it's. I do not think it's a protection racket. I think the government stepped in where they were called for by the people, and they created what the people asked for. So I don't have a problem with it.
Except that all these videos have exposed that that's not the case at all.
But the cops don't know the law either.
Those videos are only a fraction of a cross section of what happens every single day in policing.
Ronald Reagan said it best when he said,
"Right, we're barely scratching the surface."
When he said the government, when the government says, "I'm the government and I'm here to help," those are the scariest words you'll ever hear.
Well, I agree with that, but it doesn't change the fact that there has to be some, like when your children are at school, who do you want to protect them? Who do you want to protect them? You can't be there. You have to work. Who's going to protect?
Well, I believe we have a right to bear arms, and that right's been taken away by the government.
Well, I kind of agree, but who's going to stay at that school all day while your kids are there, while you're at work?
Like I said, I believe we have a right to bear arms, but that right's been taken away by the government. So, in other words, if those rights were actually honored the way they were written into the Constitution, then we wouldn't have to worry about it so much now, would we?
Sure, you would, because you can't be there all day. You can't be. Your wife's at work. Your kids are at school.
I didn't say I would, but how about the teachers? How about the people, the staff? How about
how about the only one that can protect you is you?
No, I disagree with that.
If you can call a government in to protect you, you're actually a prisoner.
My father used to take a hunting rifle to school every day because they had a shooting club.
Guys, this kind of stuff is pipe. This is where it's pipe dreams. You're hoping for a utopia where you can be everywhere at one time, and it's not realistic. You have to. I'm not arguing for a standing army. I'm arguing that there's going to have to be, when you have a nation of 300 million people, there has to be something that stands between bad and good. Now, how that's administered.
That's a great thought, except it's not possible.
It is. It's happening now. We just have to deal with the criminality, we have to have reform. We have to get back into, like you guys say, we got to deprogram people and get them to pay attention to their rights.
Anytime you give a human being power over the other, then you'll always have corruption, no matter what you do.
We're never going to get rid of government.
They're creating the crime. They're ignoring the crime that they want to. This is what happens.
Well, then make different penalties for the police officers that violate the rules then.
Well, they've got the stiffest penalty out there. They've got the death penalty for violating rights under the color of law.
Well, we got rid of it.
That's actually a death penalty. It's a federal code. And it comes with the death penalty if it's severe enough. So what I'm saying is, one of these days, like that deposition that you saw with that lieutenant, one of these days, that's going to be a good majority of our police officers on the stand answering questions like that. If they don't wake up and figure it out now, either that or they're going to quit the job. Either way, you're going to be left with a society with nobody wants to police because of what it is at this stage in history. It's become revenue generation where you piss off the citizens and the civilians that you're supposed to be working with to solve actual crimes, and they're opposed to each other, and you've got oppositional forces working when it's supposed to be the opposite way around, where they're supposed to cooperate and actually get folks to help them out and solve crimes.
Josh,
and so what you're seeing is, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but you're allowing a handful of videos you guys have seen, and a lot of them without.
At this point,
let me finish, and then you can please. You're
Okay.
taking a handful of videos and a handful of people that are creating videos out of context and letting you convince you that this is the majority. It's not the case.
No, that's no. At this point, at this point, the videos are only showing on how wrong I was.
Josh, I'm telling you, there's millions of contacts every day with law enforcement that go beautifully. There are bad cops; they've got to be fixed. But the problem, and I said it earlier, I stand by it. 70 to 80%, I think, of the police involved actions. Of those 80%, I'd say 50% don't need to happen. Then the 30% that remain, I don't like the outcome. But that's come from a community or a culture that is demanding police. I mean, do you guys remember when we were, like, most of y'all are my age. Do you remember when we used to solve fist fights with kids in the neighborhood by ourselves? Do you remember that?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so why you remember cops when we used to get in fights when we were younger, we started getting older, cops were like, you don't get in fights, call me. Or you argue with your wife and the cop comes and says, you don't argue with your wife, call me. Well, now they've gotten what they wanted. We're coming to every single thing that every single disagreement now involves law enforcement.
Yeah,
and that's because the government said if you see something, say something.
Say something. Yeah,
right, I agree. And they've gotten what they wanted. They got what now the police come to everything, and they wonder why we're having so many problems. Right, I agree with that.
Right, because that's job security. That's how you build the government and make it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then you can't get rid of them. And the people, the citizens never consented to that. But the government.
Well, no, I think the people asked for it. I think, like it or not, maybe not you, but I think a lot of people asked for that. They wanted it, and now they're regretting it.
Vote for that. They didn't vote and say, "Oh, start this new agency."
Well, then they certainly didn't push back hard enough against it because we need to get rid of the ATF.
The
we need to
government
get rid of the
agencies left and right.
I want to get rid of the ATF. I want to get rid of the DEA. I want to, you know what I mean?
You can't. You will never be able to get politicians to fire them because they're holding the government hostage. They are the government.
There's ways to do it. I think there's ways to do it.
There's no way to do it. There's absolutely no way until you drag them all out and put their heads on pike poles. There's absolutely no fucking way because no politician is going to fire their voting base. The government votes for government.
And PsyOps, what is your solution that you would see out there? Or how about this? Maybe this is a better question. Is on a scale from 1 to 10, how much would you say that auditors, cop watchers, and everything, based on the new information you received tonight on this panel, how much of a difference do you think, or how much would you say that may be one of the solutions, or maybe the only solution for that matter, on a scale from 1 to 10, based on the information you heard tonight?
I'm sorry, what was the outcome of what? So
on a scale from 1 to 10, how effective do you think it is for cop watchers, auditors, like truth auditing the trolls, or troll auditing the trolls, to have channels like that and to have these discussions and to put the videos in front of folks? On a scale from 1 to 10, how important do you think that actually is?
Okay, so guys like TAT, he said to call him TAT. I think guys like that can be, I think he can be immensely helpful. But I think a lot of them out there are immensely troublesome because they stir up more trouble and they create false narratives. Okay, like guys like.
So on a scale from 1 to 10, so you'd probably say about a 5 because there's some folks out there that give auditing a bad name and cop watching a bad name, and they do it to where it actually works against the effectiveness.
I don't know on a number scale how. I would think it could be immensely helpful. It would depend on what efforts they do and how honest they are, and if they're trying to create false narratives or if they're actually out there to, like he said, he's about truth. So I'm all about that, right? I support him 100%.
So if I told you the truth and I said my goal is to go out there and protest police department like down in Taylor, my goal is to go out there and loudly protest them, and at every traffic stop I remind them that they're acting like thieves with that speed trap that they have. That is my intention, and I would like to go out there tomorrow to do that. Would you want to see me get arrested for doing that?
Arrested, no, but I would encourage you strongly not to, don't scream at them. You have the right to protest. You have the right to be there. You have the right to film, right? But don't give them room to call you an interference. Push up to that line if you like.
Screaming is protesting. That's not interference.
Look, you do a job, right? Let's say you're a carpenter. If I come at your job and scream in your ear.
Don't do that. They're government, not a carpenter.
Okay.
Yeah. For an oath.
Point is, I would encourage you don't give them the room to call it interference and slowly.
So just give up your rights. Don't use them. No. And that way they can't take them, right?
Exercise your rights.
You can't face the fact that they're going to do it, right? So your little sensibilities, you don't want them offended. You don't want to have to turn on YouTube tomorrow and see somebody get arrested for screaming, which is a protest.
I don't want to see anybody get arrested. I don't want to see you get arrested. I don't want to see you get arrested.
But you know it's going to happen, don't you?
No, I don't. How would I know what's going to happen tomorrow in the city I'm not in?
Yeah, when you see on the troll channels,
tomorrow, somewhere in the United States, somebody's going to scream at a cop and they're going to get arrested.
Probably, and then hopefully that case is going to get to Supreme Court, and the court's going to say eventually there's a line. And this is what we'll work
all
with.
the way to the Supreme Court again.
I'd rather have it get dropped.
Does it need to go to the Supreme Court?
Well, whatever court, there needs to be a clear delineation so that people can respect a line of some sort.
So it's
that's
not
what we have courts for.
Immediately.
What's that?
Josh, what do you think is going to be more effective?
You shouldn't just put that officer to death.
Hold on. Let Paul Carroll weigh in because now we have a crowded panel. So Paul Carroll, go ahead.
What do you think is going to be more effective? Having a bunch of cases that get brought and then dropped, or having a case that goes all the way to the Supreme Court and renders a verdict in favor of the auditor, or having the laws changed?
Well, as far as yelling at the cops,
I was asking Josh that question. Please let him answer.
Well, okay, so what I would say is maybe all three. I mean, because if it goes all the way to the Supreme Court, it has a chance of changing the law. But at the same time, my number one goal is to get to a point where my free speech isn't going to trigger the cop to arrest me in the first place. But then if it goes further than that, then my next goal would be to compel a prosecutor to not act like a criminal and review the video evidence and then go, oh shit, there was really nothing. Everything he did was constitutionally protected. I'm not going to pursue this as a prosecutor. Then I would like to see if that doesn't work, a judge go, hey, you know what? I've reviewed the facts of this case. I saw him engaged in constitutionally protected activity. I'm not going to allow this guy to be found guilty in my courtroom. Then if he doesn't do it, then I'd like to see an appeals court. Then I'd like to see maybe the Michigan Supreme Court. And if that doesn't work, then maybe file it in federal court.
Well, I'll be dead long before then from starvation.
Right.
But can I weigh in just for a second?
Sure.
You guys actually just made a correlation between Martin Luther King and what you want to do tomorrow, because what you are doing is an assault to some people's sensibilities, right? Well, what they did back in the civil rights movement was an assault on certain people's sensibilities. And we expect the government, the cops, to act according to what the Constitution has framed out for every citizen in this country. And therein lies the rub. We have a right to do what we did and do what we do. You have a right to yell and scream all you want. And the cops are expected to honor the Constitution and not their feelings. And that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, they're supposed to respond with restraint in the face of verbal challenges.
Right.
So if that's the case, then Mr. Carroll, did that answer your question, by the way? Because you asked me, like, do I want it to go to the Supreme Court or make new case law? I forget what the first option was.
I was asking whether you wanted it to. I was asking, what do you think would be more effective in bringing about change of those three options?
Of those three options, probably going to the Supreme Court or changing the law, one of those two. Batuse changed the law, but I think his was just in appeals court. It wasn't in the Supreme Court.
So if you think those two are going to be the most effective, why do you seem to be stuck on the first option that you agree is not going to be as effective?
What was the first option again? Maybe I didn't hear it
having cases brought to court and then dropped. You keep saying my goal is to hinder the court. My goal is to have my cases dropped. That's not going to result in any positive case law, and it's not going to result in any law changes through the legislature.
Well, let's put it this way. All three are effective, but I'm a person and I'm trying to protect my privileges. And so therefore, I would prefer the first way, and then for the first way to happen often enough to where I have content to share with the other folks of the world, so that the content shows how often these cops lie, how often they try to manipulate, and how often they try to retaliate over it, and how how often they disregard somebody for exercising what they're supposed to have as rights. So I would say the first option is they're all three are effective. The latter two might be the most effective, but why I choose to stay in number one would probably be, and I'd probably have to think on this and come back to you with a solid answer.
I don't think either one of them are effective. Going to the Supreme Court means absolutely nothing. In all the odd number circuits, the appeals court has already ruled about filming the police. But as far as like free speech,
Did you just say all the courts have ruled? All circuits have ruled?
All the odd number appeals courts
Thank
have
you.
ruled that filming the police is legal in in the course of their duties. All the even number courts, none of them have ruled on it.
Right.
But but it doesn't matter, right?
And we got freaking in the house.
It doesn't matter because, like, even Batosi's is one of the newest ones.
No, he's been around the longest.
No, the Fifth Circuit. The Fifth Circuit is not the longest.
No, he's been audited since 2003.
Has ruled on it long before in Fordyce versus Seattle. But the Fifth Circuit, that was just in like 2018 that Batosi.
That's when his first case came up. Yeah, but he's been auditing since 2003.
Yeah, I'm talking about Turner versus Driver, his appeals court win, right? That gets cited by auditors in the Fifth Circuit.
Sure.
But it hasn't stopped anybody from getting kidnapped. And
I have seen it. I have seen multiple auditors invoke that, and the officers make phone calls and come back and say, "Never mind, you're released. You're free to go."
Okay.
That may have happened.
Yeah,
I wouldn't assert it. Right, you're not going to catch me asserting BS. Trust me.
On live streams and stuff, there is a power of the live stream audience calling in and making 100 phone calls like right away. But nevertheless, officers are going to do what officers are going to do. And they don't care. They will arrest you in a hot second, right? They're not checking case law and stuff. Let
me clarify something though. We do get what are called CLEs, and they should be paying attention to them. And those are,
but they're not.
But they should be. I'm just saying they
bad
should
cops
be.
aren't. I filmed over 1,000 traffic stops. I've only been kidnapped 6 times. Okay, I'm not saying they all violate it, right? They know. Right, but none of them like it. They all threaten. They don't all threaten, but many of them threaten to arrest me, but they don't.
Well, I think a lot of that comes from the contempt of cop thing, which is something we've got to break up. This idea
of what I'm saying is only 6 times have I been kidnapped. That's less than 0.5% out of all the times that I've filmed. Right, it's a very low number, but that's still 6 too many. Right, and in all those instances, there was no like checking case laws going on.
But so how many do you think they actually did and they didn't arrest you? I mean, we don't see. That's my problem with this is we don't know if 994 times they did.
Well, because
you just
I
said
film
that.
traffic stops and I know that they're paying attention to their traffic stop. When they come over to me and they start giving unlawful orders and I tell them to go shove it up their donut hole and they turn around and they go back to their traffic stop, they're not messing with me anymore. They're not trying to find out, like, I don't quote case law to them.
No, but we can certainly bring that up on our MDTs. We can certainly. I have written tickets before and certainly researched case law in the middle of my traffic stop.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying that I explain that I don't give a fuck. Right? You can do what you're going to do. I don't give a shit. Pull out your pink Muffy cuffs and.
But you said we could. And we don't. And I'm telling you, I did. And I know other officers that we absolutely, some of the things we do are we bring up the elements of an offense. I'll go get jury instructions so that I understand whether or not I have all the elements necessary to make an arrest before I make an arrest.
Well, that was a very rare. Yeah, that was a very rare breed.
Maybe some officers are doing it and I don't know. I'm not privy to what they're doing in their car. I'm not privy to that. I'm not standing right by their car trying to look at their computer while they're on a traffic stop. I stand a reasonable distance away, usually like 20 feet. I try to be in a good spot for them. But if they start giving me shit, I'll do somersaults and backflips and go run circles around them, and make it really annoying.
But I don't really do backflips and somersaults, but I wish I could.
I've seen you do it. I've seen you do it. Don't lie.
I do mental backflip and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the thing I say, you know. But nevertheless, right? Like, and officers are going to do what officers are going to do. You know, from what I've heard from police officers, like when they pull somebody over, they most of the time already decided if they're going to write a ticket or a warning.
Or they've already decided, are we going to like search this car and find the reason to search this car? Or are we going to, you know?
But okay, and that's considered a pretextual. That can be pretextual arrest or pretextual search. That's a whole different argument. I guess my point is that, you know, and Mr. Carroll can probably speak to this, is that there are plenty of officers that use things like I said, jury instructions to confirm that you have the elements necessary to make an arrest. I did that because I wanted to be sure I was in the right place. You know what I mean? I don't want to violate somebody's rights. I don't want to.
Well, and speaking of real quick, before anybody starts up, frickin' wanted you to know, Mr. Carroll, I didn't know if you saw the comment, but he beat the charges in Calhoun County, all dismissed by the judge. I don't know if frickin's still in here to hear that, but if he's not, maybe I'll just clip this part and send it to him in Messenger, so he can hear your response to that. How would you like
one
to
last thing to
address that
say before I drop off?
Go ahead.
I would like to see, and PsyOps, by the way, you seem like a pretty reasonable guy, which
Yeah.
I admire.
Yeah.
One thing I would challenge some of these troll channels, because that's why I kind of came on here, because I saw it.
Right.
You guys were talking about those. What I would challenge someone like PsyOps, somebody like Paul Carroll, and the other Juan. Why don't you guys pick up a camera? And I'm not saying that you guys have to become auditors, but what I'm saying is I would appreciate if you would go out for just maybe a week or two, or maybe even a month, and walk in their shoes for a month and see what result you get, and audit the way you would audit.
Yeah, and just guessing with Juan Gall, he lives in Wyoming, and he's got a ranch with like the 11 businesses around town. So my guess is Juan Gall probably sees a cop maybe once every like 6 months. And then PsyOps, I don't know about you. You said your son was a cop. Why don't you? But that's a great thing. And Mr. Carroll's a prosecutor. He's not gonna risk his privileges if word gets out that he recorded one of his own. So that's how. Forgive me for answering for you guys, but go ahead and answer that if you would like to, troll auditing the trolls, because I actually think that's a great question. How would you answer that, Mr. Carroll?
Yeah.
This conversation gets painted in absolutes a lot of the times. I don't see anybody saying auditors should not be filming the police, full stop. When these arrests happen, sometimes, sure, it seems pretty clear-cut that the officer made a wrongful arrest, but a lot of times it's up for debate. It's a question of perspective. So
for me and Taylor,
just let me finish. The biases that people have is going to color how they view that video. The pro-police people are going to say, of course it was justified. The anti-police people are going to say there's no way it was justified. And ultimately, that decision is going to be made in court, where the facts and the context are laid out for the fact finders to see.
Yeah, sorry, I thought you were finishing up.
And so, like I said, I don't see anybody saying never film the police ever. People shouldn't have a right to film the police. But
if it's me and I'm holding the camera and I walk up on a traffic stop, approach a traffic stop and say, this little piggy has been generating revenue for the state all damn day long. This is Borg. Borg's a little liar. And he's like, oh, I got to have backup. What part of that led to a lawful arrest? Those were my words, word for word, by the way.
Well, let me just say, can I just add this, Josh, as a police officer, former police officer? I'm telling you, man, police officers are human. So the more you, pardon the expression, fuck with them, the more they're going to look for shit to fuck with you.
I realize that. Yeah, no, 100%.
And we can certainly argue on whether or not there should be as many laws as there are that they can use, like in Virginia, we have a code called expectorating on a public surface. So if you spit on it, it's a class 2 misdemeanor. We can arrest you. The more you poke whoever, the more you're likely.
Poke the bear, poke the bear. I was just about to say, that's where the expression "poke the bear." The way I see it, though, is like I got kids, and my kids are supposed to grow up in this world, and their rights that they're supposed to have, that are actually privileges, are getting less and less and less respected. And there's a concerted effort to actually strip those away from civilians. And the way I see it is, if my kids grow up in that world, then they're doomed anyways. So I might as well.
I just don't understand why one grown-ass adult who's filming the police, and I don't have a problem with that. I think there should be more of that. Would all of a sudden start acting like a 5-year-old and saying, Piggy, you're a piece of shit. I got my rights. What the fuck?
Well, for me, it depends on
let me finish.
Okay.
If that's not creating a spectacle, I get the rights thing, yeah, but I'm saying the manner in which you're doing it, I don't think it would convince anybody that that's a good way to interact with and film police. That's just my opinion.
Okay, so because for me it depends on who the little piggy is. You know what I mean?
But Josh, if you walk up to any man on the street, why is that? It's just like me and you, right? If we're not filming at all, and you walk up to any man on the street and you call him names, what's the chance you're going to get punched in the nose?
But I don't start out calling them names, with the rare exception of the time I saw Borg down in Taylor, and I had just got done reading all the lies he put in an official police report against Wolvie. So I guess my emotions got the best of me that day, and I was
necessarily true. There's a video of you calling a female police officer a pig, and you admitted to me in the comments that you had no idea who she was before then. You came out of the gate calling her a pig without knowing anything about her.
On Cop Watch, I did?
Yeah.
Which one?
It was around a gas station.
Oh, yeah. I'm not denying that it didn't happen. Oh, that was before I went live. And she was acting like a pig. She told Wolverine to get the hell out of there. And she was acting like a pig. So, yes, I called her a pig when she started acting like a pig. Yes, I did do that. So, but you're saying come straight out the gate with it. Same thing with people is with people, and when he presses, like he comes around, usually always respectful, puts himself in a position where it's most advantageous for everybody, where the cop is going to feel safe because he's at a particular spot every time that happens. And similar with me, with the exception of Borg. With Borg, I kind of lost, with Borg, I kind of started, protesting him right away when he didn't really necessarily provoke me. And I'm sure he didn't know what the hell was going on. But if he knew I was at the police department, I just read a report where he had 6 lies in the report. I think it was up to 9 lies. It was minimum of 6 lies, but it was, I think it was more like 9 lies in one report. Then I started coming out and I was like, this guy's getting a Cop Watch karaoke and this guy's getting a protest right out the gate.
Yeah, cats have 9 lives, but cops have unlimited lies.
That's true. That's a statement of fact.
I don't know. I just don't, how come? I guess really more y'all should probably argue for jury trials too. If you really feel like you want to test the water in the community, why don't you guys all ask for jury trials?
Well, here's what I would like to see. What I would honestly
argued with the court, but
so that's not going to happen on people's behalf, but on my behalf, for example, I would love to see a civil rights attorney just sue these cops for $1. So it's not about the money. I just want to say so we can get depositions like Pink Camera Magic had, because those depositions shed such a light on the lack of training of police that it's undeniable. When you watch that deposition, if you guys watch that full deposition, troll auditing the trolls, I'm sure you will, or you have. People, I think you already have. Yeah, that deposition is worth more than the money from the lawsuit. And I would love a civil rights attorney to be able to do that to some of the cops I've encountered over my years of cop watching, to actually do that. Not for the money, for $1. Sue them for $401, a filing fee plus $1, just so we could have the video to show off the problem to actually get this in front of more people.
But this is like Chili with the Mullen report, where he keeps saying, because it said police in New York were corrupt, that means all police everywhere are corrupt to the same degree.
Right.
Well, I'm not making that logical leap, that logical fallacy leap, because that has nothing to do with the other.
If you take any given cop and put them under a deposition, they're going to behave like the cop from that video you're talking about.
I'm not saying they will, but I'm saying, but the ones that I want to put on the stand, absolutely they would. They would absolutely not be able to answer the questions. I can guarantee it.
Well, here's another concern I have.
But
if you guys are running law enforcement off right now,
in every big city, okay, what happened in the Mullen report translates to every big city police department in this country.
Negative.
That's just obvious.
No, it's not. That is a leap you cannot justify. But more important, if you're running the good cops off and you know that they're going through very little training on the intake side, why aren't you any of you guys advocating for more training so these officers get more constitutional training time?
It's
more
not a
training.
Issue. It's an accountability issue.
Right.
They're not being held accountable for the training.
Yes. And then the training, then they get more money. Yeah, and then they get more money and rewarded for their bad behavior because they get more training, more time to sit and just chill and get paid more for training.
You guys feel the same way about prosecuting attorneys. You feel the same way about judges. You feel the same way about the entire legal system, right? Nobody gets enough training.
Those trainings are bullshit, man. Those are vacations.
So nobody gets
about those. I know all about those trainings. You get to go off to another city 500 miles away and get a per diem and go have some badge bunnies suck you off.
I'm at Josh. Seriously, do you want to see the system improve and have better officers or no?
Well, I'm at the point where I don't know if the system is just going to self-implode and crash on its own or if there is any fixing the system. I don't know which one of those two options are available, but I would try to get the latter solution all the way to the very bitter end, and I'd be as stubborn as possible on trying to fix a system that some folks say is broken, and some folks say the system is working exactly as it was intended to work. So until I know for sure what the real problem is, whether it was a system set up and it's working as intended, or it was a system set up and it's working, the way it was unintended to work. I have to figure that out first.
How much research are you doing right now into actually, I know you say you talk to police officers, but how much scientific type research are you doing? How much reading are you doing right now, or talking or interviewing or things like, not just videotaping, research?
I do a little bit of research. I mean, thankfully with the crowd that I surround myself now, I mean, a lot of folks send me good stuff, that I review, but I could always do more. I mean, I'm not.
All I do is research. That's
right, because
all I do.
Keeping in mind, a lot of what I'm hearing here is essentially just anecdotal. People are not going to send you videos of good police interactions. They're going to send you videos of bad police interactions.
Yeah, but I watch the good ones. But I watch the good ones on my own. That's why I know that these frauditor channels are full of shit. I know the frauditor channels are full of shit because I see the good interactions, but then they never get the airplay. So, the opposing side doesn't ever see it. And then all they want to do is glorify arrests. And then so they actually you could make a strong argument that they may be more guilty of, influencing things going that way. You could make a strong argument that maybe they're responsible for it.
It's not a true audit.
Good one.
Because they bring it out with their own bias. Like you just said, Josh, the good ones, the good audits, if you will, they don't get airtime. I mean, I've heard there are some people that showcase those, but I haven't gotten in my recommendation.
I would like to see judges not be so corrupt, because if you piss off a judge, oh my God, they can make life hell for somebody.
There's no reason to piss off a judge. That's what's silly.
But the thing is, they shouldn't be pissed off by me asking simple, logical questions in a respectful way. Like I asked Judge Gross in Pontiac, I said, number 4 on the document says failure to appear may result in a bench warrant being issued. Halfway through bench warrant being issued, she cuts me off, rudely interrupts me, and then starts blaming me for being argumentative. When all I did was I couldn't even get through my first question of clarification.
Well, that is in legalese an argumentative statement.
Yeah, but I was simply asking her to clarify because I wanted to know if I was there under threat of force or whether I was there voluntarily. The first thing I wanted to get on record is that I was there by force.
Well, and let me say, this: is I understand, Josh, that you host these live streams so that at least the appearance of having entertaining different opinions. But I recognize that you're looking for gotcha moments too. So just remember that while you can get gotcha moments out of this, so can I. So
well, I'm always setting traps. You should ask Mr. Carroll. I mean, I'm always setting little traps here and there. You know what I mean?
I have tonight
but
as
if
well.
You're asking these questions sardonically, then it demonstrates to the judge that you're not taking this seriously.
Well, at first I was taking it very serious. After the 9th and 10th time that they've invited me back and we've gotten nowhere, I'm getting a little frustrated now. So maybe it might be better to excuse myself from speaking for myself in court if I'm going to be emotionally frustrated at this point. But how would you feel if somebody invited you back for the 9th and 10th time and you've gotten nowhere?
If you're being summoned to court, it's not an invitation, and I would always advocate that somebody get an attorney to represent them.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but the 9th time, would you feel slightly frustrated for the same little thing where they can't even provide the factual evidence of jurisdiction?
If you had an attorney working for you, perhaps you wouldn't be there for the 9th time.
Yeah, but I've asked him to dismiss it every time, I've put the option on the table. I've said you could dismiss this right now. Every single time out of the 9 times, because let's hold on. This is how well I know my government. I know my government is going to gaslight me and blame me for everything that happened, whether it was my fault or not. A classic example of that is me putting it on the record every single hearing or every single proceeding. Every single time I said we could just dismiss this right now. There'd be no controversy, and we can all just walk away. I've said that every single time, and wouldn't you know it? What?
That's a standard defendant thing. Yeah, let's just dismiss this. We can dismiss.
Yeah, Daryl Brooks said, "Why don't we just dismiss this? You don't have jurisdiction."
Yeah, Daryl Brooks killed like 6 people. Okay, 6 peeps.
And they charged him with statutes.
Yeah, except that
he didn't consent to falling under those statutes.
Except, I like that. Except,
he didn't hurt anybody.
Let me ask you a question, Josh.
Right, it's a calculation.
Josh, if you went to the hospital right now and I told you
hold on, psyops, I want to hear what people was going to say.
How much are they trying to punish somebody? I mean, what are they really trying to get out of it? Right? How many days of jail time is it worth? Because every time they bring him back to court, that's like a day of jail. He's in jail right now. He's held prisoner in his city, having to go somewhere on a certain date.
He killed people.
No, I'm talking about broken system, broken trust.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Talking about Daryl Brooks.
He's there for a simple traffic ticket, right? And he's made 9 appearances and gotten nowhere.
Well, that's why I have a question.
So when he says to dismiss it, we could dismiss it. When will the prosecutor get it through their thick skull that they've inflicted enough punishment?
Leads right into my question.
Yeah,
okay, go ahead.
First you have to let me finish. Go ahead.
Okay, so Josh, if you could go have open heart surgery right now, and I told you could do it yourself and you could probably survive it, right? So let me kind of prefix this. So
hopefully this won't be a false equivalency.
No, but I do want to know: do you consider your health and freedom? Those are probably something you hold equally important, right?
Well, I smoke cigarettes, so probably my, the illusion of freedom better.
Okay, so if you could go to a hospital and have a heart surgeon do your heart surgery versus you do it yourself, and that's for your health, why wouldn't you have an attorney represent you in court if you knew the outcome was going to be more beneficial?
Well, it'd be too complicated. We're going on 4 hours, 20 minutes. So maybe we can pick this up and you can ask that question again. Cause the answer to that would take me a long time to get through on why I wouldn't go with an attorney is because just like we were talking about earlier, when you asked about, or when you made the statement, for me, it's more convenient just to pay the fine and leave. Right. So sure. What I would say is, if that was my intention, I would have just paid the fine and left, right? So if I wanted to go with convenience, but
would you play poker if you didn't know the rules?
But here's the thing. But I do
Would
know
you
the rules of the court.
Would you play poker if you didn't know the rules?
That would be a no. I wouldn't play poker if I didn't know the rules. But when it comes to court, I know the rules that they have to tell me. They have to tell me.
No, you don't.
Would you play poker if you thought you knew the rules and there was a decent chance that you had a very vast misunderstanding of how the rules actually worked?
Mr. Carroll and Mr. Galt.
You think they have to prove jurisdiction to you, and that's not a rule.
But here's the thing, right? Is that I understand that they're going to tell me you have the right to be informed of the cause and nature of the charges. That's read at almost every arraignment, correct? Unless a judge screws up and doesn't read that, they all say you have the right to be informed of the cause and nature of the charges. Do they not?
And what are the rules? How what rules apply to that? No. You say you know the rules, dude.
Mr. Gall,
okay,
you're trying to guess where I'm going with this. You're trying to guess where I'm going with this.
No, I'm not trying to guess. I'm trying to get clarified.
Okay.
You said that their rule is they have to inform you of the nature and cause of
the cause and nature of the charges. Right. So and what do? They say this is the charge, police interference. It has a maximum penalty, 90 days in jail, and a $500 fine. There you go. I've read you the cause and nature of the charges. They read you a little bit, but it did nothing to clarify what the cause of the charge.
They don't have to. They met the rule.
They don't have to tell you the cause of the charge, but they say in their own words.
They just did.
But they say in their own words that you have the right to be informed of the cause and nature of the charges. We just said they did, but then you also said that they didn't have to.
No, I said they do.
Yes, you did. Rewind this. Rewind this a minute.
No, what you just said before about them telling you, okay, you broke this law, this and that. Here's the penalty, and it's
that
under
does nothing to tell me about the cause of the charges.
Yes, it is. The cause is the allegation is you violated this law. That's the nature of it.
That doesn't explain
the cause of it. That's the cause of it. That's the cause of the proceeding. That's the cause of the allegation.
Okay, so
read the Sixth Amendment again. Read the Sixth Amendment again. You're getting off base here.
So the cause is some guy with shiny badge sees me doing something wrong. A guy with shiny badge in his geographical area.
The cause is there's an allegation by a sworn witness of a violation of a law, and the nature of it is a traffic ticket or a murder or a robbery or whatever.
Yeah.
And they then inform you of the possible penalties that you could face. That's all they have to inform you. That meets the requirements of informing of the nature and cause of the accusation.
Yeah, but here's what I'm getting back to is I already know the questions that they're going to ask at the court. So the whole analogy of me not knowing the poker game, I already know what they're going to say at that arraignment. They're going to say you have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Then that brings, do you want to go through the Mark Stevens script right now?
Well, I don't care.
We both know the Mark
Stevens
script.
I've
debunked that on about 50 videos.
So do I have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty?
Everyone that comes before me is presumed innocent. Yes.
Okay, so does that mean I have the right to be presumed innocent of all the elements of a charge?
Yes.
Is one of those elements jurisdiction?
No, it's not.
It's not one of those?
What did I just say, sir?
So do I need to speak up? Jurisdiction is not an element of the crime.
Let me ask you this.
That's not. It's an element of the procedure and the process, but it's not the element of the crime. There's no such thing as being guilty, or there's no such thing as being guilty of jurisdiction.
Yep, nailed it.
Yeah, but see, this is where the problem is, because that gap in logic right there gets answered different ways by different legal professionals.
It's the gap between your ears is not getting it.
Juan, can I ask Juan a question?
Josh.
Yeah.
He answered no.
Juan.
Okay, if the judge answers no, then you need to know where to go from there.
Juan, correct me if I'm wrong. Once you raise up an objection about...
Psyops, wait just a second.
Sorry about that. Okay.
You pinned him down on that question.
Yes.
Right. And there is a way to get. There is a proper next question.
What's that?
Right. I mean, I don't know because I don't do the stupid script. You
Right.
know that. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
yeah, continue with the script. You've got more to go
see,
on
and
the
this
script.
is the other problem, Mr. Galt, is that like people is against the script, or I shouldn't say against the script, but just it has been telling me for a while, like just to get off script with shit and just start listening better. So he's giving me similar advice to what you're giving me, but there's a reason I'm receptive to his advice and not your advice. But go ahead, people.
Yeah, I'm just saying that if you Mark Stevens has a script, right? You never know what they're going to say, but they're either going to say yes or no, or they're going to hem or they're going to haw, but you have to get a yes or a no. And once you get the yes or a no, then okay, then there's, you're going to get the gotcha later. Right? Because, I mean,
the gotcha moment later is going to come.
At some point, you got to pin them down and get all your questions answered, and then there's a hole.
But it's not a gotcha moment if you're incorrect on the procedure.
I had a question for Josh and Juan, if that'll help. Maybe just a quick.
Okay, and then I'm gonna have to drop one person down
according to the script.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop off anyway, guys.
Endorse the script.
Okay, hey, thanks for coming up.
Yeah, man.
Nice meeting you, Tat.
Yeah, man. Too, hey, I appreciate all of you guys, and very, very good conversation. And I wish we had more of these.
I'll sub to your channel, Pat.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Okay, hey, thanks for coming up. Appreciate it. Hey, keep going on the channel, and I'll do what I can to try to promote it.
Hey, man, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay,
y'all
thanks
have a good
for coming
night.
up. Yep.
All right, bye.
And then real quick, before anybody gets lost, we're gonna bring the Hun Buns up real quick. I know.
No worries. I just had a quick question.
Super Lil, you're in the show, and then we can get to the question.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Unfortunately.
Okay. No, I just wanted to say goodnight. I couldn't believe you actually booted me earlier.
I don't think I booted you earlier.
Well, I don't know what happened, but anyhow.
I think Destiny just knew what I wanted, but.
Well, yeah. So that's that. But good night then.
It was nice to meet you.
Okay, yeah, and I chose this avatar, by the way. You asked the question earlier about why I chose the avatar.
Yeah,
I figured
that's when he got booked.
Hey, Lil of the Hun Bun.
I'm not talking to you people. You don't even address me properly. You don't deserve my attention.
I've been trying to set boundaries.
Hold on.
And you're really not respecting them, okay?
Now you can unmute, Lil.
You just really fucking muted me, Josh.
Well, it's blasphemy to
listen. He doesn't deserve my respect or attention. He can't even address me properly. He knows what my name is, but he just thinks he could go around saying and calling people whatever the fuck he wants.
Well, you kind of earned the name Hun Buns.
I don't earn shit.
Well, I mean, we would agree there, but in this case, it's correct. You earned the name Hun Buns because remember you kept coming up and then you tried to dictate to us what we can and can't talk about.
No, I tried to tell your friends what they can and can't call me. And then they got all sensitive when I referred to them as clowns.
Yeah, but right before you referred to them as clowns, Wolvie was just saying, "Hey, Hun," in a real genuine way. But you took
and I
it
told him I didn't appreciate that. And we've had this discussion before, Josh. Some women are okay with how men speak to them or how people address them, and some prefer not to be called things. And they have no problem saying what they want, and then it becomes ad hominem shit.
My guy.
Right. Well, yeah. And then when I private message you things like, when I'm not thinking about drugs, I'm thinking about sucking wiener for drugs, because obviously that's a joke. That's obviously a joke between me and you, and then I see it pop up on somebody else's channel.
You never messaged me anything about sucking dick for drugs, but that means
I
that
didn't
you
say
met someone and it wasn't me.
Oh, my bad. I thought People
No,
who
I
knew
don't
my
have
personality.
I have other things, but not that kind of stuff. So I don't know who you're texting
Well,
that.
I figured folks who knew my personality would understand, like, because me and Wolvie constantly joke that I'm his pole holder, you know. I figured people would be able to catch on to my sarcasm, but unfortunately, I guess I can't write in sarcastic font, so it doesn't really come through as clear, even though it's dripping and oozing with sarcasm.
We've had this conversation before. I really think you're funny. And I'm not trying to be like condescending. You know me, Josh. Like, I will tell you as it is. Like, you think you're being funny and you're not. And people misconstrue that and don't understand either your humor or your lack of humor. And it does not turn into a good situation.
I think there's plenty of humor that's pretty crystal clear with me.
I mean, that's your opinion, right? Right, Juan Gulp, Mr. Gulp.
Do not come up here simping and trying to suck up to the guests again.
I'm not. Who am I sucking up to?
Nice
I'm not a simp. Josh, you really think I need to simp anyone? Let's be honest. You know I don't.
You think I need a simp?
Lillian, Lillian, let's put it this way.
May I be your simp?
Mr. Carroll.
Properly, if I could be your simp before I'm a simp.
Okay, but Mr. Carroll, do you know that Lillian offered to be a co-host for Ladies' Night with Witch on Vegas Valley?
I did not, but that has no relevance to what we're talking about.
You did co-host.
Okay, wait. Okay, so you want to talk about that? Did you not used to suck Vegas Valley's dick and sit on his panel all the time?
Well, not in the back seat for drugs, but you know, I mean, there was a time when I thought I was going to a cop watching.
Gentlemen, those of you whom are gentlemen on this panel.
I thought I was going to a cop watch channel. What I didn't realize is that it was going to be like a troll channel on steroids.
Well, but whatever. I don't want to talk about that shit. But
well, of course you don't want to.
That has no relevance to this conversation.
Josh, every panel that I've been on has had this same subject brought up again, almost out of nowhere.
What about Lillian co-hosting Ladies' Night?
Yeah.
Or with Witch? Meeting up with Witch was a blow. Meeting up with Witch was like a blow to my
ego because I wanted to hang out with someone else.
No,
that wasn't you.
No, it was a blow.
It was beautiful and articulate and interesting, and who happens to be a woman, which is why
it was a blow to my sense of reality. I never thought on YouTube my ex-girlfriend would go hang out with a rival channel, like some random girl from a rival channel, and be associated with each other, all for the simple fact that they wanted to hate watch me. Yeah. No, they wanted to hate on me.
No, Josh, you're giving yourself. You're like stroking your ego a little too hard, buddy. And I'm trying to be so honest and kind with you by delivering this in this fashion, okay? We did not talk about you at all. At all. We did not.
So you guys, your lips were busy then.
Okay, you're gonna get all fucking misogynistic.
No, I'm not gonna say you in which. I'm not gonna say you in which scissored. I'm gonna say you
about which. She's not here. She
can come up here.
No, but
she's come up here before.
Listen, that's not appropriate, Josh. You know,
well, I'm not. Listen, I don't have any.
I'm gonna give
factual evidence that you guys.
Let me give you an ounce of credit right now, just an ounce, may I?
Oh my goodness, why did you have to ask?
Okay, just please leave Witch out of it. Let's be respectful.
You brought her into it.
Stop interrupting just for a brief minute. I didn't, you did. Just, I feel that you've been very tolerable tonight. And I'm saying that
thank you for your approval.
I am giving you credit, okay? You've been very tolerable, and can you just leave it on, like, let's make it an even playing field on the table.
No, when you try to credit, when you try to credit me, it makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong.
Okay, then do you want me to talk shit? You like it when I talk shit about you and put you down, Josh?
Well, how about this? I have no factual evidence.
What is wrong with you? Oh my God.
I have no factual evidence that you and Witch scissored. I just think you guys may have been lip syncing.
Josh.
None of the other guests are interested in this topic, though, Lillian. Do you want to bring up?
I mean, I don't want to say how creepy
She's
they
trying
are.
to derail again. That's all she does is try and derail.
Yeah, no one gives a shit what you have to say, people.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so I'll just let you and your little press homie buddy there carry on. Have a good.
Okay, we kind of cut the introduction a little, or the speech, the presentment speech a little short there. Sorry. My apologies to the rest of the panel guests. I don't expect you guys to get involved between me and my ex, who feels the need to come up on my panels to tell me what I've done right and what I've done wrong, and how she thinks I should run my panels or do my cop watching or live my life.
Yikes.
Yeah, that's my whole YouTube journey. That's my YouTube journey in a nutshell right there. Is just yikes. Everything you've seen and heard. But we're going on 4 hours, 40 minutes. Is there anything anybody would like to say in closing real fast? Mr. Carroll? Did we miss anything? Did you not have an opportunity to address something that maybe we could address real quick?
The Mark Stevens script is wrong. It will not get you anywhere in court. You would be wise to just hire an attorney, consult with, I think you have a public defender in one of your cases. You'd be wise to just consult with them. That has
but wait until you see what the plan is for that guy.
Higher likelihood of actually getting the case dismissed like you want it to be than to just flounder around like you are currently.
Okay, well, thank you for saying that, but you'll be surprised at the strategy I used down in Taylor. Trust me, you will be surprised. It will be a shock.
I'm skeptical, but I will just hold out for the surprise, I guess.
Yeah, it's going to have a surprise ending and a surprise twist that nobody's going to see coming. Obviously peaceful, but, anyways, Mr. Carroll, thank you for coming up. I'm going to take you down for right now. And then let's see, PsyOps, anything you want to ask in closing, anything that can be answered quickly, or maybe just tell us, would you be interested in coming back for another panel if we have another one?
I would. I appreciate you having me on, and it's been fun. And I had a quick question for Juan, just a quick one. And did I hold my own tonight, Juan?
Oh yeah, boy. I have no qualms with it. You're right on top, right on point all the time.
All right, cool.
And I would say not that my opinion is gonna be valuable at all, but what I would say is I would say very productive conversation for the most part. When you go back, if you go back to re-listen to it, you'll pick up on a lot of things that people was bringing up, and then if you had the opportunity to check out the content on Press Harder, well, and then there was a Press On channel that's kind of got issues right now that we can't talk about. But if you knew people, you might follow along a little easier. It's a little difficult to grasp at first, but overall, other than that, I think, I appreciate having you up here and for you to come up.
Yeah, thanks for having me, bud. I appreciate you.
All right, take care. All right, Mr. Galt, and then it was 2 or 3, I should say.
Well, as always, I just want to say you did a fine job hosting. No problems there. Enjoyed the spirited talk. No problems there.
I apologize about the ex-girlfriend.
Oh, well, that's, just a intermission. People, I really dig your philosophy. I don't have any problems with your philosophy at all. I think I understand you. The only thing I will meet in disagreement is, interpretations of law and court decisions and things like that. But your philosophy, I get you, I believe. But anyway, had fun, enjoyed it as always, Josh, and thanks for allowing me to come up.
Thank you, Mr. Galt. Take care. All right, then there were two. Yeah.
You're at 16.9K the last time I checked. So you're approaching 17,000 subscribers.
Thank you for recognizing that. Yeah.
Absolutely, dude. That's freaking awesome, man. You're
Hell
getting
yeah.
millions of views. Your shorts are doing phenomenal.
Well, and that was just a fluke type thing, you know, figuring the shorts thing out.
You've got a lot of shorts that have a lot of views.
Well, thank you.
It's not just like one or two anymore, you know. Yeah, and they're bringing in the subs, you know. They're liking them. You know, I mean, there's different ways to get the message across. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, and you know, we addressed this last. Yeah, we addressed this last night in Wolvie's chat, and you know, I do want to close this thing down real soon, but I'll just explain it quickly. We went over Frauditor Trolls videos and how they're making shorts, and you'll see a lot of folks still focusing, even with Frauditor Troll attempting to twist the narrative. You still see folks with the, hey, those cops don't know the law, they don't know what they're doing, and so you can see it totally backfiring on Frauditor Troll. So, you know, so what you were saying about the message is, you know, it's getting the message out there, and it might be doing it in an equally effective way as some of the longer format content. So that I'm excited about.
Yeah, I mean, there's different ways to do it, man, and you're good at the shorts. You're getting better and better at them too. Like, I mean, 16.9K.
Hell yeah! Well,
can't argue with that.
Hell yeah! Well, I definitely appreciate you noticing, and you know, with any luck, man, we'll be able to come back and do a couple more of these streams here. I don't know how much time I got on my plan. Well, shit. I removed people by accident. My bad. I accidentally hit the button. But yeah, hopefully we can come back and do a few more of these live streams, because
I just got thrown backstage. I almost bumped.
No, that was the. Yeah, the heavens, they were like, hey, you know, we've had too much, you know, you can't handle people enough, you know what I'm saying? So it was just fate working its way out like that. But yeah, hopefully we can come back and do more of these. But I'm going to get to bed so I can get to work in the morning, because I got to go in my person.
Yeah, but June 3rd is the first day of Press Now.
Hell yeah. Trace de Uno. That's Press Now channel, and that's people. Thank you for coming up. Appreciate it.
Fuck a troll in the butt.
Fuck a troll in the butt. All right, guys. Well, here, you know what? Instead of fucking a troll in the butt the normal way of what we usually do, we're just going to play this on loop for the last couple minutes. I didn't see very much activity in the chat. Sovereign Dirt, appreciate you coming in. Let's see. Let's run through everybody. Xylo Silverhair, thank you for coming in, reading the room. I think I saw you trolling, but Real Genie, Ambassador to the Amendments, appreciate you being in here. And then, of course, we had Sovereign Dirt. And then I think that was the majority of comments that came through. So, of course, hope I got that message to Mr. Carroll in time for you, frickin'. If you're still listening, or if you come back and listen to this later, and everybody else that tuned in, thank you so much for being here. And then we're going to play this video on loop, give everybody a chance to say their goodbyes in chat, and then we're going to close this thing down. But here we go. Let's play this on loop, because this is going to be the way I would like to end almost every show right here.
That's to assert your rights as suspicious?
Yes.
Okay, what was suspicious about it? And again, we're talking before you approached her and she refused to identify herself.
Okay. Well, when I was called, she was videotaping the front doors of the building.
That's suspicious?
And the deputy had asked her what she was doing, and she said, I don't have to tell you. So yes, that was suspicious.
That's to assert your rights as suspicious?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what if the that's to assert your rights as suspicious?
Yes.
Okay, what was suspicious about it? And again, we're talking before you approached her and she refused to identify herself.
Okay. Well, when I was called, she was videotaping the front doors of the building.
That's suspicious?
And the deputy had asked her what she was doing, and she said, I don't have to tell you. So yes, that was suspicious.
That's to assert your rights as suspicious?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what if the That's to assert your rights as suspicious?
Yes.
Okay, what was suspicious about it? And again, we're talking before you approached her and she refused to identify herself.
Well, when I was called, she was videotaping the front doors of the building.
That's suspicious?
And the deputy had asked her what she was doing, and she said, I don't have to tell you. So yes, that was suspicious.
That's to assert your rights as suspicious?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what if the
And on that note, we'll end it. Have a good night, everybody.